different word and start to looking for miseria. Running my folder, we ain't the stop the beat, cause nothing's changing the no one can stop me.
，CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi
a CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque eu basicamente vivo para jogar CFS, eu quero jogar CFS.
代表着我的整个青春。
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CFS para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire.
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火线意味着我一个青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um.
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smile đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou.
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive crossfire esports world championship tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
Down Snake, good for 2, Baba, good for a jump. 哦呦，知道你在这2键完成
价位是不是能好一点？
是，另外一边，但是涛。
Their first match win as they
finds a third through the door, finds a...
这次能进到CFS世界赛，挺开心的吧，也算为国出征了。
I'm very excited to be playing in Crossfire Stars, and we're ready to show our best.
Our first goal is just to make it out of the group stage. We want to take it one step at a time. So it's one goal at a time. I have many goals, but first goal is to make it out of the groups.
Eu estou muito feliz. É sempre muito importante estar aqui porque é um campeonato, é o campeonato mais importante do ano, então é algo mais.
Maybe all gamers from China, they're very very good team and they have strong skills.
本次 CFS 的比赛，我们有针对国外的战术，就针对国外的队伍有一些针对性的战术。
Dạ, đến với giải đấu lần này thì team em tập luyện rất chăm chỉ. Mọi người đều cố gắng để đạt được kết quả tốt nhất.
Mục tiêu của chúng em trước tiên là sẽ vượt qua vòng bảng.
I feel excited because this is my first time to compete in CFS Grand Finals.
Bütün yıl boyunca bizleri çok güzel desteklediler. Hepsine çok teşekkür ederiz. Ve Grand Finals'ta da bizleri destekleyeceğini canı gölde inanıyoruz.
Meu objetivo nesse campeonato, sem sombra de dúvidas, é sair campeão dele.
这次的目标和决心都是冠军吧。
He's going to get a third. Can he pick up a fourth?
No. Don't go for the 1v1 there.
Why
That's
did they have to
exactly
do
why.
this?
You don't go for the 1v1. There's no need to pick.
Stub so far from him, it takes a lot, but Tom's going to go down. That's another initial kill, and Adrian turning the corner, picks up two. And finally, a little bit of light in these Imperial players. Only 18 seconds left, and the pincer comes in. Michael from the alleyway, and they...
Dennis just goes for the confident peak.
Great one, though, as well.
As to mention, a fight coming in from behind as well, going to give him some trouble. That's a nice shot, though. He's picked up the doable. The C4 would be retrievable there as well. This is the awkward spot, though, where he probably just gets collapsed upon from both sides. And oh, what a shot! NBA goes down! Push their way out on block A. Slayer. He knows that he has
Holding on as well, but are they going to check it? It's going to be a double kill on the table for Gainey, his third already in the round as well. He's looking for more. He's going to find it, looks for the ace, and he gets it! And this time it's going to be Borzen who gets the first kill. Slayer right there to answer back. Danimal wants to try for the trade, but Slayer gets a second, taking down Danimal.
Yeah, great to Slayer having a massive match here.
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百城的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发挥不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论， 然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
是你老犯错，然后给别人。我说你不是你什么老犯错吗？
哎，还行是吧？啊。
我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
Pra ser bem sincero, não sei lidar até hoje, mano, com isso, mano. É uma doideira pra mim, porque eu vejo todo mundo de igual pra igual, tá ligado? Por exemplo, eu já tive no lugar deles, quando eu mencionei o meu jazz, o Goken na época, e, mano, é muita doideira, mano. Então, no começo de tudo eu já jogava crossfire, no começo, só que eu jogava mais de gastação mesmo, não gostava muito de competir até começar a competir, aí fui pegando gosto com o tempo e jogava de lazer mesmo, aí fui...
E ele sempre gostou de computador mesmo, a coisa que ele pediu de Papai Noel era um computador, na época laptop, notebook, né? Era o que ele brincava. Conforme ele foi crescendo, ficava o tempo inteiro no computador e a gente achando, a gente até brigava. Pô, vamos para uma festa, ele deixava de ir para festa. Queria estar sempre no computador e a gente não entendia o que era, a gente não tinha noção. E um dia, um amigo dele, né, o Thales, que está aqui presente, a gente levou eles para um campeonato e ele alertou a gente, né? Tia, investe no Rodrigo, o Rodrigo tem potencial. Acredita nele.
Em relação ao jogador MG, eu acho que sim, ele está entre os 5 melhores do mundo, não só do Brasil. Tem os brasileiros também, que eu colocaria nesse top 5.
E foi nisso que ele foi sempre, né, se destacando cada vez mais, sempre mostrando ser um player muito fora da caixa, sempre mais inteligente, pensando à frente das pessoas, e por isso que ele se tornou o jogador que ele é hoje.
Acredito que o CF Star, essa 10 anos, vai ser disparadamente a melhor de todas, pela estrutura, que eu fui os 2 últimos anos, a estrutura estava surreal. Parece que é um sonho, quando chega no palco lá, é uma parada muito grande, uma estrutura que eu nunca vi antes, e se Deus quiser, essa 10 anos vai ser minha e vou poder parar, aposentar.
tưởng tượng không thì em cũng đã xem ở trên mạng xã hội nhiều rồi, thì cũng đã hình dung được là cấu trúc như thế nào rồi.
So the panda to me is just a very cute, fluffy bear.
Hello guys, we are here at Panda Park here in China. Hello, hi. Hi.
Đây là lần đầu tiên em đến với Trung Quốc, cũng là lần đầu tiên em đến tham quan nơi này. Cảm xúc hiện tại của em là rất là vui khi đến tham gia tại nơi đây.
Hey everybody, I had a great time here at the park, and I'll see you guys soon at the plane. Bye.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals Group Stage, Day 2. Dola, Rambo, Macta!
It is a slow game though. Did a good job of that though, Dola.
Vincent Gaming! Vincent Gaming! And Nubis Gaming!
On long A, Slayer. He knows that he has to
as well, but are they going to check it? It's going to be a double kill on the table for Katie, his third already in the round as well. He's looking for more. He's going to find it, looks for the ace, and he gets it. What?
It is Kais who's playing point back there, but go.
Ice Cube, Nevis, Esports, Club!
He's gonna get a third. Can he pick up a fourth?
No.
No.
Don't go for the 1v1 there.
Why
That's
did they have to
exactly
do
why.
this?
You don't go for the 1v1. There's no need to.
Hello and welcome to Day 3 of the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals. We are now getting deep into the group stages here, but before we get too far, let us introduce ourselves. I'm CZXQ. Joining me on the desk today, we've got Seven here, and of course, Elfish Guy. How you guys feeling today?
Feeling good, feeling better than yesterday, I think. Obviously, yesterday was a big day, right? So it was nice to have a little bit of a nap, and obviously to kick today off, feeling pretty rested and ready to go. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day. Any initial expectations for you today, Seven?
I think the first match will be interesting. Kungarna, you know, they had a massive first map against Imperial yesterday, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them playing against a Chinese team, especially Famous. I felt like Famous was by far the best player at this tournament, so even though they lost, you know, the great performance, I'm really looking forward to the first match, actually.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting match. Before we hop into the matches, though, for today, a big shout out to our sponsors, of course, Alienware, Open Mind Alienware. They are supporting us with their devices for CFS 2023. And of course, our other sponsor.
Yeah, Morphling, we want to give a big thank you to them as well for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne. And I guess that's the conversation today as well, going into the deeper stages of this tournament, is which of these teams is going to be essentially ascending to the throne of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals?
Yeah, I think it's now a point in the tournament where we can start to have really solid opinions on some of these teams, and that kind of leads me into the next question I wanted to ask you both. Who has impressed you the most as a team so far, and maybe who do you think is the least impressive team we've seen so far in this tournament?
I mean, it's a tough one. I mean, BaiSha, they played 3BL, so it's not easy to say after this match if they're really in the best shape, but I still would say BaiSha was the best team so far because AG, they lost the map against LCK Red sub-base. And had the weakest team so far. I mean, 3BL, of course, they're playing the former world champion here, so it's tough to say, but I would still say I was disappointed by their performance, as well as Anubis. You know, I feel like Anubis is usually a very strong team, and I felt like they could actually beat Vincent at least on one map, but for some reason, yeah, their strats didn't work out. I felt like they had no real game plan, so both Egyptian teams kind of disappointed me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would kind of echo that sentiment. I think BaiSha definitely has to be the one on the tip of the tongue at the moment in terms of positives. Another positive, I thought, Pacific Macta definitely looked good 100%. Yesterday. I'm kind of keen to see what they're going to bring to the table again today. As far as teams that have disappointed me a little bit, I mean, beyond the ones that Seven's already mentioned, I thought Ranking was, for me, probably the biggest disappointment just because of how close they do get it so many times and then unfortunately just falter at the final hurdle. Like, I think that team could be so much better. They could be something really special, but for whatever reason, things just don't really quite eventuate for them. So, yeah, they've been disappointing. I mean, look, there's still a chance that they can make it through to the wildcard stage if they do win their final game in the group. That'll be tomorrow, I believe, against Anubis, if I have it on the top of my head correctly. But at this point, yeah, Ranking just haven't quite shown up the way that I would have liked them to.
Yeah, and I always feel so bad for them because they get so close. They have these shining moments where they put up 8 rounds, even making it into overtime yesterday, but they can never cross the finish line. So maybe they'll have a chance to do that in their final matchup. I think for them, going against Anubis is probably the best final match they could ask for to keep themselves alive because Anubis hasn't looked the best yet. But I guess my next question for you guys is, now that we've seen all 3 Chinese teams, do you see a potential that one of these teams might actually lose a match in the group stages?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that X-Rock is looking maybe a little bit shaky, so I'm not too sure exactly how comfortable they're feeling after going into a pretty tight match yesterday. Like, again, it's against Ranking, right? You'd think that they should sort of wipe the floor with them. Ranking has their moments for sure, but they did get a 2-0, but one was an OT and one a pretty tight map. Regardless, I think all gamers, I would be very surprised if they would lose a series. I can definitely see them dropping more maps, but to lose a series as all gamers would be a very big surprise in my opinion. And like I've said plenty of times so far on this broadcast for this year, BaiSha just seem like that team that's going to go through the groups and absolutely just noob stomp everybody in their way. Unless they maybe run into like an all gamers early on in the bracket, I reckon they just go straight through almost all the way to the grand final with no problems at all. But yeah, I think for me the only one that really is a bit of a question mark right now is X-Rock.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like the good news for X-Rock is they're just playing against Vincent and Anubis. I feel like if they would play against Macta maybe, or even Imperial, they could maybe drop a map or even lose one match in the group stage. But I feel like because of the group constellations that all Chinese teams will get the 3-0 actually.
Yeah, I think it is a pretty likely outcome. I would say Vincent is the only team I could maybe see pulling off a win against a Chinese team in the group stage. Other than that, I would be really surprised if we see a Chinese team fall. I think Imperial versus All Gamers could be pretty interesting as well, but I feel like that's maybe a 2-1 at best. But as we think more about today's matchup specifically, is there a specific match for either of you guys today you're looking to as maybe what could be a closer match on the day for you?
Yeah, that's a hard question, actually. 3BL, LCK, I don't think we've really gotten to see the best of them. Maybe LCK Imperial could be a closer one if LCK can kind of bring the same fire that they did against All Gamers. I'm not too sure that I can really make an informed opinion on 3BL just yet after having only seen that one game. And the game against Cara House for them could be, again, a tight one. Cara House feels like they've been a little bit up and down. Not too sure what to make of that. I think Cara House should look a little better today than what they did on day one. I definitely rate them more than what they showed us. But the game that I'm actually kind of most interested in is BaiSha and Pacific Macta, because like we've been quite positive about Pacific Macta so far over the course of the first couple of days of the group stage. But big test for them at the end of the day today against BaiSha, and if they can, you know, look good in that game, then I think that's going to reinforce what we were saying about Pacific Macta. But if they just get completely stomped out of the picture, then we're going to be, again, sort of a bit like, okay, well, was it one good game from Pacific Macta, or are they really that good?
Yeah, as we take a look at today's matchups, we've got AG versus Kungarna, 3BL versus Cara House, Imperial going to be trying to hold on to that perfect group stage, and of course we'll end the day with BaiSha trying to do the same. But as we take a look at this match specifically, we've got All Gamers versus Kungarna. Obviously not a lot of history to go off of, but the key players here being Even and Famous. I'm actually really hoping Famous can have another solid performance today. He looked really great in those first two maps in their set yesterday. He did kind of fall off in that final one, but it's hard to have that kind of performance over 3 maps consistently. Seven, are you thinking he's going to do the same thing today or struggle a little bit more against this All Gamers lineup?
I mean, Famous proved many times, right, in the last couple of years that he can compete with the best teams in the world. Also, remember one specific match, it was 2018 semifinals, Famous with his team against All Gamers. Massive performance from this guy. Same goes for Kais. These two players will perform 100% sure. It's more about Mercs, Brando, Michael. They had like a kind of a quiet game yesterday, I felt like. Okay, Brando was stepping up on Mexico, to be fair, but they really have to be more consistent if they want to have a shot for today's matchup. But yeah, most likely All Gamers should take it to 0. I think it's more interesting to talk about the maps, because I felt like on Ankara, Kungarna, they really had no game plan at all. So and it's the best of All Gamers, right? So you should definitely ban Ankara, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to get Mexico again, though. I would imagine if All Gamers was watching that match yesterday, which you'd think that they were, at least someone, you know, whether it was the coach, maybe analyst, something like that. That was a really good looking map for Kungarna. They look like they could probably beat anybody in the world on that map, potentially. The fact that they show their hand so early, though, in the group stage means that now it might be difficult to actually get that one through in some of these further series. So I think All Gamers get rid of Mexico, which is going to throw a bit of a curveball here for Kungarna, because it raises the question of, well, how deep is actually your map pool here? Have you got anything else beyond Mexico that you can play to that level? We'll have to wait and see, obviously, in this game what we're going to get. But yeah, I think it's hard to sort of have a, have much of a prediction in the favor of Kungarna here, just because obviously, yeah, Famous looked really good yesterday, but just not enough from the rest of the team, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely leaves a lot more to be desired, but I guess Seven, knowing this team pretty well, if Mexico's not on the table, where do you think the best place for Kungarna to turn might be going into this match as a pick for themselves?
I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like we're going to see Mexico today again, because usually All Gamers, they always ban Compound, simply because it's the best map of BaiSha. So they want to prepare for the grand final, at least they feel confident enough to make it to the grand final. I think, like I said, if Kungarna doesn't ban Ankara, we're going to see Ankara for sure, and then Kungarna might pick Mexico. If All Gamers will ban Mexico, I would suggest Kungarna to pick Port, simply because NA teams used to be always good on Port, and also they beat All Gamers on Port, like I mentioned, even though it's a long time ago, 2018 semifinals, but I think Famous is pretty strong on this map as well as Kais, so I would definitely go for Port.
Yeah, I think Port could be a really strong pick here. The question in my mind is, can the rest of these players go toe-to-toe? I think Famous has already shown that he probably can, but I'm hoping we see Brando and Kai's kind of elevate themselves, because especially in that first map, I thought Brando looked really good in their first matchup, but after that, there wasn't really much he was able to do. You also have Mercs as well coming in. This is his first CFS event. I thought he did decent on Mexico, kind of the same problem though as Brando. He just fell off after that first map, so we'll see if they can pull something off here, but it's definitely a scary position to be in. I think LCK is in a similar spot where you have this one really good map, but then the rest of the series doesn't look so good for you.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's the same thing that we've been talking about this entire time, isn't it, right? At Kungarna, they need to have multiple members stepping up and performing well, because you know that that's what you're going to get from a team like All Gamers. I feel like All Gamers is not really the kind of team that just gets carried by one individual. It's generally speaking like 3 or 4 of the players having a pretty solid day. I actually think that All Gamers didn't really look their best in that matchup that we got to watch from them. But, you know, they sort of slowly started to get it rolling. ZY and ZQ, in my opinion, are two that maybe didn't quite show up to the same level that we saw from them in Vietnam. Like, I thought they were actually the 2 standouts at that Summer Invitational, but kind of got carried a little bit in that first game. So I think there's definitely a lot left in the tank, which kind of has me scared for Kungarna's chances going into this matchup. Look, if All Gamers comes in and plays the same way that they did in the previous couple of days, then yeah, maybe there's a chance in there for Kungarna to take a map on potentially Mexico if they can get that through. But if All Gamers shows up to the level that we know that they can show up to, then I think it's just straight up 2-0.
Yeah, my advice for Kungarna would be to just avoid playing huge maps, you know, because Chinese teams are always known for their perfect rotations, good team play, and they always go for info picks, right? Like we saw from BaiSha on Port. And so I would try to avoid playing Ankara, Compound, these kind of maps. I think doesn't suit Kungarna as well. And I also think Kungarna should kind of change the approach. They played pretty aggressive, and I feel like with this kind of players we have on the roster, it doesn't suit your playstyle, you know. I think you should play more reserved, more passive, and then yeah, let's see how it goes. The problem with All Gamers is if you execute versus them, they have no weak point, you know. They have 4 of the best Chinese rifles on the squad. They have J-Way, CQ, CY and even, so all of them are pretty insane. Yeah. It would be interesting to see actually if a 9 would join the squad. Imagine like the 5 best rifles on one squad just playing without a sniper rifle. This would be an interesting approach. I feel like the only weak point on this squad might be Du. I mean, he's still a strong sniper, don't get me wrong. I just feel like Xiao is stronger than him, as well as Gokhan. Maybe even Revenge is stronger than him. So I feel like maybe he's lacking kind of experience here at this international stage. So yeah, I think Kais can actually compete with Du.
I mean, even Jia from X-Shock looked like he was kind of like up there as far as the snipers are concerned. You saw that kind of, you saw the flashes of brilliance from him. Like maybe not to the same level of Xiao, but I got the same vibe from him, if that makes sense. And I think Du, yeah, he provides a bit of a different kind of style when it comes to sniping. He's a little bit more reserved, tends to just hold the lines, not go for the flicks and the peaks quite as much. But again, like I've said in the past, I don't think you necessarily need that from Du. Maybe in the big games, maybe in the grand finals, potentially against teams like BaiSha, you're going to want to see a little bit more. But I think it's going to be definitely enough to get through a lot of the group stage games. And as I've said in the past, like I think All Gamers is a very rifle-centric team. So, I mean, I kind of agree with you in the sense that I think Kungarna, at least pound for pound, can kind of go in that direction and challenge All Gamers. But as to whether or not it will all come together in the server is something that we're still waiting to see.
Yeah, I think the big question mark for me that we haven't really talked about yet is, what about subbase here for All Gamers? I mean, they did lose it to LCK. Do you see a potential for them to lose it again here today against Kungarna if it is left on the table? Or do you think maybe they might just ban that because it was a weak point yesterday?
That's a good question. I feel like they wouldn't ban it against Kungarna. I mean, LCK, to be fair, is also known as one of the best subbase teams in Crossfire West. And I feel like with the player pool you have on the roster from Kungarna, this map doesn't suit them too much. I feel like it's still better than Compound Ankara, but I think their goal should be to play Mexico and subbase. It's like usually All Gamers are pretty strong on subbase as well. You know, I played against All Gamers a couple of times on subbase. They always crushed my team. So I was kind of surprised that LCK really surprised with like fast executes. But usually All Gamers, they should win on subbase against Kungarna.
We'll see if it happens here. I think as we go into it, it's going to be up to All Gamers to show us maybe a more confident start today. I feel like, especially with that first map against LCK, it almost felt like All Gamers kind of outplayed themselves in that situation. You look at players like ZQ and ZY, who are normally top of the leaderboards, kind of struggling to warm up in that one, not ready for that aggression, but as we take a look at the predictions here, I don't think it's a surprise to anyone to see all gamers across the board. I kind of believed in the LCK situation just because I thought it was, maybe some first-round jitters. They could catch them off guard, but you get later in the group stage against all gamers. They're warm, they're comfortable now. I feel like even getting a map here might be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah. I think if you were gonna get it done, it was probably before the wake-up call that all gamers received on day one. And yeah, now that they have kind of had the time to sort of, okay, well, really lock it down, figure it out, and say, yeah, well, we probably weren't quite so good there. I think it's a tough one for Kungarna here for sure.
Well, we're going to see exactly how this one plays out in our first match of the day. We're going to send it to Matt Andrews on the stage to introduce our teams.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals Group Stage Day 3. I'm Matt Andrews and we are live to you from beautiful CHENGDU. Now yesterday we had a huge day of crossfire. Pacific Macta started it off with a win against Kara House. Then Vincent Gaming picked up their second win. That was against Anubis Gaming. Their compatriots from Brazil, Imperial, got a win as well. A tight 2-1 battle against the USA team, Kungarna. And then we finished it off with X-Rock Esports Club from China, fighting and winning a tight battle in overtime against Ranking Gaming. 4 great games, 4 more best of 3s for you to enjoy today as we look to see which of our teams are going to move forward out of the group stage. Before those games begin, we must thank our hosts Smilegate Entertainment and Crossfire, along with our partner VSPO, supported by Alienware and Morphling. Now, if you're ready, our teams are ready for these matches as they compete to conquer. Time for our first match of the day. It's North America against China. What a battle. Which of these teams has the advantage? Coming to the stage, looking for their first win of the tournament from North America, Kungarna. Max, Brando, Michael, Famous, and Kais are Kungarna. And now coming to the stage, for many people, the favourite of the tournament, the number 2 seed of the CFPL, All Gamers. Even, ZY, ZQ, Du, and Shui, Chengdu's All Gamers. Our first matchup of the CFS Group Stage, Day 3, is about to begin. Teams, they're gonna compete to conquer.
Well, the stage is set now for our first matchup of the day. Kungarna looking to try and pull off a huge upset. It is Famous's birthday, though, so maybe this is his birthday wish. Maybe he can pull it off here, but maybe it's a bit of a birthday curse, too. I mean, you've got to take down all gamers as the team in your path.
Why have they done that? They've turned his birthday into a nightmare, really. They've put him up against probably one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world. So, birthday wish to win this series. God, they're going to have a lot of help from the birthday wish, I'd say. I mean, it's going to be a tough one, definitely, for Kungarna. Famous looked fantastic yesterday, though. Maybe he can pop off again, and maybe a couple of the other guys that were a little bit more inconsistent can put together 2 or 3 good maps here and really take that challenge to all gamers. For mine, I would say definitely, I think all gamers the favorites coming into this one, hands down. But I think Kungarna showed us enough yesterday that you could maybe make the argument that they could potentially take a map off of all gamers here. All gamers may be looking a little bit sleepy in this tournament so far, so I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch, but yeah, I do think all gamers gets the dub.
I'm really curious actually about the map veto, because it could be also an interesting approach, you know, like basically they're smart enough to know that most likely the match against LCK will be the decisive one, right? So you could also play different maps maybe today to not reveal too much, to not show too many strategies, because most likely the match against LCK will be the decisive one to reach the wildcard stage. So yeah, I think if I'm the IGL, of course I always play to win, you know, but I might even pick different maps, because most likely against LCK you'll play sub-base, so today I might even avoid playing sub-base to not show too much. I also think LCK, they will ban Mexico against Kungarna, because they actually realized, oh, this is a pretty strong team in Mexico. So I would choose different maps today to not reveal too much of my strategies.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider, because there's a next match that could ultimately be a little bit more decisive than this one on the way for Kungarna. But at the same time, you know, maybe even if they can get a map out of the series, it could put them in slightly better standing overall going into that match, because it's really going to come down to the wire, I think, for that final spot in the wildcard coming out of this group. Kind of considering that could be on the horizon, is there anyone you maybe favor going into that matchup currently between LCK and Kungarna, knowing that could be the decider?
Yeah, hard to say. I mean, we kind of had this conversation at the end of the night last night. I think generally the sentiment was maybe LCK looked a little bit better, but I don't know. I sort of have this funny feeling. I have this positive vibe for Kungarna, and I can't really like quantify it. Really, I can't extrapolate on it necessarily. But I think Kungarna is a team that. They're not a dark horse to win, but I think they're definitely a dark horse to make it out of the group. So I might throw my lot in with Kungarna, and look, that could potentially change based on this result. If they just go out like 10-1, 10-2 or something in a couple of quick maps here against all gamers, I might be changing my tune. But I think the individuals definitely have the ability on Kungarna, and I really love what I'm kind of getting from Famous in particular. So I think that might actually be enough to get them over the line against LCK. But again, we're not really going to be able to tell until we get to see that match. It really does feel like a bit of a 50-50, bit of a coin toss. Which team ends up showing up on the day is going to really make a big difference in that one. But for now, I'm leaning Kungarna.
I just feel like overall, you know, firepower-wise, LCK might be the stronger team. But, you know, Kungarna, they're Famous, they have Kais. So, I mean, if we see like maybe a match on Mexico and Eagle Eye, Kungarna really can beat LCK. But I would say overall LCK has a better map pool, they're more experienced, they played the whole year of the same roster. And they have Design, Real, Flex, they can all step up. Also Dane playing quite good here so far. So I feel like overall LCK is the better team, but you know, it's just like one best of 3. And if they got the momentum, like again, like yesterday on Mexico, who knows? I think it's like 60-40 in favor of LCK.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there as well. I think they're just slightly more well-rounded in my eyes. But you know what? Maybe we see even more surprises here and now. It's not impossible for all gamers to go down here. It would be quite the upset, but it's been done by a North American team before, not necessarily in these best of 3s. They've done it in the best of 1s historically, and that's what adds that extra element here. We were talking about it yesterday. If you look at the games these teams had earlier on, Kungarna, if this was one map, they would have won their first match. Same with LCK, but they're not in these situations because you have to be a little bit more consistent than that. And that's where I think these teams are going to struggle a little bit more getting out of these groups to take down these Chinese teams. Even the Brazilian teams as well look a lot stronger in that best of 3 environment. But as we kind of prepare for this first one of the day, I am excited to see if Kungarna's maybe learned some lessons from those last 2 maps, because I feel like Mexico, there's not a lot for them to really take away there. They played quite well, but I'm concerned outside of that what the rest of the pool looks like, because I thought, especially going into yesterday's match, Subbase could be a pretty decent map for them. Historically, it is one of the maps they upset a Chinese team on before, but they played it a lot differently, I think, than they used to play it. They had, I think, almost too much reliance on Kais and Famous to do that heavy lifting, and it felt like the other 3 just left so much on the table there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, they really played kind of aggressive yesterday. And the issue is, I don't see any entry fragger on this roster, you know. It's kind of difficult to play super aggressive, always going for fast executes if you don't have the player pool. So I think I would adjust that, like I already mentioned before, and really play more reserved, maybe go for like entry kills like with Kais and Famous together, and then just going for trades. I think this would suit them much better than the style we saw in Ankara, especially because Ankara, like again, it feels like they have no game plan at all on this map. So if we see Ankara today, I think it would be a big mistake not banning him, not banning this map. So yeah, I would definitely suggest them to change the playstyle.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to make some big changes. I'm also interested to see how Kais is going to go head-to-head with Du. I actually think he might be able to hold his own in that matchup. He showed yesterday, especially on that sub-base map, that he's able to be a solid entry fragger here and there for this team. If he can get a little bit more consistent, it could be enough to propel them to kind of the next level here, but we'll see if it's exactly enough to get the job done here, because I feel like all gamers, I know you talked about it previously, Jordan, winning 2-0, they might have come in a little bit too cocky in this one, but having that loss against LCK, I feel like it just lit a fire beneath them, and it's going to make this match so much harder.
I mean, you could really see the difference that it made even map to map, right? It was like a 13-12 victory on map 1, and then the next map was like either a 13-1 or a 13-2, or a 10-1 or 10-2. So like it was so close in the first map, and then it was like not even close in the second at all, or the third, right? And it was just like a completely different looking all game as they sort of said, all right, well, we are definitely the better team. We kind of were a little bit lazy in that first map. We took it a bit lax. Need to sort of batten down the hatches and make sure we can get this one over the line, which they obviously were able to do pretty comfortably. And that's kind of what scares me. And that's the thing, is that I don't know which all gamers is going to show up, at least for this first map of the series. I'm pretty confident that they're going to show up in this series in some way, shape or form, but whether it's going to be in the first map, I guess, is the potential opening for Kungarna. They obviously would like to at least get a map on the board here to kind of go toe-to-toe with their counterparts in LCK, just to keep things kind of close on the scoreboard overall. But I don't know if All Gamers is going to give you that opportunity now that they've you know, been given a bit of time to kind of warm into the CFS 2023 Grand Finals.
I mean, I see one advantage actually for Kungarna, which is like we have Michael, Famous, Brando, and Kais, and they're all used to they played against SV, they won against SV 2017 CFS, they won against All Gamers 2018. So basically, they're all used to win against Chinese teams, you know, which is pretty rare. You know, most of the West teams, they never experienced winning against a Chinese team at all. So I think this could be an advantage, and also like I like the approach from Kais. He's my ex-teammate, obviously, so I know him quite well. And he really doesn't care too much who he plays against, you know. So he doesn't have too much respect. He just plays sometimes even overconfident, which is good, especially against all gamers, I feel like. Because, I mean, if you look at the names, you know, you can tell, okay, there's not much actually we can do. There's no weak point, but this shouldn't be your approach. Just approach it like it's an online game. You play against another average team, and then, yeah, just see how it goes.
Yeah, I know one of the strategies that they've done in the past to take down the Chinese teams was a triple OM setup. Do you think that comes out to play at any point?
That's a difficult question. I mean, Famous could play Sniper Rifle, but I feel like it's still a waste, you know, because he's just so good with the AK. I mean, Michael, I think Michael should play Sniper Rifle, because yesterday I felt like he has a rough day kind of the AK. Problem is, he's also the in-game leader, so yeah, this could be an excuse. But double OM sniper setup could make sense for sure, yeah.
Kind of map dependent though, right? Like I don't think you're going to pull it out on every map, and so it's something that I guess we can't really make an informed opinion on until we get to see the map. Certainly if we see Ankara maybe, I don't know necessarily whether it will come out on something like Mexico, for example. I'd be a bit surprised with that. And if those are going to be the two maps which do actually get let through, which if they're available, I'd imagine those will be the picks. Like I think Kungarna will go straight to Mexico if it's available, and all gamers if they want to. Ankara seems like it's really kind of like been their go-to for quite a while, so maybe on Ankara. But again, we have to sort of wait and see what we're going to get when these bans and picks are ready to go. But still waiting on that one, so we'll keep a lid on it for the moment.
Yeah, I think the only other map that could be interesting to throw in the mix here, I know you talked about it yesterday, Eagle Eye is a potential pick for Kungarna, but I feel like All Gamers, it is a equally strong map for them as well. But do you think maybe a curveball like Eagle Eye has any value here getting in this best of 3?
I mean, I watched All Gamers play against BaiSha on Eagle Eye this year at CFS Vietnam, and I felt like it's not one of the strongest map, honestly. And I was practicing with Kais last year a lot, and I think Eagle Eye might be even his best map. But I also talked to Flex, the team captain from LCK, they practiced a lot against Kungarna, and he also told me that Kungarna was pretty strong on Eagle Eye. I was surprised yesterday, right? They banned Eagle Eye, and I feel like I mentioned, they should ban Ankara and maybe even play Eagle Eye. I think the dream scenario for today's matchup would be for Kungarna playing Mexico and Eagle Eye.
I don't know though. I mean, obviously, All Gamers is not too bad on Eagle Eye. That's the only thing that's sort of in my head here. So if they're already showing a predisposition to ban Eagle Eye in their previous matchup, and they know All Gamers plays a bit of Eagle Eye as well, do you not then just go and ban it again? Would be
the issue is, I feel like playing Ankara against All Gamers doesn't make too much sense unless you're BaiSha.
For sure, yeah, for sure.
The only reason BaiSha actually beat them on Ankara was because Xiao got like 25 kills, something like that, at the event in Vietnam. But I think like the win rate of All Gamers and Ankara is maybe like 90% this year, so it doesn't make too much sense to play against All Gamers and Ankara.
Yeah.
And I think the chances to win Eagle Eye are slightly higher.
It feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't, though. Like, you're sort of out of the fire, maybe into the frying pan, which is obviously the reverse of the normal scenario. But like, okay, maybe you're not playing Ankara, but you're still playing a map which they're quite comfortable on. So, okay, maybe it increases your percentage chances a little bit, but I'm still not sure it puts you in a favorable spot. But I guess that's the thing, like, life's giving you lemons, you need to make lemonade here as Kungarna, right? You have to go up against All Gamers, so you might as well try to find the best case scenario that you can get. And maybe that's what they're thinking about right now. Obviously, still getting a while before we get into the ban and picks. And that's going to give the team some time to think, get settled on the stage, which is obviously what we want. But yeah, I mean, surely that tension's starting to build for Kungarna, knowing that they're basically sitting across the stage from All Gamers at this point.
Yeah, I think the scary thing when we talk more about that Eagle Eye pick for me was I feel like LCK, that was a strong map for them in their pool online, and then All Gamers just rushes every single round instantly right off the cuff, and they just weren't prepared for that. So I'm hoping maybe Kungarna took some notes from that one, because I feel like after that first map, All Gamers just constantly, start of round, they're taking all of the map control they want, and there's not any clean way to stop them with the shots they were hitting.
I feel like, yeah, I agree actually, but I feel like the scoreline could have been different if Eagle Eye would be the first map, you know, against LCK. You know, All Gamers got the momentum on Ankara, and, you know, like, once All Gamers has the momentum, it's really difficult to stop them, right? But I think if Eagle Eye would have been the first map, maybe the scoreline would be like 10-6, 10-7, because LCK is usually a very strong team. On Eagle Eye, especially Flex, I think Flex might be one of the best players on Eagle Eye. Like, his role as a lurker and IGL, I think he's doing a very great job on this map. But yeah, after Ankara, I felt like they also had too much respect maybe. And also Flex told me that All Gamers were doing stuff which I've never seen before, basically. And you know, like, they studied a lot, obviously, when they're coming to this tournament. And they were quite surprised by the approach from All Gamers.
Yeah, I think it's really impressive too that I feel like All Gamers and BaiSha, the only teams I've seen, they come in after a loss and then win so heavily. Other teams, it's like, it's kind of a struggle to get that first map after you've lost, especially in like an overtime game where that can take a lot of energy to push that across the finish line. But then All Gamers and BaiSha, they can go into map 2 like it's nothing. But it looks like we are finally ready here to get into our picks and bans for this first matchup of the day. We've already talked a little bit about the expectations here, but we'll see exactly what these teams are going to go for. Kungarna, of course, they banned Eagle Eye as their kind of pocket ban last time. Curious to see if we'll get a repeat of that. And at this point, we haven't had a map unplayed now that we've seen Mexico yesterday in Kungarna's match. It would be interesting to see them play it again against a higher caliber team on that map, though.
I really hope Kungarna will ban Ankara, which is not the case. They ban Eagle Eye once again, which I really don't understand.
Yeah, I understand it. I get it. I think you're right in what you're saying, but I understand why Eagle Eye is going to get banned there by Kungarna. If they ban it yesterday, they know they're going up against All Gamers, which is a good map for those guys. It makes sense that it gets banned again here today, but like you said, that leaves Ankara open, and no doubt about it, All Gamers is going to head in that direction. Now, obviously, Mexico's available here for Kungarna. I think that's the best case scenario, right? You want to go for Mexico here. You've already kind of showed your hand on it. You talked about maybe saving things in the back pocket for that next game that they have to play against LCK. Let's go for Mexico as our choice again. Leave whatever else it is that's maybe in the strat book, kind of in the back pocket. And potentially, yeah, a chance to upset. All Gamers, I know, aren't huge fans necessarily of Mexico.
Yeah, I think the hard part is Imperial had a really bad GR on Mexico yesterday, but All Gamers, they get a start on GR here, and I feel like they're one of the strongest GR teams in this event, so it's going to be, I think, a lot harder to have a similar start to what they had yesterday. And of course, map 2, no surprises here, being Ankara as the pick for All Gamers. The big question now is, what are we going to get out of map number 3? Potentially could be a port or a compound left on the table here. I feel like maybe port might be the best option left for Kungarna now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's surprising that actually All Gamers banned sub-base. I mean, okay, they lost against LCK, but usually Compound is the main ban. So I think All Gamers will ban Compound for sure, and Kungarna might ban Black Widow. I think port would be the ideal third map for them. So if they win Mexico and then they start port maybe even on Glow Risk, they could actually have a shot even winning this one. But of course, they need to win Mexico because Ankara, I don't see them having huge chances getting this one.
Yeah, I feel like Mexico is really the decider here at this point. I know when they played it previously, they looked really good on that BL side, but it is going to be the compound ban coming out. Not a huge surprise there from Kungarna. I'm probably anticipating port as that final map. I don't think they're going to pick Black Widow over it on AG's side. Do you think there's a world where they maybe go for it? Hey, I guess it is. It's Black Widow, map number 3. So definitely an interesting final map here, but I feel like port might have been a little bit better for Kungarna to get out of this.
I mean, I'll be honest, I feel like they didn't do their research, Kungarna, because I think All Gamers wouldn't have picked Eagle Eye, they wouldn't have picked Compound, so it's unnecessary to ban these kind of maps. And I think port would have been much better as the third map. But at least they got the Mexico, right? At least they can play Mexico, but I feel quite comfortable as we saw yesterday.
Yeah, well, the question is, are they going to be able to recapture that kind of form that they had on Mexico, or was it a one-hit wonder? And maybe Imperial just starting a little bit slow. Are we expecting All Gamers to start slow again on day 3 of the group stage? I would be very surprised if they had another poor performance in this event.
Yeah, I think the big thing that they've got to be ready to deal with on the All Gamers side is I felt like Imperial didn't have a strong answer for that water push that Kungarna loves to do here. The NA teams always historically do that quite a bit on their BL side. So if All Gamers has a way to deal with that, I feel like this is a much harder starting half already for Kungarna.
I mean, like pushing water and tunnels, it's a good counter if the enemy team's playing aggressive in mid, right? Because usually then only one player is covering tunnels and water. The issue is with All Gamers, usually they like to play more passive and more reserved, at least in the Chinese Pro League. Maybe the approach is different now against an A team. But usually if you have like 3 players on A side and 2 players on B side, especially they have, again, like 4 of the best rifles in the world, it's gonna be tough to execute towards either A or B. But yeah, let's see how it goes. I mean, there's odds, you know, like never change running system, so I would still try to go for those water executes.
Well, here we go, just about ready to start on Mexico. It is going to be Kungarna attacking on that blacklist side first, taking a look at some of the pick bans. Of course, Mexico not reappearing until 2022. It had a couple of years out of the rotation, and then Eagle Eye as well being one of those maps coming in later. But you can see here, very GR-sided, probably I would say the most GR-sided map in the pool currently, and it seems to only get more and more in that direction, but a lot of it comes down to that utility in mid. It's so easy to just put up a wall of smokes, run down the clock, add that extra pressure, but I feel like compared to most teams we've seen on Mexico, Kungarna does a really good job of not letting that mid-smoke presence really stop them from doing what they want to do.
100%. Actually, that was the difference I thought for Kungarna compared to other teams that I've seen on Mexico, is that they're not necessarily playing this sort of fearful early round style. They are actually more than happy to try to dictate the pace a little bit. We saw them push in through alley in the second round of the game that they played yesterday, and then even the first round, it was like straight through tunnel into B. Second round, it was straight through alley into A. And then third round, it was like straight into mid. It was like just 3 very quick rounds, and they didn't really like mess around. They didn't really slow things down at all. They didn't really give their opponents any respect, and I kind of like that. It was a refreshing look at Mexico, which is, like I've said, I've been quite outspoken about it. My least favorite map in the pool. I've oftentimes found the early rounds quite boring on that map, but I think Kungarna brought a bit of a different vibe to it that I haven't really seen from many other teams. So I want to give them credit for that, and I hope that they can kind of redo that again today. I know it's going to be tough against a team like All Gamers for sure, but you kind of have to play your own style if you want to win in this game. So I hope they'll be able to run it back and have a good game here on Mexico, but we'll see. Starting on BL side, it sounds like it should be bad. It definitely sounds like on paper that should be bad, but Kungarna made it work yesterday.
Yeah, I think a lot of it in my mind comes down to, is Famous going to have the same day? I feel like that's a must-have here for them to win this matchup, and then even an increase in step-up from someone like Kai's as well. And that's what's really hard on a map like Mexico. There's not the same value in your sniper player in this environment. Do you see 7 Kai's still trying to snipe here on Mexico, or a lot more rifling coming out of him?
And to be honest, it doesn't make too much sense to play sniper rifle on Blacklist. I feel like unless you go maybe for like entry frags in this water area. But usually also Kai's doing a great job of the M4. Also my team, we used to play Mexico a lot last year. So he's also a decent M4 player. I just feel like Du might be the better rifle than him. So, you know, Mexico, it's always the question is always like which type of rifle is also the better like M4, you know? Because usually sniper rifle is always sticking to the M4. And I feel like Du is having the upper hand here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Du just a little bit more versatile on this map, I think, is going to have that extra value. Something I was surprised not to see from Kungarna on the Mexico yesterday was no shotguns. That's something that they used to do a lot in the past, and I'd be interested to see if they bring that out in this matchup.
Remember, like, Brandon was using the shotgun, right, back then on Mexico in alleyway. So maybe we're going to see some shotgun plays from this guy.
What's going on? I mean, it seems like everyone's ready on the stage. I feel like both teams look like they're waiting to start the game.
Looks like we are ready as well here. We're going to be kicking off our first matchup of the day. It is going to be all gamers looking to find themselves another win on the board, or Kungarna looking for their first series in this event so far. It's going to be an intense one, and it all starts on Mexico for map number 1. Looks like we are hopping into it. Of course, as we mentioned, Kungarna starting on the Blacklist side to kick it off, and already going for some alley control here. You can see a little bit of a mid presence, but this time not getting too eager at the start of the round, but you can see all gamers as well not too worried about giving up mid control early on here.
That's what I meant usually, you know, like all gamers playing quite reserved and passive on grow risk, playing with 3 players on A, usually 2 players on B, especially Du with sniper rifle, doing a great job usually on this B bomb side.
Well, fast in through mid. Again, all gamers going to have to deal with the consequences of Kungarna's map pick. Great start from Famous. Need to see him firing up in this series. Great shot though from Du as well. So excellent response, and all gamers may not quite go down with as little of a fight as what Imperial did on this map.
Yeah, I like the approach here as well to trying to clear out this B bomb site, but they do not know Even is in the corner. Even gets the double kill, looking for the triple. Michael now the only player alive for Kungarna, and just that one player staying alive in that corner, Even
huge.
It's so much value for all gamers.
On top of that as well, Du gets a double kill before the entry actually happens, right? So he gets that first pick for all gamers, and then as they're hitting the site, he gets one more as well. So he's done his job. Even sitting in the corner as well, getting a multi-frag. I mean, that's just the perfect site anchoring really coming through from all gamers.
Yeah, great off angle from Even. What I liked, he didn't even overcommit right after getting 2-piece here, Even falling back behind this quad box, waiting for his teammates to help him out. And yeah, perfect play from Even and also from Du. Instant quickscope onto Mercs.
Yeah, now it's gonna shake Kungarna a little bit here, because I feel like that same execution worked so well in their match yesterday, and it's already been shut down in the first round pretty handedly on that hold from all gamers. So now we are going to see a bit of a mid take coming out from Kungarna, but the smoke screen stalling them out. This time though, ZY and Even playing kind of a bait and switch role here in mid, and now they've got a little bit more attention on this mid presence.
Well, the resmoke. We'll be seeing a lot of that from all gamers.
Usually you have to wait like 1 minute to like 1 minute 30 seconds maybe, because most teams will waste around like 4 to 5 smokes. So at 40 seconds left on the clock you can enter mid basically, because rushing through a smoke is usually not very helpful.
Well, unless your name is Mercs, he's been able to find the opening kill, but instantly traded down. And again, even will find himself a double. So he is definitely holding his own. Do going to try to escape? No, he wants to take the fight to Famous, and that will prove to be the wrong choice. ZQ was challenging from the backside. It ends up being a 1-for-1. And it's ZQ and Shui that will try to hold on here, but it is just Brando left alive now for Kungarna. And this might be 2 on the trot for all gamers. Flash over the top. He's trying to plant the C4. But has actually opted better of it. Waiting to see if there's going to be a push from all gamers. There's no incentive, though, for them to push in here until they hear that C4 going down. We'll fake the plant. And that is going to prompt a bit of a response from all gamers. Time of the essence now, though, for Brando, and he is inevitably going to have to stick it. And he might just get timed on that, which is unfortunate. He was trying to play the patience game, but all gamers were a little bit too patient in the end.
Yeah, pretty smart move here from all gamers, retaking from alleyway to avoid that Michael can get a 2-piece here. I mean, Brando through the gap. This is also quite risky enough to try to retake from B main, and then there's this little gap. And Brando could have got a two-piece maybe.
Yeah, just a really tough round there. All gamers just really solid with the rotations and not playing quite as risky on the retake positions as we saw from Imperial, almost allowing themselves to be a little overexposed here. All gamers just holds the right angles and makes sure when they do go in for the commitments, they always have those trade setups ready to go. And it's showing to be already a lot harder for Kungarna to deal with. And also they're, I think, giving a little extra respect here to all gamers that maybe they shouldn't as well. I feel like against Imperial, they were more assertive in taking control of this map, going for those water pushes, going for those earlier presence in mid. But against all gamers, they're just kind of doing what other teams would do and sitting behind that wall of smokes.
Yeah, this is starting to give me a little bit of a memory to the game that all gamers played on Mexico against Pacific Macta in Vietnam, where they were able to 10-1 them. And I think it was ZY, it was either ZY or ZQ, who literally got 0 kills in like the first half. And they still won the first half. I'm pretty sure it was like, I mean, obviously they won the map 10-1, so it was, you know, you can infer from yourselves what the scoreline might have been in the first half. Oh, what a shot from Du. And maybe you heard us talking. Wants to make amends for it. Does a good job there. Another multi-frag, and that's the problem for Mexico and for Kungarna. Like, if you're going to try and make that push happen, you can't allow Du to get 2 there. He needs to be traded down straight away. Again, 1 more for Kais, but it's not really quite enough. Brando in the 1-on-3 has started well with the kill onto ZY, but lines up for the last couple of members there for all gamers. And I mean, yeah, are we on the way to like a dominant scoreline like that?
Yeah, Du with the great opener here through the smoke and tunnels. And this is what I also expected Gurken to do yesterday, but Gurken, like we saw, missing a couple of crucial shots. Also the main reason I felt like Kungarna got so many rounds on his blacklist side. And yeah, all gamers seem to be prepared here on this specific map. Maybe they also studied Kungarna yesterday, so they're pretty sure that they will play Mexico once again today.
Yeah, they've definitely put a lot more attention on making sure they've got multiple players holding off that water position if Kungarna does go over there. I mean, we saw so many times yesterday where Kungarna went through and there was only 1 defender on the other side. Instantly, all gamers, they had 3 players there ready to stop that push, and there was just no way through for Kungarna. And this is where this map can get quite difficult, because now you play it a little bit more safe and try and wait for some of that utility, but you do see a nice counter flash coming out over the top. Mercs, again, finding the entry in mid onto ZY. But here come the trades. ZQ able to find 1 onto Kais, and they still don't have a whole lot of map control to work with out of that push.
I feel like Kungarna is doing a decent job here in mid. They're always getting an entry frag. Just the executes didn't work out at all yet.
Yeah, and there's another instance of it. ZQ able to double down before the execute even really gets rolling. Now it's Michael and Famous who will try to salvage, but Famous over the top of the box is cut down by Shui, and Du gets the final kill of the round. It is another one on the board for all gamers, and Kungarna will call the early timeout. Much needed at this point.
Yeah, very much needed here. I'm hoping they can find a way to capitalize on a few of these positions where they've had success. Mercs has been able to clear out mid pretty successfully most of the time. The water pushes, though, not working quite as well. I'd love to see maybe a fast execute on the A bomb side come out of Kungarna. They haven't really shown it too much yet on this map, but I think it could be a decent way to maybe catch them off guard. But when you have all gamers playing this passive and having the trade setup still there, it's so hard for them to crack through.
Yeah, I agree. Either going for like fast executes could work out, or even sending maybe Kais with the sniper rifle towards alleyway or tunnels, going for some entry picks there. Surprising, because usually Kais always playing M4 here on Blacklist side, and I think all gamers wouldn't expect him to use the sniper rifle, especially in alleyway. You know, when all gamers using like having like 2 players in mid, there's only 1 player on A side, so if Kais gets the opener in alleyway, A side would be completely open, so this might catch him off guard.
Yeah, it would be a nice change to see. We'll see exactly what they do though coming out of this pause. Only a few moments left for them to decide. Famous also pretty quiet so far in this one. They're doing a great job of shutting him down. He hasn't got more than a one and done situation so far on this map, and it's proved to make it even more difficult, because I feel like part of the success also in that first showing they had was they knew Famous was going to frag, but now this time it's not quite the case. We can see here in the replay though, ZQ doing a great job of playing around these smokes, and I think that's another big difference here on the defense that All Gamers is really good at. It's just playing around their utility. Already though in this one, it's going to be ZY who gets the double. He's looking for the triple. It's not going to matter. The whole team is there. ZY gets the triple. ZQ able to help secure it, and that is a fast round over to All Gamers out of the pause.
That's not the kind of round that you want to be pulling out after the timeout. You have all that time to have a chat and think about what you want to do, and then you go into it, you think, yeah, okay, we're going to finally break it wide open, and then that happens. It's like, well, okay, we're back to square one, now what?
It's also what I meant, right? Like, the rotations from Chinese teams are always on point. They instantly had 3 players in front of water area. They were quite aware that Kungarna wants to push here this tunnel area. I felt like this is also the reason why Imperial lost so many rounds on GR side. When Goken realized he'll push water, he would just escape towards A side and left water completely open. I felt like this was a big issue for them yesterday.
Yeah, now we can see Kai's trying to be the entry for his team. He's got the arm in hand, looking here towards the A bomb site, but he is quickly taken down and out of the picture from Shui, and now it's already looking like another tough round on their hands. Famous able to find one, but again, the trades, they're always there for All Gamers. They keep the numbers advantage, even though we do have a player on 5 HP, but Brando sneaks up the alley, finds Shui, and now they've got something to work with here. Michael, though, caught alone pushing out of water, and they already lose the numbers advantage they've created. ZY able to find another before going down. Now it's a 1-on-2 for Mercs.
He's going to eat a grenade, which will tag him down, and, well, it didn't even get too exciting in the end for Kungarna. It's not looking good, guys.
Not at all here, unfortunately. I thought, even though going into this one I would have favored All Gamers on this map, with Kungarna looking strong on it, I would have expected it to be somewhat closer, but it just goes to show you how hard it can be to go up against a good team on this GR side. It's just so tough for them to find any picks to work with. And again, already 3 players dead from Kungarna. Make it a 4th. Why not the whole team? 7-0, and there's just no clean way to break through here. 7, I mean, in this situation, is there anything that you've noticed that maybe Kungarna can do to stop this madness?
I mean, the scary part here is, you know, once All Gamers got the momentum, like we also saw yesterday in the match against LCK, I mean, on the first day, it's really tough to stop them, you know. My approach would be like, guys, come on, let's try to get the last 2 rounds at least, so it's still doable on GR side. I felt like it was the right approach to send Kaisi towards mid with the sniper rifle. Unfortunately, J-Way caught him off guard, but I would just play a little bit more reserved. Like, these fast executes towards water and mid simply doesn't work out, because the real-life setups from All Gamers are much better than the ones from Imperial yesterday. So I would send Kais either towards alleyway, mid area, or tunnels to get some entry frags, and then execute together towards B side. I think B side is much easier to execute if you don't have the best entry fraggers, because A side has so many angles to clear, and I mean, when they pushed A side, I think they only got like 1 frag. So yeah.
Yeah, already a tough position to be in as well. 5-on-4, and It's not the same start that we saw in day one from ZQ and ZY as well. They're actually leading the charge on map number 1 here. ZQ over 100 ADR in this one already. And of course, Famous only on 3 frags compared to his 20 in his first showing on Mexico just makes it so much more challenging to find any way back into this match. Michael, you can see here trying to get this pick in water, but ZQ spots him out, both exchanging a little bit of damage back and forth, but when they're already down a player, Kungarna knows they can't afford to make any more mistakes in this round.
They've managed to do some pretty good damage. ZQ, even, and Do all at about half HP, so they should be a little easier to clear up, but even finding frags themselves has been a little difficult for Kungarna in the last couple of rounds, and ZQ doesn't really care how much HP he's got. He's got that frag onto Michael. ZY, the same can be said onto Famous, and in fact, he'll even double or triple down. All gamers are making this look so damn easy. And you know, when I was talking about that game against Pacific Macta, the 10-1, I was like, yeah, I mean, it's probably a bit early to be talking about this. But now, the 10-1 or even the 10-0 is really feeling quite realistic for all gamers.
Yeah, especially knowing that they've got their pick up next. It's not looking too good here for Kungarna. Hopefully, they can at least find a round before this one's all said and done. It would be a real turnaround to see them go down 10-0 after winning this map against Imperial 10-5 yesterday, but it just goes to show you the difference between these two teams. All gamers on the GR side, they're just such a tough team to go up against. Shui gets the first do, finds one as well, and it's just a complete slaughter here in this one, and already it's going to be the half done and dusted, 9-0.
I'll tell you what, guys, we started talking at 12:25. The game started at 1:05, and it's now 20 past 1. So it might be like a 15-minute map for like a 40-minute pre-show. That's not a good feeling. You know, that's really not a good feeling if you're Kungarna. They're just not showing up today at all. I don't know, is this going to be the first 10-0 of the tournament? Kind of feels like it to me.
Yeah, I mean, it seems likely at this point we are going to see them go down 10-0, and especially knowing it's the opponent's map pick on the way as well. It's just such a hard thing to think about Kungarna bouncing back from. But yeah, I mean, already in this first round, it's 2-on-4 for Kungarna, so they've done a lot right on the GR side. Even in Do, still looking good to try and make this one happen. Do creeping up the alleyway here to try and find an opening back into the round, and this is where Kungarna really has to make sure they're ready to go on these trades. You can see Do there, spots out one, backs off, tries to get that support system to come through from his teammate, but even he's kind of just hanging out here on the other side of the map near water.
Yeah, we didn't get to see what happened because we were watching the replays, but I can only imagine all gamers tried to sort of disrespect them and just charge into mid through a smoke and took a bit of a brawl, which obviously didn't pay off. I think that's fine when you're up 9-0, right? Just throw that sort of round in and see what happens. Doesn't obviously work in this case, and this is a nice flank from Brando that's going to secure the round. So Kungarna will get at least one. They'll avoid the embarrassment of a 10-0, but it's certainly not been their day.
Yeah, I like the approach there in round number 1, making sure they can get it done. Here's a replay of essentially what we missed at the beginning. Famous starting to hit those headshots again on this side of the map, so he grabs himself a nice double to open up that first round of the half, but to think about doing that 8 more times in a row against all gamers, that's an almost impossible task here. Kai's gonna spot the shoulder of that first player coming out of the water. Doesn't matter. ZY back-to-back taps gets them the advantage, and now this could be the beginning of the end.
So you're probably right, Kyle. I think 5-on-3, it's going to be tough to bring this one back for Kungarna, especially considering all gamers have got site control as well, and they'll get the plant down really early. Like even before Kungarna can start their rotate, the bomb plant has gone down, and it's going to be ticking, being held off by huge amounts of util here from all gamers as well. And only now is Kungarna starting to make their way across to the B site, but quarter of the bomb ton has already ticked away, and you've still got to get through 4-5 members of all gamers. Do will start well. ZY might be the one to finish it here, but in the end it is Jue, and that's a 10-1 victory for all gamers. Absolute dominance on Mexico.
Well, it may have been Kungarna's map pick, but it was certainly All Gamers' map to win there. I mean, 10-1. You can't really say too much about that one because Kungarna, it felt like they didn't even have a chance to start there.
Well is right, Kyle. I really don't think there's much more to say about that. Or you could just say, well, and then cut it, because that was pretty much all there is to say about that map. Look, we talked for 40 minutes about that before the game started. We were theorizing, we were trying to break it down, we were trying to say, hey, maybe Kungarna can do something if they get this map or that map or blah, 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 this and that. Mexico looked good for them yesterday. Famous was playing well yesterday. I mean, 40 minutes analysis, 20 minutes game. I think that pretty much tells the story itself. Like, really, what is there to say apart from All Gamers? They're back.
Yeah, right. I mean, once AG has momentum, it's so tough to stop them. I mean, the only round Kungarna got was basically when Famous got this 2-piece in mid, right? And also the last one was a good example that something was, like, communication was off, I felt like, for Kungarna team play as well. You know, Kais spotted them in water instead of, like, committing to the first shot, at least getting an entry kill. He blocks his teammate in their doors, and then CY got the 2-piece. So I felt like communication was off for Kungarna, and you can also tell All Gamers is just also much stronger than Imperial right on this map.
100%, yeah. I mean, look, I don't think it's a map that All Gamers tend to choose to go to all that often, but it's certainly in the wheelhouse for them. We've seen them playing it a few times at the last couple of events, and I guess you got to take what you can get as Kungarna, right? I mean, they must have felt like they had something there on Mexico yesterday. I don't blame them. I don't think it was a bad map choice necessarily. Play towards your own strengths rather than towards your opponent's weaknesses. I don't mind that, but end of the day, simple fact of the matter is Kungarna was not up to shape against All Gamers, and that doesn't bode very well for them going into Ankara. I think you look at that map, you think, okay, that is quintessential All Gamers territory, and it should pretty much just be a 2-0 every day of the week here. Having a look at the match data, I mean, ZQ, ZY, they were the two that we highlighted as well in that pre-match and said they needed to step up and have a bit of a better game, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, you had Brando and Famous, who were great on this map yesterday, kind of underwhelming performances, but when you've got ZY on the other side with 123 ADR, there's not really a whole lot you can do, considering he wasn't even the only one playing around that level for All Gamers. It was really the majority of their team hitting that stride, and when all of these guys are on point, they're pretty much an impossible team to take down, it seems, especially in an early group stage like this. And after this kind of performance, comparing it to Imperial yesterday, even if I'm Imperial, I'm thinking this is an overwhelming task to try and pull off a win against them myself.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, I don't really know what to say about this one for Kungarna. I hope they can sort things out in the break here, have a bit of a chat, and hopefully regroup. But I would have to imagine this is going to be another similar story on Ankara as to what we just saw there on Mexico.
It does seem likely, but we are going to take a quick break here, and we will be right back. Map number 2, Ankara, on the way in just a few moments. We are back here and just about ready for our second map in this series. If you stepped away for a few moments, you might have missed the first one, and it was that quick there. I mean, a 10-1 victory on Mexico, and now All Gamers gets their map pick of Ankara as well. I love to cheer for an underdog, but in this case, I think it might be a little bit too late already for Kungarna here.
Yeah, I've not much hope left actually. Playing Ankara now against All Gamers, they have the momentum on their side. Doesn't look too likely that we see Kungarna bouncing back here into this one. I also feel like I don't understand why Michael DRK is playing in this lurk role. He's the IGL. I feel like he should more focus on building a brawl with the rest of his teammates. Maybe let Famous or Kais play the lurk role, because I think if you're the IGL, it doesn't make too much sense to always kind of bait your teammates or play in a lurk role, because it also doesn't pay off at all, right?
Yeah, look, a 15 to 20 minute map, I mean, that doesn't really give you much of a warm-up into the series there. If you're Kungarna, they were really, really struggling. I don't know if they're going to try to maybe stretch this breakout to find a way to get a bit of a mental reset, but that's, I think, the only thing that you can really try to do at this point, because exactly as you said, Seven, I think going up against one of the Chinese teams on Ankara is just a really, really tough ask. So what can you really say for Kungarna here? Everything has to be better. I know that's kind of a, it's a harsh statement, but no one was fragging. The strats weren't working. The setups weren't working. They won one round. It was their first global risk round, and then it was it's just domination, really. I don't want to be harsh, but nothing worked for Kungarna, so everything has to change.
It's scary. I mean, not even Famous was fragging that hard, not even on his birthday. So if Famous doesn't perform for this squad, I have no hope left, Famous has to perform now, Kais has to step up as well. And we need at least one more player, maybe Brando, on Mexico yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's Ankara. Usually it's the bigger the map, the more difficult it is to play against Chinese teams. So usually Ankara and Compound, it's so difficult to beat Chinese teams on this map. And I feel like All Gamers, they will just play aggressive now. And yeah, they will just keep up the momentum, I feel like. And if Kungarna gets more than 5 rounds, I would be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, to make an analogy, right? The recipe for success just is lacking ingredients at this point in time for Kungarna. Normally you can say, okay, we've got a pinch of salt here, we've got a little bit of, some potatoes or something like that. I'm not calling the players potatoes, that's kind of mean. But, it was just the first vegetable that came into my head. A bit of pork here and there. But right now it's kind of well, we've got the broth, we've got the water. The water's there, but there's no flavoring, there's no additives, there's no substance to it, unfortunately for Kungarna. So, I mean, who's going to be the salt, who's going to be the potato, and who's going to be the pork? I mean, still doesn't sound like a great meal at that point. You probably still want a little bit more, but hey, at least it's something. Right now, there's nothing.
I feel like Famous has to come online for this one. I feel like he was just missing completely. If he can bring that back, I feel like they need him at the very least to get that confidence behind the rest of the team, because that was the thing that got them through to have 2 solid maps to start off that series. Yesterday, even though they didn't win the second, Famous, he was always that consistent presence that made everybody else feel a little bit more comfortable and feel like that it was possible to overcome that type of team. But they haven't had anyone filling that void today, so it just leads me to believe that this could be over very quickly for them, which is kind of a shame, because coming into this, based on how they looked yesterday, I would have given them a fighting chance, but with what we've seen so far, it doesn't seem likely at all.
I'm going to make a call now. If Kungarna gets more than 8 rounds on Ankara, I will shave off my beard for tomorrow, okay?
Ooh, 8 rounds?
8 rounds.
Mate, you're really not... Come on, at least make it 5 or something. Make it realistic. I shaved off my mustache,
True.
If I can do that, you can shave the beard. Maybe that's a good shout, though. You shave all your stuff off for tomorrow, and then the next day Kyle makes the bet and then shaves his beard off too. Yeah, the first time I've ever seen you without a beard, I think, if that were the case.
I feel like my girlfriend wouldn't be too happy about it.
That's true. You got time to grow it back before you go home. Don't worry about it.
You're right, you're right.
I could grow a full mustache by the time I get home at this rate. It's still going to be another, 10 days or something before you go home. What's that? It is the first. Yeah, we fly home on the 11th. So we've got another 10 days, mate. Don't worry about it. I don't know about you, but I could grow a good mustache in 10 days, I think.
Yeah, it definitely could happen here, but got a better chance of that, I think, than Kungarna winning this one. I would love to see them do something here, especially, I'm an NA guy. I'd love to see NA on top, but we'll see exactly what happens in this situation. Backs against the wall after a 10-1 on their own map pick. We're going to be going into Ankara as the decider here.
to their fates. All Gamers, though, looking to secure themselves as that first team through to, at very least, the wildcard stage, but looking very likely to be a top 2 seed confidently in this group.
Look, I don't know about you, Kyle, but you're like a low-key savage. You know, you say the savage thing, but you don't make it sound savage. You're trying to hide it. You need to embrace it. Anyway, Kungarna, they're going to start on global risk here. And that is not how you'd like to start the round at all. I mean, that's one of the players that we said need to step up, right? Kai's, can he take that fight to do? And there's your answer. Tough ask for Kungarna. This could be the quickest series of the event so far. And that's even taking into account the 10-2, 10-1 that BaiSha had on day 1.
The badness is here. B set is completely open. It seems like AG is going for this tunnel execute. Only Michael is here in this hotel area. But I guess he won't even spot them, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've just got full control now over this site without anyone to stop them. It's going to be a full retake now coming out from Kungarna, and they don't even have the numbers to work with. It's going to be just one on the flank for Michael. He's already going to be naded down as well. They know exactly what to expect here. He doesn't even have any health left to work with. 3 HP from that triple nade stack coming out from All Gamers. And now they're not even waiting. They're already hunting down these players. You can see Jue there trying to get a little bit too overzealous in the lower B tunnels. And here comes the rest of Kungarna trying to get anything done, but it's just not going to happen for them.
Damn.
CY gets a triple kill on the post plant, and they just continue to dominate.
CY's back, boys.
I guess Michael was telling his teammates, guys, just wait, have a good position here. We'll lurk from hotel area. And suddenly he's 3 HP and fully blind.
I think what he was actually saying is, guys, I literally can't do anything at this point. I've just had 2
Most
nades on my
likely,
head, then a flash, then another flash, and then another nade. And then he's like, yeah, I'm out. It's like a full 10 seconds of util just popping in his face. Bad luck, mate. Better luck next time.
We can see in this one at least, Kai's not going for that early challenge onto Do in mid. This time he's playing towards the B bomb site, looking for that pick on the B bridge. Not going to find anyone on the other side of it, though. It looks like All Gamers is going to be grouping up for an attack on the A bomb site. 4 players here now on long. Make it all 5 ready to go. It's going to put that pressure onto Mercs and Famous to hold it down.
And Mercs should be blind because of the flash from Do, because I also throw the same flash. Oh no, he even gets a kill here.
Oh.
Now it's all on Famous here, defending A side.
Well, good trade. Brando now has to come into his own. He's going to have a bit of a difficult task here. Multiple members. And just doesn't quite get the better of Do. Gets him down low, but not enough to find the kill. Kais has a little bit of an angle to look through the smoke there, but doesn't see too much. All Gamers have pumped the brakes here. I really don't mind that at all. It's not something you see from Crossfire teams all that much, and that is what it gets for you, right? You have to push for info on the defensive side there, and All Gamers just wait patiently, and Kungarna runs right into them.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. It felt like they had the right idea on the hold. They got 1 kill each, but just that patience from All Gamers, not rushing the plant and waiting for those players to come in on the retake. Got them another nice round here to work with, and still uncontested so far on this second map, and overall 12-1 on rounds in this series. Kungarna, they've got to find the answers soon. It's already looking tough yet again here on the second map, and All Gamers, they're just going to send it right back to A.
So Mercs playing a different position now here. Behind stairs. I like the position actually. But it doesn't really matter. CY gets the opener, as well as CQ getting the frag onto Famous. And now it's all about having the right post plant positions. Do here, sniping towards this long area, getting the frag onto Michael.
Good flick indeed. Yeah. More of the same as what we saw in Mexico. All Gamers just completely outclassing Kungarna. Kaiser's going to sneak in for 1 kill there, but that does leave Brando in a 1-on-4, and I think ZY is aware of his position, certainly now as Brando starts to fire a couple more shots back off, and All Gamers are giving him no quarter, no mercy. They just go charging right at him, and they want to finish him off. I reckon All Gamers is keen for a quick day today.
Yeah, I feel like even if you have like 3 players on A side from Kungarna here, You can't stop the execute from all gamers. They have the perfect utility usage as well as the perfect entry fraggers with CQ and CY. So there's nothing much you can do here in Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they just don't have anyone picking up the slack. On the side of Kungarna, you can see Brando is around 90 ADR, but a lot of the kills he's getting are kind of at the last minute when it's already too far gone anyways. This round, it's going to be Jue, who actually goes down to Brando right away. A nice headshot gets it started for the side of Kungarna here. ZQ looking for that trade, and he's going to find it. Brando taken down. Michael also just has to back off. He didn't really have the chance to support, but I almost get the sense Michael, in these situations, he could be a little bit more aggressive and help his teammates at least try to trade there, but he plays really, really passive a lot of the time.
I agree. I mean, at this point, he should just play more aggressive, play with 2 sniper rifles. You know, you have nothing to lose anymore. I don't get why just playing like the normal setups, which obviously don't work out against all gamers.
Yep.
So they should just change up the pace a little bit.
Passive standard stuff is clearly not working against this team. All gamers are going to do the basics a little better than you are. I like this position though from Mercs, but he doesn't land his shots. CY also able to get the entry onto Famous, so goes from bad to worse for Kungarna.
Famous here whiffing some shots, which is actually rare to see.
Well, honestly, can't expect him to hit every shot as a headshot like he was yesterday. Like, that's just unrealistic.
Right.
Someone else has to do some dirty work for Kungarna here. And
so it's all on Michael here in the 1-on-3 clutch situation, but looks almost impossible.
Yeah, he's going to have to really pop off here. He's running out of time, though. The bomb timer going down very quickly. He spots ZQ, but just doesn't have the confidence to take that fight and win it. It's going to be all gamers finding themselves yet another round on the board. As we continue forward, it seems like just a matter of time at this point before all gamers secures themselves with the 2-0 victory. And Kungarna, you can kind of see it in their eyes here, a little bit defeated, but I mean, rightfully so. When you're down 14-1 on overall round score in this series, it's hard to believe there's a way out.
I'm struggling to imagine that there's much to really say for Kungarna at this point. I'm sure the mental is pretty low. A couple of players probably pretty mad. You know, depends on what kind of individual you are when this kind of result happens. Do you sort of clam up? Do you quieten down? Do you start raging, tilting? Probably got a good spread of those on your team, but none of them are necessarily good. But what can you do? You lose 10-1 in the first map, you're down 4-0 in the second. You're not going to be happy about it.
See if they can find at least something here, though. It'd be a shame to see them go down 10-1 or maybe even 10-0 in this situation. They've had a few moments where they looked like they could pull it off, but all gamers, everybody hitting the shots today. They've got a 3-man stack here, and Jue already finds himself the first kill. Famous spotted out as well, and there's just no chance for them to hold on. ZQ picks up the double kill. It's already a 5-on-2. Michael and Kai's trying to work their way back in from the GR spawn, but they still have so much utility to work with and stall this out. Kai's even finding that frag doesn't give them much chance, but you know what? Maybe ZQ can help them out with a little bit of team nade damage onto himself, but it's not going to matter for too much longer. Michael going to go down to the nade, and it's a 5-0, already halfway to victory position for all gamers.
That's what I meant, you know, even if you stack A side, it's so difficult to defend this execute from all gamers. Like J-Way checking this position is also not usual, you know, like most players wouldn't even check this position, so great play from J-Way here. Also Famous couldn't do that much, unfortunately, for Kungarna. Now they're having 4 players on A side. Maybe this works out for them. But the bad news is AG is already working up towards B. Having CY here in this tunnel area going for the info play. Seems like they're backing up.
Oh, how does he get away with at least one there? I mean, you're pushing 3 players out of A. It's not really ideal to even be going 1-for-1 there.
You can see all gamers, though, even though they know the entirety of Kungarna might be here, they want to take the fight right to them anyways. Brando able to get the first, but it doesn't matter. What? The follow-through is there, but look at the HP on these last 2 players. It's winnable now for Kai. ZQ's down to 10 HP, and he's already gotten the other player of even in that one-on-one on a long. ZQ, he does have the bomb, so it is a nice advantage to work with here, but it's going to come down to what he can do with just a little bit of HP to work with. Kai's, he's also got a nade to do this too.
I'd really love to see him just like completely exit the site, go maybe in through the connector up into mid and wrap around behind. Like I feel like this is the perfect situation to do that. But instead he's sat on the site, which does give Kai's a really good opportunity to still win this round. He has no idea where Kai's is coming from. Now gets the info and gets those shots across, dumps down into the stairs and wins the duel anyway. I mean, I guess you don't need to get up to any trickery when you're just going to win your aim duels like that anyway.
Yeah, still a close round, and I like the approach from Kungarna this time, playing more aggressive. Finally, you know, when the score is 5-0, you have nothing to lose anymore. I would just like to see double sniper setup still. Especially Michael used to be one of the best sniper rifles in NA. I don't even get why he's sticking to this AK, which clearly doesn't work out for him. Too good, at least.
Yeah, I mean, would be a nice change of pace, but Famous, he's going to bring that change himself here. Gets a nice double kill from underneath the tunnels to open up this round, and now they've got a 5-on-3 to work with. A very winnable situation now if they don't allow themselves to get picked apart here. They don't really have anyone defending the A bomb site other than Mercs, just playing that retake position on the GR spawn wall, but it could be all gamers with a pretty solid read on this setup. They're going to be sneaking their way now into the A bomb site, and that puts a lot of pressure onto Mercs to get this info safely, or even maybe go for the fight, considering they do have the numbers to work with. But here comes Zhui. He's going to keep right into it, hits the headshot, and already this could be a much different round on our hands because all gamers, they've got full control over this site for the post plant now.
Well, that's exactly what you need in the 4-on-3 or the 5-on-3 to at least try to equalize the numbers before things get a bit out of hand. Kungarna are going to be stuck behind this wall of util. They're going to try to push their way through by the looks of things, but they've been tagged down by the nade. First shot must go the way of all gamers, and does. The trades are in there as well. And even though the numbers are advantageous for Kungarna, it comes down to Famous again to try to win a 2-on-1. First shot was clean onto Zhui, but time and essence, it's a problem. And ZQ is waiting patiently. Has he done enough, though?
Oh, so close. It came down to less than a second on the clock, but unfortunately for Famous, just not enough time to grab that defuse, and the hopes of a round going on to the board from Kungarna are definitely dwindling here. But you can tell Famous, he's starting to step it up here, hitting more of those shots, but it's a bit too late at this point, considering you've got 5 players on the other side playing at that level throughout this matchup, and it's not really being met very well here. But at least Kungarna, I feel like strategically is getting a better sense of how to play against all gamers. They just don't have the shots now behind it.
As I said, nothing really working for Kungarna. All facets of the game just not coming together. That's better. Mercs double. That's what you like to see. So at least one of the little ingredients. We're getting a little bit of spice this time from Kungarna, right? They're hitting some shots. And that's a start. It's late in the game to start, but it's better than not showing up at all. We'll see whether or not all gamers can secure another 3v5. It's actually going to be a 2-on-5 now as Brando cleans up one more. Even fairly healthy, though. And if Du can land 1 or 2 more shots, then it's definitely on. They're giving those opportunities over, but quickly shut down before it gets too exciting. So, okay, round on the board for Kungarna. Maybe they can get a second for the half. It's not going to be much to write home to mum about, but I tell you what, better than 0.
Yeah, I agree. A nice 2-piece opener and alleyway from Mercs, and Famous closing out the round here for Kungarna with 2 clean hatches as well. So at least we won't see a 10-0.
Yeah, I mean, Kai's as well now getting the opener in this one. Maybe a chance at the 7-2 after all. Mercs playing the vent again. Can he pop off once more? Yes, he can. Almost gets the second, but it's actually a shotgun in the hands of ZY. That might have been a little bit of a mistake here. Michael and Famous coming in to clean up. Now even he's left alone here, but he's completely surrounded. The trades come through, and Kungarna at least make this a 2-7 half to close it out.
Don't think they were expecting 3 players in the vents. Still, I think you're happy if you're all gamers. Someone says you want to grab a 7-2 half, you'll say, yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, honestly, it could have been a 5-4 score, and I feel like, you know, Kai's almost got this clutch when CQ was low HP. The problem was he had not much time left, right? So he was under time pressure. And also Famous almost got the clutch as well when he got the 4-piece. But yeah, still well-deserved lead for all games. They just look way stronger than Kungarna overall.
We'll see if that can change it all in this second half. Kungarna was able to pick up those 2 rounds towards the end of the first. You can tell their shots are getting a little bit more comfortable in this fight at least, but all gamers, they still have a lot more to work with on their side of the field. It's going to be Michael playing behind this smoke, trying to find that early kill. You can see both ZY and Do sniping in this round for all gamers, trying to keep them guessing on the side of Kungarna, but also I feel like this is kind of just all gamers throwing in a few random things because they know they have the rounds to play with. But Shui goes for the swing, takes down Mercs. It's quickly traded though, so still pretty equalized across the board.
Yeah, nice flip from Kais. I was surprised he was hitting the shot. Like, crazy stuff from this guy. Stepping up to the plate finally, but it might be too late.
Maybe. You've only got ZQ holding on to the A site for the moment, though. Du's starting his rotation across, and the counter util coming out here from all gamers. It was just Famous trying to entry the stray frags. The spacing wasn't really there for Kungarna. A couple more coming out from the vent just get cleaned up, and ZQ, a man on a mission, wants to finish this game off.
Seems like they will pretty shortly here. I mean, they're only a couple rounds away from making this one theirs. And they've definitely earned it. They looked a little bit shakier in their opening match, but not shaky at all today. I mean, a 10-1 and potentially a 10-2 here to close it out. Imperial, I hope they're taking some notes here because they are certainly going to need them when these two teams face, because all gamers, this is the team we were expecting to open up this tournament with in the group stage. There's a reason these guys are the fan favorite. It's because every time they come into a match, they can do this on just about any map in the pool. ZY tries to get something going, but actually Kungarna steamrolls into the GR spawn. A great way to start off the round, but now they're kind of pinched and looking for a way out, but Famous may have just found it for them.
Yeah, a few missed shots in this round actually from all gamers, but very quickly it is swung back in their favor. 3-on-2 now. Mercs and Brando to try to clutch up, and Do will make no mistake with that shot either, bringing it down to the isolated Mercs to try to save the day for Kungarna once again. He's been spotted out, and so ZQ will be looking in his direction, and that's not a player that you want to be going up against right now. He's 15-4, absolutely dominating. Even will do it himself though, and 9-2 the scoreline now. 1 round away for all gamers in securing the 2-0.
Yeah, I felt for 1 second it could be the round for Kungarna because See, we're missing a couple of shots here from this bridge area as well as Do on B side, but still, I think Do got a 3-piece here. So great stuff from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, now it's match point on the table. All gamers, they've got 7 chances, and all they need is 1 to make this one theirs and guarantee the 2-0 score line. That seems like it will come much sooner than that. Now we have Kungarna playing towards this A bomb site. 3 players grouped up here. And you do see Famous trying to sneak his way into the A connector. There's no real defender on this midsection of the map for all gamers, so maybe a chance for Famous to do something a little bit cheeky and sneak in here. But even with that, they're going to have a lot of firepower in this round if they want to find their way into either side.
Not an easy task to entry into A when there's 3 defenders there for AG. A little bit of presence being shown in mid Famous if he starts to walk his way up there. Kungarna have time in this round still.
Yeah, right now, Kungarna, they're kind of running down the clock here, waiting to see if someone's going to peek out. Shui, he's going to take the bait here, but he actually wins the fight anyways. There's no trade just yet. Here comes the repeat from Mercs, but Shui, he gets a second, and he's still looking for another fight here. But fortunately, Famous will put a stop to it. But now they've only got a minute on the clock, and now they have no numbers to work with. Michael, Famous, and Brando, this is kind of their last hope.
Yeah, crucial mistake from Kungarna. For some reason, no one was checking this A main area. That's why Jayway could flank Famous here. Macta.
Off angle from ZQ, and it'll work out for the multi-frag. 10-2 will be the scoreline. All gamers 2-0 over Kungarna.
Well, there you have it. It is going to be a 2-0 from all gamers in pretty commanding fashion to start off the day here. A fantastic performance all around from this entire lineup. Unfortunately, though, for Kungarna, it means they now have a best-case scenario of winning a wildcard spot as their future here. They're going to have to take on LCK in that matchup to try and get themselves through in their final matchup. But honestly, just a disappointing day for these guys, I'm sure.
I mean, it was your call, right? You said that they will get 2 rounds on Ankara Kungarna. So congrats on this one. I felt like on Ankara the only hope was when Famous maybe get the 3-piece or 4-piece. But besides of that, they couldn't bring up much to the table, I feel like. And yeah, again, they should focus on the match against LCK. This will be the key match for them. Today was more kind of an extra bonus match, I felt like. I mean, if they got a win here, this would surprise everyone, right? I still feel like they should focus on the match against LCK. And if they win this one, they might get the slot for the Wildcat stage, and then they will be happy about it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the big conversation for Kungarna. They've got to try to find a way to ensure that this result doesn't impact how their mental is feeling going into their next match, because reality was that they were very unlikely to win this match anyway. Obviously, going down 10-2, 10-1, it's going to hurt for sure. Doesn't matter whether you go in with the expectation or the knowledge that you're the severe underdog. Losing like that is always going to be painful, but it's really about that next match for them, whether or not they're going to go through to the next stage, through the wildcard stage, after now having lost their first couple of games. So hopefully they can just brush it off. I would like to imagine that they're a team that was pretty realistic about their goals coming into this competition, and also particularly going into that game, so it shouldn't affect them all that much. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be the big one for Kungarna, and ZQ 4.25 KD. That is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, this guy consistently throughout the match just dominating. I mean, 165 ADR, almost 1.5 kills per round. You can't really ask for more from any individual player on your team, and overall just a complete dominance in their performance. And now it's going to be up to really anyone else to try and stand in their way, because this is an all gamers. You can tell they are ready to move into those playoffs, looking really confident. Of course, looking at the group standings overall, it does propel them now into that first place position. They're going to have to try and hold on to it against Imperial, but after a match like that, even Imperial is going to have a potential to maybe even fall into a similar spot.
Well, I was going to say, actually, that's all gamers that Imperial is going to really have difficulty with. You know, I think going out of yesterday, we said, okay, Imperial looked okay, all gamers have looked a bit shaky, but now, with that knowledge, and I guess we have to sort of wait and see how Imperial is going to look today against LCK. I'm assuming they're going to win that game, but even if they do get themselves a pretty solid win there, I'm thinking all gamers is topping this group, Imperial coming through in second, and then it's obviously that battle for third is sort of where I'm sitting, just because of how dominant all gamers have looked. Like, in reality, all gamers have played 5 maps at this event so far. One of them was pretty shaky. The other 4, worst case scenario, has been a 10-2 scoreline for them.
Crazy,
it's
yeah.
like, well, how can you really go past that?
Yeah, I mean, you can't give them too much
harshness, I would say, for that first map. I feel like it was kind of just those first round jitters, and since then they're at an all-time high performance-wise and looking pretty comparable now to what BaiSha has put up. Obviously, BaiSha, we've only seen one game, so maybe their consistency could falter a little bit in the group stage, but so far, the two front runners now clearly looking like it. And the question is, who's really going to meet them there in those other spots in the playoff picture? I think that's what's really up for grabs now. And a lot of these other matches today are really going to determine that. And that's where I'm not so sure. I know we have these two front runners, but from what we've seen, it's been a lot of back and forth from many of the other teams so far.
Yeah, I mean, 3BL Karahouse, the next match to come. Bit of a curveball, bit of a question mark around that one. So obviously, like you say, a lot of matches still yet to be played here in the group stage. And I think for me, the next two are probably going to tell us a lot. Obviously, even the next three, I guess, if you include that BaiSha Pacific Macta game at the end of the day, my gut feeling is that actually BaiSha is just going to kind of roll through that one. But if it is an alternative result where Pacific Macta put up their numbers, then definitely we're going to have a lot more to talk about. So 3 matches still to come today, and every single one of them feels like they're going to have huge implications on the storylines and what we see from the teams going into the deeper stages of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the games later today, I would love to see, even if they don't win, Pacific Macta take at least one map in that series. I think for me, that would solidify what they were trying to prove yesterday with their win, that they are a top 4 contender. They've got to show now they can go toe-to-toe with those top Chinese contenders, not just a team that's kind of a caliber below here. This is the next step they can take to really elevate themselves, and historically, they have done it before, so it's not an outlandish task for them. They just have to continue to play at the level they showed us in their first matchup.
I mean, again, I already made this call, right? I think if we see Black Widow later, the 4th match of today, Macta will win at least one map against BaiSha, even though like BaiSha would still win this one, I feel like.
Yeah.
But Macta is actually pretty good on Black Widow. They beat SV multiple times on Black Widow, also all gamers. So it's a pretty strong map, always for Filipino teams. I think the most interesting match could be the next one, because I feel like Karahouse this year, they look kind of shaky. They lost also against ranking Esports in the Vietnamese Pro League. And 3BL, of course, the last couple of years, the last 2 years to be specific, they didn't look too strong at the international stage. But, I mean, if they want to advance to the next stage, they really have to show up today and show a much better performance than on the first day, right?
Yeah, and I feel like Karahouse has shown a lot of weakness here where a team like 3BL might actually have a better chance than I would have initially gave them coming into this tournament, because the Vietnamese region as a whole has looked pretty underwhelming so far at this event.
100%. I think that's kind of what I'm looking at in particular for this game, 3BL Karahouse. I want to see Karahouse stepping it up. I think that they didn't look quite the way that I would have hoped that they would on day one. Certainly saw better stuff from them in Vietnam, and even in Vietnam I actually thought that there was another level that they could hit, right? I've said time and time again that the individuals in these Vietnamese rosters are pound for pound some of the best individual players, and they can certainly hit their shots, have the highlight moments. They look really nuts, but strategically speaking and macro-wise, I think that's where things kind of fall apart a little bit for the Vietnamese teams. And look, at the end of the day, obviously ranking now 0-2 after the first couple of days of competition. If you want to see a Vietnamese team flying the flag going deeper into this event, it probably does have to come from Karahouse. Sure, ranking will maybe still be able to potentially make it into the wildcard stages, but it does sort of feel like their time is limited here in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whereas Karahouse, you know, they come off of a loss already. However, a win today changes the storyline a little bit and maybe builds that momentum back up for at least for them. And the Vietnamese teams, and fans rather, will have something to cheer about a little bit more so. So I've kind of got my fingers crossed a little bit here for Karahouse. I think it would be a bit of a disappointment if both the Vietnamese teams don't have a good tournament here, especially after last year, Karahouse having such a solid run. So I'm hoping Karahouse does well.
We'll see how it plays out, but that's going to wrap us up here for match number 1. We're going to throw it to Matt Andrews on the stage, though, for our post-match interview.
Hello, this is CFS 2023 Grand Finals Group Stage, and for the first match, we'd like to say congratulations to AG and win with a landslide victory. So we have DQ from all gamers. Hi, I'm ZQ from CDO Gamers. So for these two maps, we have the landslide victory, and the first is Mexico. So as for yesterday, you have seen the performance of Mexico, and we play very reserved, right? Yeah, we have a lot of confidence, and we are very, know this map very much. So this map is actually our advantage. So do we have any special preparations for this map? Actually, there's no special preparation. Just do our best. So on the first half of the map, we have the 9 versus 0, and we have taken many aggressive approach to the A side. So we think that is that easier part. Yeah, we think that is very difficult for the players to defend. So we took that approach. So do you think the any players from KNG that have an impression for you? Yeah, I think there are a lot of players. They have the very good gunshot skills. So Famous is the player I'm very familiar with. So you know very familiar about this player, right? Yeah, we have a lot of confrontations with them. So in the confrontation, so do you have any special targets for this player? So I think he's very good at gun skills. So as for the group stage, who do you think is the most competitive player, the team? As the team we will confront for tomorrow. So is there any other special preparations for tomorrow? Because you are you are very familiar with each other, so do you have any preparations or adjustment for tomorrow? So we hope that we can do our best for tomorrow. And let's look forward to tomorrow's performance. And let's see the advertisements, and then I'll give the floor back to the caster.
When you open your mind, you enter a new world. It's time to escape the ordinary. It's time to open minds. Alienware.
Morphling Cyberflex gaming chair creates dynamic lumbar pillow. It automatically adjusts to your body's movements. Morphling Cyberflex gaming chair, reaching your throne.
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive Crossfire Esports World Championship Tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round-robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round-robin format, BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out. Esports World Championship Tournament.
Welcome back here to day 3 of the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals. We're here in the group stage, but now we've got Valdez joining us on the desk. Elfish Guy, of course, still here with us as well. And we are just about ready for our second matchup here of the day. Valdez, I know you were kind of on the sidelines in that first one. How are you feeling, though, coming into today?
Well, today definitely has a lot of matches that are kind of, it's got a big favorite and it's got another team that's trying really hard to challenge the favorites. And I think that first match gave us a little bit of a taste of what we might expect from the rest of the matches, although they're not all as cut and dry as CHENGDU All Gamers kind of beaten down on another team. So very excited for the rest. You know, maybe we get a big upset today. Otherwise, you know, also might just get the expected result, but should be a lot of fun regardless.
Yeah, hoping for definitely some closer games as the day goes on. Before we get deep into match number 2, though, a quick shout out to our sponsors here. Of course, first, Alienware, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting the Crossfire Stars 2023 Grand Finals with their devices. And of course, our other partner as well.
Yeah, Morphling, who are the generous supporter as the official gaming chair of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne. And again, are we getting to that point in the competition where teams are starting to think about maybe ascending to the throne of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals? I wonder. Maybe not the two teams that we've got in this match, though.
Yeah, this is definitely kind of a proving ground for both of these teams. Neither one picking up a win so far, but I'm curious to hear you guys' thoughts on who you think maybe showed us a little bit more in their opening match. Obviously, 3BL, it could be a weird expectation just because of who they were up against. You know, you're up against BaiSha. Is anyone going to do better than that against BaiSha? Maybe not, but I feel like Karahouse, at least compared to my expectation, was almost, even though they scored more rounds, more underwhelming than what I would have expected from that team.
It's just hard to say, right, because the two matchups were so different. Like, BaiSha is just so strong of a team that, as you mentioned, pretty much anyone that goes up against them is probably going to get pummeled. 3BL, they tried their best. It's hard to say whether they had a weak start or not, because I feel like, again, we can't really get a good read from them because, again, it's BaiSha. So kind of rough on that side. Karahouse, I do still feel like they are the better team, but in terms of expectations, I was expecting them to win that one. Pretty much all of us were, except for Seven, who got the read on Pacific Macta to take the win. But Karahouse, I would still expect them to take this one, but I'm not 100% sure where their head is at after that kind of disappointing loss a couple days ago.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at this team also for 3BL, I feel like there's a lot more they can do as well. Alucard, you know, one of those players I'm looking to have step up in this match. I actually think he can do a really good job of contesting Rambo if he brings his A game. Totson as well, another strong player on this lineup. Looking at their scores from the previous, obviously no one having a super great performance, but even Hunt, the newcomer onto this team, doing pretty well in their opening performance himself. But on the other side of things, it's been very interesting to see this Karahouse lineup because I feel like individually these guys were firing pretty well, but the big thing they're lacking is that team cohesion. It was a lot of solo pushes in their opening match, and it didn't quite work out for them as they were expecting.
Pretty standard stuff for a Vietnamese team, though. We've sold that storyline quite a lot over the last two international events. First, the Summer Invitational in Vietnam, where I think really did go into that with quite high hopes for Karahouse and ranking, just because, again, they're both from Vietnam. We thought playing on home soil should go well for them. Taking a look at the match record, though, actually, this one is going to favor Karahouse pretty substantially. No maps won for 3BL in their couple of matches they've played, so it's a good sign for Karahouse. Key players for this one, Rambo definitely up there. You've already mentioned Alucard as well for 3BL. I tend to agree, but I think actually for Karahouse, it's you know, not so cut and dry as to just say, oh yeah, Rambo needs to play well. I think there's a lot of players in that roster that can kind of pop off on their day. But yeah, they need to kind of come together a little bit more as a unit. I don't think it's so much about the individual players here for Karahouse. I think it's about finding that macro game, finding that strategic setup, and maybe playing a little bit more of a standard kind of a style rather than this kind of happy-go-lucky setup. But in saying that, still going to go the way of Karahouse. I think I'm still kind of like coping a little bit from the Vietnam event where we sort of said, oh, these guys are going to go so great, and they didn't do too great. They haven't done too great to start things off here in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. So I don't know, maybe my opinion will start to change, but I'm still on the Karahouse hype train. But I don't know, like I might be arriving late at my destination, unfortunately, because still not too sure what we're going to get from them at this event yet.
Yeah, I feel like if any match, though, they could win here, this is definitely their best case opportunity, but we're going to go ahead and throw it here shortly to the stage. Matt Andrews is going to welcome our two teams, Kara House. We're going to see if they can do it here against 3BL.
For match number 2 of day 3, two teams looking for their first win. Who will prove their strength with victory? The Vietnamese #1 seed, they are Kara House 2L. Dola, Rambo, Shady, Lucas, and JRK, Kara House 2L. Another team hailing from the Middle East region. It's 3BL Esports. Thompson, Horace, Penguin, Hunt, and Alucard are 3BL Esports. Our second matchup of our group stage, day 3, and the teams compete to conquer.
Well, it looks like our teams are just about ready to kick off this second matchup of the day. Of course, both of them with a lot to prove here because they left a lot to be desired after their first matchups. Kara House, by the casters, kind of the favorite here to win this one, and I think it's kind of rightfully so. They showed a lot more in their initial matchup, and I think just individually the skill level some of these guys can bring to the table is just at a higher level. I think back to, the map on Subbase where even though they lost, Shady had a 15 kill half there, and it just shows what these guys have to offer. And I feel like 3BL, every time they get to a stage like this, they haven't really been able to rise to the occasion just yet.
Yeah, the thing about 3BL is that we haven't really seen what they have to offer, and they do have a decent amount to offer, but they also, even in their regional finals, they weren't like the first place. I think they are the 3rd seed from their region, so at the end of the day, they are a strong team, but also this is the highest level of competition in CFS, so it definitely is kind of them punching up, or at least trying to, so it really is up to them to kind of reach a new level in terms of, fighting up against pretty much any team here, including Kara House 2L. So definitely they have the potential, but will they show it is definitely a question. I want to see where their mental state is at after yesterday or a couple days ago where BaiSha kind of was not very nice to them.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's the same kind of conversation as what we were having there about Kungarna after suffering such a hefty defeat against All Gamers. In fact, funnily enough, the scoreline the same, 10-1, 10-2 in both those games. And what I was saying was, like, for Kungarna, and this applies to 3BL as well, is that you can't really let that result affect you all that much because, let's be real, you're going up against one of the top teams in the world. Probably, I mean, everyone would agree, really, BaiSha and All Gamers are #1 and #2 at the moment. Doesn't necessarily matter which way you put, BaiSha 1, All Gamers 2, or vice versa. I think it's much of a muchness really at that point, but these two teams, they're just like head and shoulders above the rest, and there's no doubt about that. And so you're going to go into that game and you're going to expect to kind of get pummeled a little bit, but you've got to really ensure that that doesn't affect your performances in the games, which are realistically going to matter a little bit more to your chances of making it out of the group. We're expecting probably Kara House, when they go up against BaiSha as well, are going to get absolutely wrecked too. So for 3BL, as long as they can win this game against Cara House, then they're putting themselves in a really good spot. So let's forget about that rough game from the previous evening and make sure we get through and have a solid game here against Cara House. Same for Cara House, right? Going down in their opening match against Pacific Macta. Probably a bit of a curveball for them. Not something that they would have expected to be facing, but again, as long as you make it through into that third place, you are still going to be progressing here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. So big important matchup for both these two teams, and hopefully both are going to be able to come out and perform the way that we would like them to, because I don't think we've really seen the peak of either team at this event thus far.
Yeah, definitely not. I feel like 3BL, though, in this position has actually got a really solid opportunity, because if they can actually beat Cara House here, their last match is against BaiSha. They're basically the first team out at that point. So for 3BL, this is actually a good opportunity to propel themselves in the group stage and maybe even have a shot in that number 2 position, knowing they've already got their hardest opponent in this group out of the way. It can't really get much worse, I would hope at least, than what we saw in their match against BaiSha.
Yeah, and I don't think it will. I think Cara House, one of these Vietnamese teams, they're not quite ranking esports levels of disorganized, but they certainly will kind of look for some crazy peaks and get a little bit wonky with their strategies. They're not exactly a tight-knit unit, where I do think that 3BL do have that within them, and they have a couple of guys like Horus, a great rifler. They have Alucard, who is extremely clutch. Like, these guys, if they can get some momentum behind them and kind of get into the heads of Cara House, like, this is every team deserves to be here at the end of the day, and I think that 3BL could absolutely challenge them if they start to get some momentum behind them. I think, as always, the map ban pick is going to be pretty crucial for seeing what we do want to see from 3BL and from Cara House, so we'll have to wait and see what they do pick.
Yeah, I think at this point it's going to come down to a lot of these picks and bans for both of these teams. I feel like Cara House has been kind of spotty with their choices, not really playing fully into their strengths, but if they come into this one with a little bit better strategy behind their bans and picks, I think it could actually go pretty well for them. If you combine that with a little bit more composure in how they play these maps, I think back to kind of the same round we saw between Ranking and Cara House, who did the same exact thing, that 3-man stack on Black Widow in the box room, and then they 3-man peek into just an entire enemy team waiting for them. And those are the type of situations you've got to reel it in and take note of kind of how All Gamers plays their GR sides. Very safe. They set up the traps and they wait for the attackers to come in, and we need to see more of that from Cara House today if they want to win.
Composure is a great word. I think that both of these two teams need to kind of take a little bit of a look at Ranking and Cara House, because if there's any teams in this tournament that are not composed, it is the Vietnamese teams. They really do just run around and do the craziest stuff sometimes, and very often it's going to blow up back in their face. I've used the analogy of live by the sword, die by the sword quite a few times, and look, it's going to get you some fantastic looking rounds, some really fun looking stuff, but the problem is, as far as the percentage play is concerned, it's not the percentage play. It's not going to win 60, 70% of the time. It's maybe going to win 30, 20 or 30% of the time. When it wins, it's going to look fantastic, but would you rather win a little bit more of a boring kind of looking standard round 70% of the time, or pop off in 30% of your rounds and win those? Obviously, I mean, it depends, I guess, on the individual, but if you want to come and go deep into this tournament, I would say it's probably leaning toward the 70%. The percentage plays, make sure you're grouping up together as a unit, trading your frags down, not going for over-aggressive peaks when the situation doesn't warrant for it. There are definitely times where you can push the map, but you don't have to be doing it when you've got a 5-on-3 lead or a 5-on-4 lead. At that point, you need to step back and take a little bit of a chill pill. If you're the team on 4, up against the 5, yeah, go for a peek, because chances are you're going to lose that round anyway. May as well take the risk, see if you can get the reward. But when you've got the advantage, in a lot of cases, you really just end up feeding yourself a death and give your opponents back the 4v4, which has happened so many times for Cara House and for Ranking. I do hope they just take a step back and sort of look at it a little bit more holistically, but that's a conversation, I guess, that they have to have internally as a team. And if they've got a coach or a manager or anyone involved in the team that's not necessarily a player, I think it would be quite valuable to have them involved in that conversation, because sometimes it's a little harder from the inside to kind of make those calls, because you're obviously experiencing the game in a bit of a different way than you're not quite getting that holistic look that you do from the outside. So yeah, hopefully they've been able to figure that one out.
Yeah, I feel like the clash of these playstyles is going to be really interesting to see unfold. I think the last time we saw also an Egyptian team take on a Vietnamese team was actually ranking versus Anubis at last CFS, where Anubis actually did win, and Totson from this 3BL lineup was on that Anubis roster to do it. So they do have some experience on this team in play calling against a roster playing like this, and I also think their play style on the side of 3BL is going to help them a lot in this situation. We saw Pacific Macta playing those late round executions where they run down the clock, and in the West League that's exactly how 3BL likes to play. So I actually think the play styles meshing here could actually play a little bit more favorably to 3BL if Kara House plays the same way as their first match.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, because I was thinking about that when we saw Pacific Macta against Kara House. It just feels like kind of a counter matchup for Pacific Macta, where they're like, oh, well, our calm kind of laid-back style is going to do really well against a bunch of guys who are running around looking for picks. And 3BL, as long as they play that style as well, which they are very good at, and we have seen many times in West League, I think it's going to work out really well for them. And I don't know that this will just be a straight-up 2-0 from Kara House. Even if we all predict them and we expect them to win, doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen, especially if 3BL can play their game and just play with it. It'll be interesting to see what maps do get through. I wonder if we are going to see Port once again for this team, because I think that they can play pretty well on it, but can be a bit of a tricky one.
Yeah, I think for sure we are going to see an Eagle Eye ban coming out in this one. I know 3BL, that's kind of just a go-to ban on their side. For Kara House, I think they're kind of open to play whatever in this situation, though if they're looking for a map they could be really strong on, I actually think Subbase could go well for them in this series. Even though they did previously lose it, they actually showed a lot of signs of greatness, especially on their defensive half on that map. I think the biggest thing is going to be, have they cleaned up that blacklist side, because they don't seem to have the utility and the cohesion on the executions that a lot of other teams have. And also in post plants, for some reason, both Vietnamese teams look very exposed. Even when they have numbers advantages, they tend to lose a lot of the time on the post plants just with weird misplays.
I mean, that's the lack of composure that I was talking about. They're making those pushes and they're trying to be the hero too often, and obviously need to sort of double down as a cohort and try to just trade their frags out rather than wanting to get it all done as an individual. I'm thinking maybe Compound could potentially be in the pool here as well, maybe even as the decider map. Both teams were happy to let that go through in their previous match. Not as a pick, but as either an opponent's pick or as the third map as the decider. But it's time for us to get the answer to all of our questions, as we can jump into the picks and bans for our second series of the day between 3BL and Kara House.
Yeah, it's going to be up to Kara House here to start off the bans. Maybe a Mexico potentially to be banned out, but it's actually Eagle Eye from them first. So 3BL, it actually gives them a little bit more flexibility, because this is their go-to ban, and now they don't have to worry about banning it out, so they can maybe even get this to go further in their direction with the map picks on this one. So for 3BL, I'm not sure what they'd want to take off the table. Maybe a Mexico. It's not super strong for them normally. I'd say they're probably trying to lean into getting maybe Subbase on the table, but actually a Black Widow ban, I can see that one being a valuable ban as well. There's already been a decent amount of experience from Kara House historically on that map. They're usually, aside from obviously what we saw in their opening match, they're usually pretty good on that map, but obviously Pacific Macta just kind of taking it to them very aggressively. So I'm actually surprised a little bit that they left it in, just knowing how weak that Kara House looked on this map previously.
Yeah, definitely kind of interesting bans to start off with, maybe some mind games to begin. Especially that Eagle Eye ban, I'm not really sure why you're giving 3BL an extra ban. Because they're going to ban it. You might as well just do something else. I don't really see the strategy behind it, but Ankara going to be the first map here, picked up by Kara House.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right call for them. It's usually a pretty strong map for them, just knowing that both Shady and Rambo really like to play this map, and they're really great at opening the rounds on it as well. For 3BL, wouldn't be surprised to see a close quarters map picked here. Maybe a Subbase or a Mexico might be their go-to. They're also a really strong port team though, and I know Kara House has struggled on that map a bit in the past, so could open things up here. But Ankara, knowing that's the first map, I mean, looking at the history between these two teams, they've never been able to beat Kara House on it before. I can't imagine it'll be the case here, so they need a really solid second and third map in this series to bring it back with. And you can see there Penguin, the IGL, kind of trying to decide what might be that best step forward. forward. And I do have to say, Penguin as an IGL, even though this team came out as the number 3 seed, I feel like this guy's one of the best IGLs in the West region right now.
Yeah, he definitely is. I definitely respect what he does for this team, and oftentimes is playing kind of that off position. There's that port we were talking about is going to be the choice here. Definitely had a lot of options, but I feel like they're just going to go with some comfort here for 3BL. Pick up this map, as you mentioned. Carhouse also not looking great on it, so could be a good opportunity to swing the maps back in your favor if you do end up losing Ankara, although they're going to start on Blacklist on Ankara as well, so I feel like it's not so bad for 3BL so far, but let's see what this last map is going to be.
Yeah, the only downside there is they don't have quite the good side choice on port, even though it is a stronger map for them. Not being on the GR first on port can kill the momentum of a lot of teams, so I'm curious to see if they've got something different planned for their Blacklist side here. In terms of secondary bans, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a compound ban coming through here from actually either team. It hasn't been a super strong point, I would say, for either one of these teams. I feel like Mexico is a strong contender for that map 3, unless Carhouse doesn't feel confident in themselves on it. They don't play it all of the time, but when I have seen them play it, it looks pretty solid for them.
I mean, I was leaning toward the compound maybe as the map 3, just because both teams have kind of allowed it through in their previous couple of series. Subbase will be the ban for Carhouse, so it does come down to Mexico or compound. The choice there for 3BL. Didn't see them play that one in their previous matches, either team, actually, at this point, on Mexico at this event so far, but let's see what they're going to go for. The conversation to be had amongst the 3BL members around what the map choice should be, but maybe not quite as much there amongst the team for the third map. Compound will end up being the ban, so it is going to be Mexico for the decider map.
Yeah, I actually think this is a pretty solid pool for 3BL to get out of this. I'm actually surprised that Carhouse banned out Subbase. I felt like that would have actually been a pretty good pick for them in leaving that in over Mexico, but it's still going to be tough, I think, to get to Mexico even in this series for 3BL, just knowing that Carhouse gets their favorite map first on the table, and this momentum could be enough to potentially carry them into a 2-0, especially knowing they're going to have that GR side to start off port when we get there as well. So if 3BL want to contend here, it's really going to have to start off with a confident showing on their Blacklist side in this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk a lot about momentum. It is very important in this game we call Crossfire, and I think that could be a good chance for both of these teams. You know, like the Blacklist side, let's see how 3BL want to play it, how aggressive they're going to get, what these executions are going to look like, but also can Carhouse kind of calm things down? It's their first map pick, play through the GR side, continue to dominate, and maybe they just end up being the favored team and winning it out anyway. I'm definitely feeling like that's the more likely scenario. You know, we all did vote for Carhouse at the end of the day, but you know, I've seen crazier things happen, and it's on Kara, so always a fun map. We just got to see it in our first series of the day. That one, it was fun for one of the teams, from what I could tell. But yeah, definitely could get aggressive from both sides on this one, so excited to watch.
Yeah, expecting a much closer one on our hands here, but Carhouse, the kind of fear I have in this match is they don't change anything, but 3BL is the type of team where it could maybe work against, but it could hurt them more throughout the tournament if they don't make those changes now, even if Carhouse pulls off a win with their kind of scrappy play style here.
100%. I mean, the way I see it, there's two possible avenues for this series. One, Carhouse steps up and performs to the level that we've seen from them in the past, and they just 2-0 it, make it easy, and lock it down. Or Carhouse continues to be a little bit shaky, and I think the door opens there for 3BL for maybe a 3-mapper. Whether it'll go the way of Carhouse or 3BL in that case, I think is a little bit harder to call. But if 3BL is going to win this series, I feel it's going to be in a close fashion, whereas for Carhouse, I think they can definitely turn it on. But we haven't really seen that from them at this event. We haven't really seen that from them in the previous event. So is it a fair statement to make, or are we still sort of just chasing the fairies, really, for Carhouse at this point? It doesn't feel like we're ever maybe going to recapture that kind of greatness.
We know they can get there, though. I mean, this was a top 4 team at CFS last year. It hasn't been that long for them. They've only made one roster change, which has arguably been a better player, I would say, even coming into this team. It just has to come down to that composure being there here. I think it was most noticeable for me in a player like Dola, when you think back to the sub-base game where he's just pushing B control by himself almost every single round on the GR side. But if they had just done a coordinated aggressive play, even in some of these circumstances, it would have gone significantly better, because I think back to CFS 2022, and Dolo was one of the highest fragging players at that event, but it's because they were playing together as a unit and setting him up, not just letting him kind of run in guns blazing on his own.
Yeah, it's definitely a good call. I would imagine that, I said this at the end of yesterday after ranking came out, but the whole region as a whole has to come together and kind of say, like, what is going wrong for us? Like, are we getting counted in our play style? Are we being too aggressive? Are we too disorganized? Definitely a lot of the stuff that we've touched on, but as a region, as a couple of teams, they need to work together to kind of say, okay, we need to change our style in this manner, because they have the ability, they have the skill to pull off some crazy shots and to win a lot of rounds, but to put everything together and to make the complete picture of winning an actual series and an actual match is a different story, and they have not been able to do it yet, neither of these teams. And I hope that they took last night, you know, watch ranking esports, take that loss, and then, you know, take some time together and really sleep on it essentially, and to come back really strong today. Like, this might be the turning point for the Vietnamese region, and I really hope it is. Nothing against 3BL, like, they could also just come in here and outperform, and that would be really cool as well. But in terms of focusing on that Vietnamese region, this has got to be the match, I think.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of do or die for both of these teams. This is essentially our wild card spot battle, if you assume that Pacific is now the second best team in this group, which it seems to be the case that they likely are here, which is kind of surprising to see. But I mean, Carahouse, knowing that BaiSha's on the way, this is pretty much their tournament life on the line here if they can't win this match. Whereas 3BL, I mean, there's a world where I think it's more reasonable to say they could challenge Pacific than Carahouse taking down BaiSha in that situation. So it's definitely some big pressure on their shoulders, but we are going to hop here into our first matchup of this one on Ankara here. As we look at the pick rates, it seems like currently, I would say this is probably the #1 picked map overall. You can see it's only been banned out 10% of the time, and teams just seem to love this map. I'm not 100% sure why, since for me, it's actually one of my least favorite maps overall. I definitely like the action more on a sub-base or a Mexico maybe, but it is time to start this one and kick off this best of 3 series between Carahouse and 3BL.
It is time to hop into this one. You can see the game has begun. We got about 5 seconds before the action begins, as both teams gonna yell their hearts out before this match does begin to try to pump themselves up for what is, as we've all mentioned, a very important matchup and a very important first map. You gotta get started well, and I think we're gonna know right from the first, 10 or so rounds what this one is gonna look like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Carahouse could come out the gate so strong, and everything we talk about might be for naught. Similar to that last series, right? We were trying to make an argument maybe for Kungarna, but as soon as it was 5-0 for all gamers, we were thinking, well, maybe everything we spoke about is kind of irrelevant if all gamers is going to play this well. And I wonder if that'll be the case today in this matchup as well. Carahouse to start off on the defense, 3-2 split. Nothing too out of the ordinary for them. Though Rambo with a fairly forward position, looking to hold down the window with the Orm. And he's going to get his chance for a good quick shot. That is a great start for Carahouse.
Yeah, great opening pick, but Alucard right there to answer back on the other side of it. And that's a trade that they can't find anything out of to answer back with from Carahouse. So now they've got the 4-on-4. You can see 3BL here starting to rotate back towards the A bomb site. And it's only Dola holding on to the vent position, so he's going to have a pretty hard time trying to put a stop to it here, but he's got the angle to maybe catch them by surprise if Penguin and Hunt aren't ready in this position, but they're just going to waltz right into him here. Hunt trying to lead that charge. Dola good for a first, but it's only going to be a one-and-done situation, not quite enough to hold on to this bomb site.
Yeah, this is really rough for Carahouse. At least Dola was able to trade 1-for-1. Did a bit of damage to Thompson as well. So you could be looking at a good retake. They do have a lot of the map to actually come in and flank from the quarters area. So maybe they can get that going. Also, no plant just yet, as Alucard is pretty far out here. Not going to hit any shots just yet as he gets chased down. And JRK is able to make this a 3v2.
Yeah, extreme confidence from JRK taking that kind of a peak. He will lose his life. And now it's down to the 1v1. Lucas can't clutch it out. Penguin. Oh, he's hyped up.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge play to start this one off. It looked a little bit sloppy there with Alucard losing control of that vent position, but Penguin, the IGL, gets it done here. And honestly, just some solid trade presence from 3BL. It looked like in the beginning of the round, Cara House might have some of that pick advantage going their way, but 3BL really holding their own in these trades to make sure nothing got too far out of reach throughout that first round.
Oh, all right. Maybe we've got a bit of an issue here.
There is a headset that has been taken off, so...
That's a good sign. Well, a good sign that there is an issue.
A good sign that there's an issue, but not a good sign in general.
No.
Technical pause coming out here. Hopefully we get this one fixed in just a moment.
Headset issue. Not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Sure it'll get fixed.
Yeah.
What I was going to say is actually in that last round, you know, I'm still kind of seeing some of the same problems for Cara House as we have in previous matches. Rambo gets a really nice opening pick, but then instead of falling back, he decides to go for another re-peak and gives up his life. So instead of it being a 5-on-4, yeah, it's a 4-on-4 once again. And even then on the retake, you know, a couple of individual peaks that are untradeable. And you're not really able to close that round out in the end. So early signs, obviously, still. It's only one round. We can't draw too many conclusions, but still have my reservations about Cara House at this point.
So apparently the issue is that his mouse stopped moving. So that's not good. You cannot play Crossfire without being able to aim and shoot people. So hopefully he can just get that replugged in, perhaps. Or,
yeah.
You know, maybe it's a driver issue. I don't know. There's some issue that...
It could be a sensor issue. It could be a driver issue. It could be a mouse is breaking. It could be a mouse pad. I don't know if
the
you guys
mouse exploded.
Have you ever had that where you've had like a little bump in your mouse pad and you roll, you go over it and the mouse just skips? I had that one time. It was super annoying.
I don't think I've ever had that actually.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, and that's something that I think actually can be problematic at LAN because obviously all the players bring their own peripherals. They bring their own mouse. They bring their own mouse pad, and the mouse pad is the troublemaker a lot of the time because obviously to fit it into your luggage or your backpack, you're going to fold it, and when you fold it, there becomes a bit of a crease sometimes. That's why if you've ever seen players walking around with like a flat cardboard like leaf, essentially, their mouse pad is in there because they don't want to bend it because they don't want to get a crease in their mouse pad. So again, you know, obviously not saying that that is exactly the issue here, but it is something that you do have to be aware of coming to LAN. Lots of little things like that. So it could be as minor as that, you know, which is kind of crazy. But obviously, hopefully just a situation where you can unplug, replug, and be sorted.
Yeah, on the other side of things as well, it's a bit disappointing if you're 3BL to not be able to try and carry that momentum onto the next round after a pretty good 1v2 there from Penguin. But you can see the spirit's still very high on this team. They already look a lot more comfortable than they did in that matchup against BaiSha. And you can tell they feel like this one is a much more winnable opponent on their hands. And once they hop back in, I expect this one to continue to be a pretty good game for them if Cara House continues to make those same mistakes. Even though I did predict Cara House to win here, I'm going to doubt them a little bit throughout this until they give me a reason to believe they've made those necessary changes.
Yeah. I also think it's good, actually, somewhat beneficial for 3BL. They had like a really hype finish to the first round, and everybody's really energetic and kind of, you know, jumping up and down to actually have this little bit of a timeout afterwards to say, hey, we won a round, that's great, and now we can kind of calm down, and if we just play our game, you know, we're not going to overreact, we're not going to get too aggressive, we can kind of just calm things down, and we should be able to win from here. Even though it is just one round, it kind of proves it, and then you take a little break, and now you don't have any, like, over energy issues as Penguin's got his hands up. Maybe they're telling him not to touch anything at this point in time. During the pause, probably something like that, as everybody on the side of Cara House is looking on at the crowd that has gathered around.
Have you ever heard the joke, how many
mouse.
people does it take to change a light bulb?
Yes.
That's what this reminds me of.
True.
How many people does it take to fix a mouse? Maybe we'll find out.
Well, in a lot of cases, I would say the more the better, but in this one, I feel like probably not the case. I feel like if you're reaching like 4+, it's probably too many people.
Yeah.
I'd say like a pretty ideal scenario is like 3.
Too many cooks?
Yeah, maybe 2. If they're like, if they know what they're doing.
That's a cool keyboard. Nice like color scheme.
Yeah.
I like that.
Because at the end of the day, like, there's a lot of moving pieces. We got, you know, Smilegate's involved. We got the SPO. We have all the players, the teams, the coaches, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The handlers. So everybody's kind of working together to fix the issue. So generally going to be 4+.
Hopefully just a matter of moments before we get back into this one, though. You can tell the teams are getting a little anxious as well on their end to get back into it, especially 3BL. I mean, on their end, they don't have anything in particular they're waiting on, just ready to get back at it and see if they can keep things going in their direction. And so far, seems to be the case, but see here, Kara House looks like they may be close to figuring something out here. Doesn't seem to be as many people around them, so maybe we're in a good position here to get this one back and rolling.
Hopefully. Never fun to have a technical pause in the middle of your game. Can't go anywhere. And it sort of only prolongs the time where you have to keep that mental focus, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it does become incredibly draining over the course of these events. I often find, like, because your normal sort of like weekend event is going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? You can run like an 8-team, like double elim bracket in 3 days. And by that third day, like I've done a lot of those kinds of shows, and by that third day, I'm kind of like, oh man, I'm tired. But this is a different ball game. Like this is almost a 2-week long episode, essentially. So it's just as much about keeping yourself mentally and physically fit over the entire course of the 2 weeks that we have here, as it is just about showing up to playing your games.
Not just for the players, but also for us, the casters.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a lot of work. Everybody's here for a long time.
Yeah.
You gotta be tip-top shape the whole time.
You know, you're in a foreign country.
Sick. Yeah.
You're staying away from home. Obviously, you know, it's hard, especially with long days like this, to kind of talk to people back at home, family, friends, loved ones, etc. Time zone differences as well for a lot of players. Maybe not so much for the Vietnamese team, but certainly for those teams coming over from the western side. So there's a lot to sort of think about. But I think we're ready to go straight back into the game, and it is going to be a 1-0 scoreline for 3BL after we've seen the first round of Ankara. Carhouse will try to make amends for that here in the second round.
You can see them going for a pretty familiar strategy in this one as well. Very aggressive towards this A-long control. They've got 4 players pushing out here, and you can see 3BL getting a sense for it and starting to back off a little bit, only leaving Hunt in that A-long position to try and catch them if they push all the way through. The rest of 3BL now working their way over towards B control. They've got 3 players working their way up into Hotel. It's going to be a nice little charge here by Horus to lead into it. There's only 1 player, though, on the B bomb side. It is going to be Rambo trying to hold it down for Kara House.
And at this point, with this big swing over to the left side of the map, Hunt just playing point over there, seeing what he can see. Nobody on the side of Kara House is going to peek him yet, though. Just kind of waiting and hoping that 3BL do push into the A site. Now, looks like it is Rambo still holding on to this angle. No push coming in. I do like this from 3BL. I think that playing with as much time as possible and trying to get Kara House to be the ones to make the first false maneuver or unfortunate timing is definitely good. And take a look. I mean, they're going to rotate back right as Kara House are just doing a massive swing over to B without much information. And this is going to end up being a 5v1 push onto A.
Yeah, I think if you're going to make that push, you need to get info early. And they have just started to push their way back over toward A. So that's a good decision from Kara House. They might even have 3 players on this side of the map when the hit comes through from 3BL. Decent setup in the end from Kara House. They get their timing right. Rambo for 1. Dola can't quite double down, and Lucas actually fails to find the trade. A missed shot from Rambo, sidearm out, still gets the job done, keeps the numbers alive for Cara House, and the double nade won't quite land from Cara House, but they have done enough to dissuade 3BL from getting that bomb plant down, and they're not even waiting for the plant. They're not even waiting for their teammate to make the rotation. They just make the two-man push in and give up the round, and I am concerned.
Yeah, I mean, that's a round where it looked like they had everything they needed to win on the side of Cara House, but again, the patience not there when it's needed, and 3BL able to capitalize right on it as they move forward in a 2-0 fashion here. It's going to be up to Cara House to make the adjustments. I mean, this is the map they wanted in this series, and so far it's not really a good showcase of why they've picked it. It just seems like they want to make these aggressive decisions, but they do not pan out at all. Meanwhile, 3BL, I like the approach they have here. They're going for these fakes. They're really toying with that over-aggression as well from Cara House. You could see it in that previous round where they pulled them back and forth between the sites and ultimately gave themselves a good opportunity to have that execution go their way.
Yeah, that's absolutely the way you got to play it as 3BL. They came with a good plan. Cara House, yeah, I mean, two people pushing before the guy behind is not there yet for the flank is pretty concerning for sure. So I think you guys both on the right points so far, and 3BL looking to push down in B bottom. There has not been a lot of information given on over. We do have JRK in position to throw a flash if need be. And will 3BL go for this push? Still a lot of time, especially in 3BL standards. They will use this time, and they will take their time before they go for a push. But here we go. It does look like they do want to push in 4 under B bottom.
Good counter util out from Cara House, and a great flash from JRK is going to net him that initial kill onto Hunt. Maybe this is where things can start to turn around for Cara House. He goes again on his own, tries to make it happen, and does. It's 1-for-1 across the board so far. After that initial opener for Cara House being clean. But Penguins brought one back onto Rambo, and again it's down to 2-on-2 with 3BL having time to reconsider whether they want to go to the B site now. Certainly have the opportunity to swindle their way back over to A, and Penguins kind of cutting off the rotate a little bit. He has spotted Dola there, and what a shot! This guy is having a bit of a day at the moment. Alucard takes the trade. Great setup, and gotta say, this 3BL squad is quietly starting to impress me. I think we didn't get to see them put their best foot forward in the opening game against BaiSha, and to be expected. But, I mean, look, right now, it's kind of captain obvious to say 3-0 3BL is looking like the better team. But just the way that they're playing these rounds out seems to be a little bit more coordinated than Cara House.
It definitely is. This time, though, Shady going to cause some trouble on A long with Dola. They pick up one apiece. Totson still trying to get these trades, finds himself one, but Cara House definitely have the positive start they were looking for here. Lucas takes another down with a nade, and just like that, the aggressive play on A long does pan out for them. I believe they called the pause before that, though. Still, maybe a good chance for them to reflect on those first 3 rounds. Even though they won this 4th one, it's still a 3-1 situation where they definitely have some good changes they could make during this pause time.
Yeah, I was wondering if Cara House's aggression out there from quarters was going to come back to bite them, but they hit their shots. They had those nice angles. You can see Penguins trying to just calm everybody down. It's just the 1 round, right? It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm saying it as he's saying.
He looks pretty hyped up himself. I think he needs some calming down.
No, he's having a big day out so far. I mean,
sure.
Penguin's not necessarily one of those guys that's going to be clicking on heads and going back and forth, but so far he's doing it, so sure, go ahead, you know, be my guest. I'd like to see more of that. And I like how they had that push on B bottom too. They sent out a couple of guys, and then Horus is right there behind them to kind of clean up. He's, I feel like, their best rifler at this point in time, and it's kind of what Seven was saying yesterday about Kungarna and a strategy they might use. Did work out for 3BL there. But let's see where we go from here. It is just 4 rounds in. It's 3-1. And 3BL are looking strong, but Cara House at least on the board, so maybe not ready to, you know, go insane in 5 different directions just yet for Cara House.
Yeah, we'll see how they've adapted as they come back in here after the pause. They're certainly going to need it, being down 3-1. And right now we are going to catch a replay of that previous, though, where Lucas and Dola aggressively pushed out of A long, the nade as well, helping finish that job and getting them their first round on the board here. But as we can see, we're back to the 3BL standard, and that is bait out these players and run down the clock. The big question now is, will Kara House continue to give them the opportunity to find those kills early on?
Well, I do think the spread right now for Kara House is just fine. They're not over leaning on one of these sites. They're not sending out too many players too aggressively. The one guy up in office is fine. Like, that's pretty standard just to try to get some information with Rambo. Other than that, just kind of sitting back, waiting for 3BL to make the first move, which I don't think is a bad idea at all if you are Kara House. As Penguin trying to push forward isn't going to get much done, just takes a little bit of damage.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a pace slow down here, but Penguin again still hitting the shots today. Takes down Shady in mid, and now it's wide open.
He's doing a little bit of a famous at the moment. He's pretty much killing everyone with headshots. I think every single kill bar one has come from a headshot for Penguin. There you go, 5 kills, 4 headshots. So he's looking sharp today. Dotson as well, 5 from 5, but those ones don't quite land for Penguin. And we're back to the 4-on-4. Rambo with, again, a miscellaneous push from Kara House, and it gives up the numbers. The numbers advantages with 3BL again. Kara House just cannot help themselves, it seems. And it is largely to the benefit of 3BL, the team on the blacklist side, who are making their way now into that B-bomb site and absolutely throwing the kitchen sink at JRK. Somehow he's managed to survive, and there's 30 seconds left on the clock here, so 3BL do have to be pretty quick about it, but getting that kill stabilizes things a little bit. 2-on-4 for the post plan. Tough one to win here for Kara House.
Yeah, Lucas and Dola trying to work their way back into this bomb site. Lucas, he's completely isolated from this smoke grenade they've thrown down, but Dola as well, he's stuck behind it. And they're already down to halftime left on the clock to get this retake. Totson finds the first. He's looking for the second, but Lucas does manage the trade, make it a double kill, but thankfully it is going to be saved, and 3BL move on to an even bigger lead for themselves. And this is starting to look a little bit scary now for Kara House.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think, you know, pushing out very aggressively from Rambo, getting caught out on the backside, definitely a bit of an issue. It did leave the one guy alone on B who just got pummeled with utility. Like, they're not using too much when they're just kind of hanging around and waiting to go for an execution later on in the round. So they were just able to throw everything at them and slowly take over the B site. Some of the shots not super crisp from the side of 3BL, and I think, you know, kind of swinging very aggressively on that last guy, almost came back to bite them and give him the clutch, but, you know, a win's a win. They get there in the end. They certainly played the round out better from beginning to end, and it's definitely worrying for Kara House, but I do think that 3BL are also playing a good game so far.
Yeah, I mean, what does kind of worry me is that the only round that Kara House have actually won has been that crazy all-out brawl outside of A. I mean, it's no doubt that they can go toe-to-toe in terms of the aim department, but when the round breaks down a little bit more, it tends to be a bit more of a methodical round, or there's a bit more thinking involved, or just time, right? Kara House seem to get bored or antsy, and they fall into their own bad habits. So it's not as if that one round is even really filling me with a whole lot of confidence. This is looking fantastic for 3BL right now, and they are far and away looking like the better team in this matchup at this point in time.
You can see now a 4-man push towards the B-bomb site starting to happen for 3BL. This time, it is going to be 2 players on site coming out from Kara House. You've got JRK and Rambo here. Nice little crossfire set up on the back of site. Meanwhile, you still have that solo player of Hunt holding on to the A-long position, but Dola sneaks out, takes him down. And now they've got to respond and see what they want to do about it. They're probably just going to leave it for now, but you can see it's peeled off at least one player from the pack for 3BL, but they still seem pretty eager to challenge on B.
Yeah, I'm not sure how well this is going to go. It seems like this time around Kara House have the good read, and they have so many different angles to just pop out and end this push and make it look very easy. That time around, you get that pick on the Hunt. 3BL kind of losing information. They don't want to go for a rotation. They just push in, but Cara House were just so ready for that.
I think that's a good example, though, of how those kinds of rounds go right for Cara House, and then they get baited into thinking that that was the correct play. Because, again, that comes down to a player that pushes out from A, wins a 1v1. Yes, they get the info off of it, but what happens if he loses the 1v1? He pushes out on his own. I mean, Shady and Rambo are going to go together in unison this time, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, and I do much prefer that from Cara House. In saying that, though, the A bomb site is completely clear, and Cara House are going to send it straight through mid. Another unorthodox strategy. Surely not expecting this, and that play with the C4 needs to be very careful because there's a wrap coming around from behind. Alucard, I think, has heard it, but that's a huge swing, and he's screaming for some assistance right now. He knows he's going to go down. Totson needs to try to recover it, can't. And look, I mean, that is just Cara House in a nutshell, isn't it? But madness, madness.
Yeah, I mean, it's unexpected for sure. You wouldn't expect the entirety of the enemy team to be flanking you that early in the round. So in this circumstance, it does work. But 3BL, I feel like if the bomb was in the hands of one of those forward players, they wouldn't have had to even risk anything there. They could have just went right into sight and been perfectly fine in that situation. But, I mean, Lucas picking up 4 on the flank. Can't really ask for more out of him in that round. And of course, now Shady gets aggressive, finds the opening pick, and Rambo as well takes down Hunt. They still want to take this fight to them on a long. It's Alucard answering back with the kill onto Rambo, but Shady, this is where you would want to back off, but he still is solo trying to take these fights.
Yeah, you don't have to do this, especially when 3BL have kind of shown that they want to take, 2v1, 3v1 on that angle. But he is going to call the whole team over. And in response, 3BL is just going to back all the way back near the spawn and essentially just feel the pressure and hope that somebody is going to get over aggressive and just dry peek a sniper rifle. Alucard's got that angle here, and he nearly is able to get an angle onto Dola, but just going to back away and essentially just let Cara House run around a little bit. 3BL definitely want to slow this round down.
Such a bizarre play style. They're like almost just roaming across the map as a unit and not really giving a care if they leave one of these bomb sites exposed. They're more keen on playing in this 4-stack in the round. You can see the remaining players have a pretty wide open A bomb site here for 3BL to just take right away from them, but not a huge fan of this setup from Cara House in this round. It really just leaves it up to Shady to grab that information, and the A-bomb site on this map is not very easy to retake. Knowing Cara House on post plants hasn't looked the best. It's almost too much of a risk for them to not play someone on this side.
Half rotated across already though, and Lucas is on the fast flank, so don't necessarily mind it too much. He might even be able to find a bit of a cheeky one. Dola actually spamming away at Horus, and while that timer is ticking away and working favorably for 3BL, you're going to have to see these last 2 individuals step up in a huge fashion. It's all up to Alucard, and I mean, how do you multi-frag with the orb? It's just not going to happen. So Cara House back, I suppose. I'm still skeptical about how they're playing a lot of these rounds, but can't argue with results. The scoreline will be 4 apiece.
Yeah, now they're in a pretty difficult position, I would say, on the side of 3BL, because the GR side, you're generally going to be punished a lot more for playing overly aggressive. So I actually think on the BL side, Cara House should, in theory, do even better than what they're doing right now on a map like this. So it's definitely worrisome to see a potential lost half now for 3BL, considering how well this one started for them. And it just seems like they're not ready for this aggression that Cara House has kind of taken to another level, even though I would still say most teams that were ready for this should be able to hold off what they're doing, because it's still a little bit too aggressive. But this time, Penguin, he is ready for the response, takes down Shady in mid.
Yeah, it's definitely a good pickoff. I think that Cara House have been getting a lot of value by just double peeking very aggressively from the GR side and kind of roaming around like a wolf pack of sorts, and just isolating members of 3BL that weren't quite able to handle the pressure. But 3BL, especially in this round, you can see they're just all the way back, and they're saying, okay, somebody's going to peek from one of these angles. Everybody just take an angle and don't get picked off, essentially. And they get the pick first, and now they're going to look for an execute, maybe onto A. As we can see, Cara House is just pushing out of office. And if 3BL, you know, they have a little bit of pep in their step, they could have just gone on to A, but instead they're coming back here and they are getting hounded down by the pack that is these 3 Kara House members.
It continues to work for them, but this Wolfpack play style, I mean, Dola finds another. JRK is just holding them in position, and now it's a 4-on-2 hunt. There's no way out. Dola gets the double kill, and already they've completely turned this one around. 4 rounds in a row after a 4-1 lead against them. They take the half 5-4, and it seems to be this playstyle is starting to work for them.
Absolute madness of a half, really. And Kara House up to their usual tricks, I suppose. Making it work. When the aim's on point, it does seem to work for them. So really quite a solid half, actually, from them in the end as they move over to the blacklist side. A little bit more favored on Kara.
Yeah, definitely a bit worrying rather, for the side of 3BL if they essentially, they tried everything they could, including some pretty severe passivity to just, you know, feel the pressure and then go for a push. But I feel like they were almost too slow. Like, they got the pick and then they just waited. And then, you know, Kara House can pretty much come from any angle. You got to expect it, but even though they were checking some of the angles, it's like 2v1 double peeks into the one guy that's watching it from 3BL, and eventually everybody just gets picked off and they just kind of fall apart. So Kara House, they found something that works for them. It's not very standard, but the very aggressive play gets them ahead, moving into their blacklist side on their map. And let's see what their blacklist side is going to look like, because maybe this one is a bit more standard as the aggressors.
Yeah, you would think this side of the map should be an advantage for Kara House, especially coming into it now with 4 in a row, 1 for themselves. We do see a 3-player stack on the A bomb site, but Shady actually going to be working his way into the middle of the map with an They've got 2 here in the opening round. Surprisingly, neither was on Rambo. It was Shady and Dola with Oms in hand to kick off this round, but Dola not going to find anything, so he goes back to spawn to actually swap out for that AK just in time to make sure he has it for the push, and it is going to be a split onto the A bomb site. This 3-stack is going to be pretty brutal, though, to go up against.
Shady not going to connect anything to hold off the rotations, but just giving away his position, and Lucas straight on in. Nice double kill. Rambo in there as well for the trade onto JRK. And that about wraps it up for 3BL. I mean, a 4-on-2 retake, not going to be particularly easy, especially when they were still a little bit worried about rotating their way past mid. So that took them some time as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of trickery with some, like, smokes and flashes thrown over the top on a B, but with 3 people on A, to just get actually run over is kind of not okay. I mean, it was a pretty clean entry, but also Lucas was kind of just sprinting at them and still not able to quite hold it off, as it is the last member to go down on the side of 3BL. And Kara House have certainly found their stride, as we mentioned, you know, from the blacklist side. This is kind of what we expected. They are just going to send it. And you can see Penguin now getting a little bit frustrated, and, you know, understandably, as they just kind of get bowled over there on A.
Yeah, it was such a bizarre fashion to lose in as well. I mean, you had Dola just going up the stairs past a player. He didn't even attempt to fight him, but he just trusted his teammates to grab those trades, and they did. So I think 3BL just weren't expecting Dola to run up there before players even responded beneath. So now it's going to be on 3BL to really adapt here and show us what they can do, because they may have had a 4-1 lead, but now they've lost 5 in a row, and it's looking like this could quickly slip away from them. And honestly, I'm surprised they've let it come to it, because Kara House hasn't really changed their play style too drastically. If anything, they've just got even more aggressive.
Yeah, well, it's still catching 3BL off guard, so that is the name of the game, really, as far as Kara House is concerned.
Yeah, I figured that 3BL would handle this pressure a bit better. I thought their style would work pretty well against Kara House, but Kara House kind of just turned it up to 11, to a level that maybe 3BL are just not able to handle. And they found a very nice, you know, level that works for them. And the over-aggression and the craziness, they went back home and they said, you know what, guys, we're not being crazy enough. Like, we gotta send it even harder. Like, we gotta go even crazier. And it's working out. And they're hitting their shots, right? Like, everybody's playing really well on the side of Kara House after the first bunch of rounds. They get warmed up. They begin to get more aggressive. They are hitting their shots. And you know, all power to them. They are just rolling over 3BL now.
Yeah, it's a great position for them to be in here. They've got all the momentum on their side, and you can tell 3BL looking a little distraught in this one, but not out of it just yet if they can find a round soon. But 7-4 already would be pretty drastic considering it's been quite a while since we've seen 3BL put up around themselves. We do have Totson playing the corner pocket here. Rambo doesn't check it. Totson gets the double kill to open up the round. Hunt finds another as well as Penguin from above to make this one a 2-on-1. But Shady, he is on the lurk all by himself, trying to sneak in to fight Penguin before this can become a 2-on-1.
Oh, dear.
And he already has
10
found
seconds.
the kill. 10 seconds. He has to get the bomb and plant as quickly as possible. He has maybe barely enough time to get this plant off. It's going to be down to the wire. And just barely, less than a second, but it's not going to matter for too much longer. Alucard comes in, gets the round, and 3BL finally can say they've put another one back up.
I thought for sure he didn't have time, but he just barely got that one down. Didn't matter too much as he immediately got cleaned up. As you could see, 3BL, they get the win. They're not too happy just yet. They need to get a bit more than just one round, and that one was kind of crazy, right? If you know, there wasn't the one guy, I think it was Totson in that corner, that wasn't checked to pick off 2 kills and really throw a spanner into the works, then probably Cara House just roll over them again. So it's not easy going on the side of 3BL, but they're keeping themselves in it. They get around. Let's see if they can build on that, or if Cara House just say, okay, well, that was a bit of a fluke. We just continue to send it, and maybe they continue with their wins.
Well, Dola not messing around in this one. Going to go straight out into mid alongside Shady. Not a aggressive hold from 3BL in that area of the map, though, so no exchanges just yet. Alucard is watching. He's boosted up. I think Cara House is going to run straight into him, though, and that's a good, quick shot from Alucard. He'll be a difficult one to dig out. No Util getting tossed in his direction, but he is stuck. He cannot move, and now the nades are going to start to rain on through, as in the meanwhile, Dola's been able to pick one more up. Cara House have slowed things down, though. They want to find another pick before they accelerate, which is going to be given to them by Totson, and that opens the avenue up into A.
Yeah, it's a perfect position for them to be in now, but Hunt on the flank, able to find one already. They still have full control over the A-bomb site now for the post plant, but 3BL is going to be very quick on this rotation. JRK holding that corner box, has to at least guarantee one to try and hold onto this bomb site, but Dola, he has the key position here. As soon as that swing comes through, he can just run right up the stairs and turn on them here, but actually Alucard is ready for it, but it may not matter. Lucas and JRK hold the line and get it done, and Cara House remains out in the lead.
Again, kind of a crazy one. They push in underneath Alucard and make their way onto A. Some big pickoffs to make it an even trade, but at the end of the day, just not enough on the retake. It can be pretty difficult to retake that one, and Cara House were able to get this bomb down and defend it pretty well. So 3BL, definitely pretty frustrating for them. You have to feel it, but Cara House certainly in control. Dola going to get that first pick off onto Penguin already. There are a bunch of 3BL members here as well, as Horus is going to get one. He picks up 2 and does get traded back, though, and Cara House will win the big fight that just happened in the office.
Yeah, now it's down to the 1-on-3 for Totson. It looks like 3BL has called for a pause after this one as well. No surprises considering it hasn't been a good string of rounds for them in this one. Shady going to spot out Totson right away. Here comes the triple swing, and that will get an 8th round up here for Cara House, who have really turned this one around. But 3BL, it's the exact opposite story here. A great start, but since then, they've just let everything slip, and it almost seems like they're trying to play like Pacific was here, but they know what's coming at them, but it's so aggressive, they still can't handle it.
It's kind of sad, isn't it? Because like when you look at it fundamentally, it almost feels like 3BL is playing correctly and Cara House is playing incorrectly, and yet Cara House is making it work. And I mean, this is the conversation that we keep having about Cara House, that they're such an impressively individually skilled team that they can kind of make these weirder strategies or setups or pushes work just by pure virtue of their superior firepower. And when their firepower is working, it goes exactly like this. They just roll through their opponents. But
sometimes when it's not working out, then it becomes a little bit more problematic. Still, in this case, I guess they can continue to keep that hype train rolling, and Ankara might be done and dusted pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely it does feel like Carhouse are running away with this one. And, you know, everything you said is pretty true. I do think they're trying to play that style, that passive style, to absorb the pressure and then bounce back. But it does feel like Carhouse are just winning too many of these firefights. Like, the positioning, I think, is fine from 3BL, but they're just kind of getting rolled over and losing a lot of these 1v1s, these 2v1s. And it is a big problem, right? Because at the end of the day, in CFS, in Crossfire, you got to be able to hit those shots. Penguin was doing really well early on. Carhouse wasn't really. They were kind of not being aggressive, and they were getting picked off one by one. But now that they've kind of moved in as a unit, as we take a look at the replay here once again, this is what's happening. They just keep on winning these 1v1s. Horus is like trying his best to hold it down, but he can't do it alone.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot to be in now, down 8-5. There's pretty much no room for error on the side of 3BL if they want to win this one in regulation. Meanwhile, Carhouse continuing to take risks and be rewarded for it on this BL side of the map. And this is what I was worried about. I feel like 3BL, they needed a much stronger first half to ensure they could win this game, because on the Blacklist side, this kind of poking and prodding they like to do on Carhouse actually works really well on this side of the map on Ankara. It shouldn't have worked as well as it did in the first half, but now they're in a situation where they can kind of just steamroll their way forward. And on top of that, you've got to talk about Lucas here as well. 20-7 after having, I think, less than 10 combined on the entirety of that first match. He's really turned it around today as well.
Solid stuff indeed. And this is actually a default round from Carhouse. They are just waiting to see if there's going to be any pushes from 3BL. Being very patient. They haven't been rewarded for it. Smoke into what A main. Not going to prompt anything from Carhouse. A little bit of a rotation maybe off from B, looking for some info over there. Not going to be seeing too much though.
Yeah, I think just trying to play with the pace a little bit. Just coming off the timeout from 3BL. Wanted to see if they had anything planned specifically. And if not, they can just go for kind of a crazy execution, a very aggressive one a little bit later on. As it looks like maybe they want to split this one up, although we could rotate over towards B. But there's still a couple of guys, JRK and Lucas, who are hanging around outside of A and might be trying to make some noise while the actual C4 is going into B.
Yeah, I like the play call here. They've got to sell this fake really well, though, if they want to force the over-rotation. Lucas goes down very early, so now there might not be an over-rotation. Alucard finds Dola, but still Rambo has snuck onto the B bomb site and already wants to plant this bomb. JRK as well somehow wins the duel over Alucard, and now they've got full control over the B bomb site. And 3BL, they kind of just let him have it a little bit too easily.
Yeah, the strategy was sound. The execution, maybe not so much from Carhouse, but even still, they find a couple of big individual frags, and that's going to get them through this round. That was hanging on a knife's edge, but now it's down to Hunt to try to solo out a 1-on-3, and he does know the position of Rambo. Still got to find another one on top of that. This should be a tough round to win. Indeed, it will be. 9-5. Again, I don't think Carhouse gets through that round unless they're on point. Because Rambo's able to win his duel, he's able to get the bomb plant down, and that's causing problems for 3BL. But even if they lose one more player at an inopportune time, that round just completely falls apart.
Yeah, it just seems like Carhouse, even though they're playing a little bit disjointed, a little bit sloppier, they're getting away with it because they're just hitting the shots all day long here. I mean, Shady already gets the kill on to Penguin, making it happen. Rambo doesn't even have to snipe in this matchup, but Alucard going to meet Dola in mid to equalize for a moment, but Horus and Totson have already taken a decent amount of damage here, so it's still pretty favorable for Carhouse in this position.
Yeah, just waiting to see if anyone else is going to get aggressive. 3BL, not necessarily that type of team to look for those picks, but a couple of them tried to swing onto Shady, and they only did a bit of damage to him afterwards. They did get that pick on Adola, as you were mentioning. So this does make this a 4-on-4. Looks like this bomb is going in towards B with just a 2-2 split here from the side of 3BL. Last time it was pretty rough. I mean, they got a couple of picks for free, and then they weren't able to quite finish it off. As Alucard feeling the pressure under B bottom. might be enough information to say that this push is coming in, as Alucard is not going to win that duel, but we do have Horus to at least swing for one, but he loses his life, and now the three of them are closing in on Hunt, who is alone. Still plenty of time, as Hunt is going to go down, and now it's a 3-on-1. It looks like Kara House might be able to close it out here.
Certainly seems that way. 3-on-1. Lucas already putting so much damage down onto Totson as well. And I don't see how he can get through this one alive. It should be Kara House 10-5 on Ankara. Util's getting tossed out as well to make his life even more difficult, and he's certainly taking his time about making these peaks. He's gotten Lucas and Rambo down quite low, but still JRK is there as the insurance fund. And Totson is not making any inroads onto this site, which is a problem. Time is ticking away from him. Flash pops in his face. He's stuck in the corner. And even now, if he was to find some kills, he wouldn't be able to win it. It's 10-5 for Kara House on map 1.
It's going to be a tough one here now for 3BL moving forward as they go down 10-5 in this first map. It started off so right for them. I mean, a 4-1 lead, and then out of the last 10, they only win one. Almost 8 rounds in a row before giving one up for Kara House. But it seemed like they didn't even change what they needed to here. They just decided, hey, let's floor it and see what happens. And it worked so well for them.
What a turnaround, really, from Kara House. I guess you have to give them credit again. It seems like they have showed up today. And to be fair, they are playing their usual style, which, of course, we have been critical of. But you can't argue with the result. It was quite a dominating victory in the end, 10-5, even though they were down pretty substantially at the start of that map. So congratulations, Kara House, for picking up the dub on map number 1. Though the job is not yet over. They've still got to go on to Port, and we've talked about our reservations about that map as well for Kara House. But if they can maintain that kind of a fashion, then I will say then I think it's probably looking like a Kara House 2-0 at this point in time. You have to be disappointed, though, if you're 3BL there. And I think Penguin in particular, the captain of that team, you know, he was kind of indicating as much in some of those timeouts that we saw. Like, they really could have put together a little bit more there, but not able to follow on and keep that consistency up, which is quite unfortunate because it did feel like at one point that was going to be their map to win.
Yeah, I mean, it really did. I feel like 3BL, it's just some small things they need to fix going into this next map. It is a stronger map on the way for them as well, so it's definitely not an unwinnable position, but you've got to think they've lost any momentum they could have had now at this point, and when you lose that many rounds in a row to close out a map, it can be a very challenging position to bounce back from, even knowing it's your map pick on the way.
Yeah, it definitely is. I do feel like Kara House took them a little bit to wake up, and then eventually they hit their stride, and after that, I think 3BL got 1 round. Was it? It was like 4-1, and then it was 10-5.
It was one, yeah.
You know, regardless of side, regardless of situation, I do think that Kara House kind of, at the end of the day, are the better team. They hit their stride, they warmed up a little bit, and eventually they just began to run at them and pummel them. And, you know, it wasn't super clean, but it didn't have to be. They got some good executes off along the way, and it was their map pick. They looked very comfortable. Port is going to be interesting. I think that Kara House, you know, a little bit more of a challenge. I would still favor them after what I saw in the second half of that map. So I think it's just going to come down to, can 3BL somehow reach that next level? As looks like a lot of the members of Cara House were able to reach that next level.
I mean, yeah, I think I mentioned it already, but Lucas, his step up into today is well deserving of this MVP. He was one of the weaker members of this team in their previous matchup, and this is just a complete turnaround from him. He was hitting everything he needed to. Gets a 2.6 KD, 123 ADR. Really just a shining performance from him. And honestly, as a whole, a much more well-rounded performance I felt like out of Cara House in this one.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, look, a much better performance than what we saw in the initial day from them, and I guess there's still a little bit more of a tale to be told for Cara House. They're giving us a bit of an understanding maybe why we did actually have so much faith in them on day one, and why we all still actually predicted them here on day two, even despite a poor performance there on the first day. So we'll see if they can close it out here 2-0, because that's, I think, going to be the name of the game for Cara House.
Yeah, the job's not done just yet. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be map 2 on the way to see if Cara House can close it out. Welcome back here to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We are deep into our group stage now, and within this match so far, it looks like Cara House might have what it takes to pull off their first match win here at CFS. They had a 10-5 first map, but how confident are we feeling now that the 2-0 is on the horizon?
Oh, God, I don't know if I'm feeling confident at all. I mean, look, I think Cara House, if they continue to play that way, it will be a 2-0, but they're just such a hot and cold team that I feel nervous about even predicting anything in the realms of a 2-0 here for Cara House. So jury's out for me, but we'll see how they go on port. I know that they have had some troubles on port as well lately, so maybe that's going to be a bit of a tick in the book of 3BL. But I think also 3BL have to find another level if they really want to contest Cara House here, because it did seem at the end of the day that they were outmatched beyond those initial couple of rounds where they looked great, but once Cara House got rolling, pretty hard to stop.
Yeah, I'd have to say so far, I feel like 3BL kind of feels like they could be the weakest team here just off of what we've seen so far. It's like even when they have these moments where they should be winning some big rounds, they're letting it slip to a team that's not necessarily even playing super structured against them.
Yeah, I do feel like 3BL is a little bit outmatched in this one, and it's a bit unfortunate. I was really excited when they were getting it going early on, but honestly, like, Penguin's not normally that guy that's going to put up a lot of numbers. Horus and Alucard have not really been able to do the carrying against any team they've played against, of course, including BaiSha, I guess. But it's a bit rough when your main guys aren't hitting their shots, really, and as a team, you're kind of just getting run over. Trying to, like, you can see they're trying to manipulate their style many different ways, trying to get even more passive or look for some occasional more aggressive plays, but nothing really sticking and nobody really having some pop-off moments in a big way. So Cara House just kind of outmatching them. Now, it was on Cara, but to be honest, I don't even feel like the map mattered too much in that one. Like, it obviously matters a little bit, but at the end of the day, I think Cara House are just the better team.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things actually that Seven mentioned was that when you're playing against Cara House, it's really quite hard to play that game because you're not really sure what they're going to throw at you. And I thought that map was the perfect example of that. First, they're trying to fight for outside of A, then they're pushing down mid, then you got some guy trying to flank round from behind, then someone's pushing B. It's like every single round there's something different. They're just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I mean, because of their individual skill and ability, quite a bit actually did end up sticking. So we'll go into port here and see if anything changes up for 3BL. I have my doubts, though, as to whether or not they're going to be able to push this through to a map 3. And especially given that it is their map choice, you'd be imagining Cara House will be starting off on the Global Risk side here. So an advantageous side to kick things off for them on map 2 and keep that momentum rolling.
Well, here we go. It's time for our second match between these two teams, and it is going to be Port as the potential decider in this series. As we kick it off, Cara House, you can see the confidence is high, but is 3BL ready to meet them there this time around?
Definitely the question that has to be asked. Will 3BL step up to the level that Cara House has shown today? It's their map pick. They should feel immense comfort, and will that be enough to get them across the line? Let's see, first off, how they want to play this as well, because Cara House, you know, Port, pretty much any map you can kind of just rush down one lane if you really want to. Speaking of which, 3 guys coming out along A. The flash timing was great, but Hunt doesn't peek as it comes out, so it's just going to push them back. And it does look like that's kind of the MO here from 3BL, to not really peek, to play it very slowly. And I think that's okay. It did kind of work out for them when they were playing Blacklist side on Ankara, but only for a little bit.
Yeah, I think the one thing that makes me nervous for Cara House on this side of the map is normally you would look at a GR side for Cara House as a start, as a positive because of this map. But because this team is this team, it could be a little bit risky. But I mean, hey, the risks pay off. Lucas and Shady swing down mid. Penguin and Totson already out of the picture. And now they've actually fallen off and are playing safe here. And this is what I really like to see out of them.
Yeah, but again, this is just Cara House in a nutshell. They're going to push. They're going to try to find those fights early on. And 3BL have to be prepared for that, which clearly they were not in this case. A 3-on-5 is going to be a tough one to claw back.
Yeah, Port one of those maps where sometimes you will just not expect a GR player to just, you know, peek over the bridge and gun you down. Sometimes they'll play on the sides. Maybe you can push out some of the sides or into the B room, as Lucas is going to peek here. Alucard, this is what you need him to look for aggressive plays and to get these pickoffs to get his team into a good spot. But can they get a bit more? It's still 3v4 after the massacre that happened in the middle of the map.
Dollar had mid-control, though, for a bit there, and that means that 3BL cannot actually make their way back over toward A. Or if they do, it's going to be a really late entrance into the site. So you've still got a couple of members stacked over on B for Cara House. Should be enough to hold on. Dollar going for the info play as well. He's going to lock that info in. And these 3BL members are going to have to hit their shots on the entry. Rambo missing, whipping with the sniper. Only able to get one in the end, and all of a sudden 3BL look like they're in with a bit of a chance, though it should be a fast rotate across from Cara House. Plank going down. Dollar will take the peek before Shady is there, but he lines up too. They lined up for him. And that'll be the first round on the board for Cara House. They don't look happy about it.
Yeah, it's a little sloppy, honestly, on both sides to put that round on the board, but ultimately they lined up for him. You've got to know who's going to peak first on that situation if you're 3BL, and it's just those small little details for them that has been what kills them in these rounds. So Cara House, again, winning a round that they maybe shouldn't have been able to take away off of some good play there from Shady in this one, and we can already see it in this round, a little bit of favor towards this A bomb site coming in from Cara House early on. You've got two players here playing a little bit more forward, but Penguin already trying to work his way into the A connector, gets tagged up quite a bit.
Yeah, maybe just trying to take over more space on the map this time around. The first round obviously didn't work very well for them, even though they almost were able to secure it right at the end. And this time, Penguin, he's making his presence known in the middle of the map. He's trying to get it for the team. Lucas is able to trade it back on the Totson, and that will even things up. But yeah, just trying to have a presence in the middle of the map, seeing if they can get any picks, and then maybe trying to use that as a, you know, a place to rotate off of. But they have gone back essentially to the base, and a nice little pick off from Alucard once again.
B side very open at this point in time, and that's one of the difficulties of this map, is it's a fairly hefty rotate on the defense. The sides are pretty split. 1-1-1 on the defense here from Cara House's. Not looking so crash hot. You're going to need someone to double down here. Multi-frag, save the day. Bit of a push out from Shady. Don't half mind that here at the numbers disadvantage, and he finds the timing nicely. Alucard drops. Might need to do a little bit more because Rambo has fallen onto the floor as well. It's really just Shady trying to hold on to this A bomb site right now. He knows Hunt is up there. He wants to take the fight, but it's too late. The flank has come through. And I don't think Lucas is going to clean this one up, despite how good he was on Ankara.
Yeah, there's really not a whole lot of opportunity to get back into this bomb site, especially with only 19 HP. He has to just hope some of these players peek out on him one at a time. He's going to have a chance potentially at Horus here, who is peeking, and Lucas, hey, he finds the first here. Now that potential could come to life, but now he's running out of time as well to make this one happen. Hunt and Penguin, they've got a nice cross set up for this post plant. Lucas, he's got to go in. It's now or never to try and make this play. Oh! A big whiff on the shot, unfortunate for him, but fortunately for 3BL, it gets them their first round on the board.
I was pretty surprised he missed that one, but, you know, can't hit 100% of the shots, and he was pretty close. So 1v3 is a pretty hard ask for him regardless, and it ends up being a good round here for 3BL. Like the start, you know, they're taking the middle of the map. They look for some of these picks, and they get some value here from the Blacklist side, and now they're going a bit faster as Totson is going to go into connector. For now, they don't have to push just yet.
Yeah, I like the call here, though, from Cara House. Kind of a passive stack in the B tunnels, trying to bait 3BL into this positioning. But if 3BL is able to check this a little bit safely, they might get a sense for what's going on. And knowing Cara House, they may likely be the first team to peek in this situation. So you've got Lucas. It's all about the patience here. If he peeks out first, it kind of gives away the setup. So He really has to be careful on the timing here. Alucard, though, going to find one. And again, Lucas and Shady peek out. They give them the advantage instead of waiting for the push to come through. And now Carahouse has to do this in a 2-on-3 fight in the tunnels. It is JRK who finds one, but a lot of 3BL has moved out of here and already towards that A-bomb site. Look at Hunt here. He's so far forward as Totson gets this kill onto JRK. They've got full control of this map completely now.
Yeah, that was just a great play. They had mid-control once again, so they're able to come in from behind. Totson picked up 2 kills as well. He's able to actually execute on that play. And I love the stack, just expecting Carahouse to peek onto you, and they got so much value out of that. Alucard continuing to get those pickoffs over on the B side of the map as Penguin's losing his mind. Has a lot to say as well about this. But yeah, generally a pretty good start here for the side of 3BL, and very animated.
Passionate.
He is. Yeah,
for sure.
But still very early on in this one.
Ooh, faster play this time, but a pause. He's not happy about it. I don't think you would be. I don't think I would be either, right? They've just won a couple of rounds in a row. Momentum's definitely going, and then a pause gets called. I mean, he's still got a lot to say, though.
Looks like it might be something on Penguin's end as well. I'm not 100% sure. Although we do see the ref over here next to Shady. I think, actually, I don't know. It could be either side at this point. I guess we'll have to wait and see what the issue is.
Well, I mean, obviously the difficulty with figuring it out is we are in China. Neither of these two teams are Chinese, so all the referees and admins are all Chinese speakers. And then you got a Vietnamese speaking team. And, well, is it Egyptian? Do they speak Egyptian? I don't actually know.
Yeah, anyway. I think for the language barrier, I'm sure there's some technical things they've got to work through here to make this happen, but hopefully it's not for too long. Penguin, I am curious to see what's been frustrating him, even though they are winning. A lot of these rounds are a little bit dicey, to say the least. And
got the headset back on at least.
I think they are ready to get back into it, but yeah, I'm curious to see what the discussion's about, really on both sides here, because 3BL, it feels like they are making better decisions here, but it's very, very close rounds nonetheless.
Anyway, my point was, it's hard for us to tell who's got the issue because there's often like 3 or 4 people standing behind either team. So you turn around and you think, okay, well, I'm just going to look at which team has more people standing behind them because presumably that's the one with the issue. But then you turn around, there's like 3 people behind each team because there's like a translator, a referee, and then, you know, maybe like someone else.
Yeah.
So
they said hard. It was in a headphones issue. So hopefully that one gets fixed quickly. Definitely need sound when you're playing an FPS game, just basic. So the technical pause thing has moved away, so perhaps we'll get into this one soon. Hope so. It was just heating up here on port. 2-1. 3BL from the Blacklist side showing their prowess on this map. I just hope it doesn't end up like the first map where they get this good lead and then, you know, kind of falls away from them as Carhouse realized, oh, we can just kind of run up long A and win these firefights, which I think will eventually happen if Carhouse continue to drop rounds. They will start to get more and more aggressive because that has been what has worked for them in the past. But let's see.
All right. Well, the fun fact of the day is, and this makes me sound like an absolute idiot, and I realized as soon as I said it, but the language spoken in Egypt is Arabic.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's not like the 1300s anymore or whatever. When was Egypt in like its peak power? You know what I mean? As a what's the word?
I don't know.
A civilization. That's it.
I'm not sure.
Same time as the Romans, roughly. I remember that much at least. Anyway, besides
they
did
have some good years, yeah.
Yeah, they did. Anyway, maybe they'll have some good years here in 2023 because 3BL, I mean, look, hasn't been so great so far, but if they pick the pace up against Carahouse on port, then they could force us through to a map 3 on Mexico. Carahouse still eager for a forward hold toward the B side of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely a good choice for them if they can play it a little bit safer and not go swinging too early. But for Carahouse, that is exactly what they want to do. Lucas swings into mid, takes down Horus. They get the early pick this time around, and now all they've got to do is hold on to it. Shady finds another through the mid double doors as well. It's going to be Totson to fall here. And now they've got themselves a nice 5v3. Penguin, he really wants to get this fight going his way, but again, Shady finds another in mid. And things have completely fallen apart in this one for 3BL.
Yeah, I mean, this mid control has been crucial for a lot of the rounds going either way. And this time around, just the timing from Shady to peek out and get multiple kills, have some help from his teammates afterwards as 3BL were trying to set up there and even getting killed with grenades in hand and stuff like that. And definitely not going to work out for them. Now they got two guys trying to push onto B against two guys. Sometimes you can hold B with two guys against 5, depending on the situation. And you see Lucas is trying to poke out here, doing a ton of damage to Alucard, who was not quite able to land his shots. And now the rotation, ooh, nice little flick there from Hunt, but still a lot on his plate, and that will be Shady to pick up yet another kill. Think he will end the round with 7.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's still too close here for Comfort on the side of 3BL, and this is a half where they should be able to put more rounds on the board, just knowing Carahouse is going to make more of those aggressive decisions on the GR side. And for GR Port, it's not as easy to play aggressively as it is on Ankara and get away with it. But Lucas is going to get the challenge earlier on. Dola, this is his chance to pop off, gets the double kill. Here comes the support from JRK. He finds another, and Shady, he gets the job done. 3-2, Carahouse, they are right back in the lead.
Scary swing from Shady, though. He dies there, it's right back to a 1v1. Doesn't make a mistake, though. And the animation is gone from 3BL. The door's been slammed back in their face.
Yeah, it's hard for them because they want to control these B tunnels, but from round 1, Carahouse have said, this is our territory. And they've used it to peek in the mid. They've used it to not allow any B pushes, basically. And it's been rough for 3BL because they want to find a way to crack it open and to deny, you know, these peaks from Lucas, from Shady through mid, or at least to take over the B tunnels and push them back, but they're just not winning those firefights. And Carahouse have been able to maintain control over that side of the map. And this time you see that they've, you know, they push into there, but they immediately back away, not expecting 3BL to challenge it again. And that means they've got this nice A stack where, you know, 3BL, if they do end up trying a new location, could come back to bite them.
Yeah, we can see, though, it is going to be Shady getting aggressive first for Carahouse, but he actually falls off after getting the information, and this is kind of a nice adaptation we are starting to see from Carahouse. They're not overcommitting once they have something valuable to work with here, and this time it is going to be that pressure now coming towards the B tunnels. They've got 3 players on the back of this B bomb site, but they're just kind of filtering the information back and forth and not necessarily over-aggressing in this round. So I have to say I am pleasantly surprised with how Carahouse is kind of tethering themselves in this first half.
Still a long way to go, though. We could see them default back to some shenanigans in this half yet.
And Carahouse have swung back onto the B site, but this push is coming A. And they pretty much only had the peek on Hunt earlier on from Shady, but now it's just Shady who is going to get isolated. Rambo on the back of the site only picks up 1. Lucas with the quick support is coming in on the backside here, but 3BL have totally taken over the site. And it's only Dola, and there's 3 people shooting at him. And that's going to tie it up as Penguin animated once again.
Yeah, you love to see the response here coming in from 3BL and keeping it pretty competitive on this side of the map where the BL is normally not super favored here. So if they could make this an even half to go down with, maybe a 4-5 even, not a bad situation for 3BL to be in if they can have a better showing on their GR side this time around. But as we've seen, the way Carahouse tends to play favors them quite a bit on the blacklist side, really, of any map here. So it is going to have to be a change of pace from 3BL to get, I think, at least 5 needed in this half to feel like this map is theirs.
Another passive start to the round. It's a very different feeling than what we got on Ankara. To be fair, Port does tend to offer less early skirmishing opportunities.
Lucas was trying to get a bit fiery, but didn't really find anyone. Shady says, okay, I'll do it. Gets the better timing, finds Penguin again. How many times has that happened? More than 3BL would like, I would imagine. But yeah, they just keep getting away with peeking on the bridge, picking one guy off. 3BL continuing to gather up here. And Shady's going to get yet another free one onto Totson, who I don't even know if he saw Shady. And down he will go. So now immediately it's 5v3. And 3BL are like, well, where are we going to push now? After not getting too much information, just getting shelled down through the middle of the map.
Bit of a weird round, isn't it? Don't think Karahouse will really mind. And Alucard perhaps on the entry duties here. It's a bit of a one-and-done position from JRK, but it's a high-low setup between him and Lucas. You'd expect there should at least be a trade if JRK can't get more than one, and that's exactly how that setup is intended to work. So, well done from Karahouse on the hold on the B site. Lucas going to be fully flashed out, but still wants to go for the swing, and will lose his life to Hunt, but you've got numbers there. Karahouse regain the lead.
Yeah, they're really starting to push this one back into their hands, and 3BL, it just seems like they're doing a little bit too much alone, which is surprising to see from their side, but it just comes down to how they're approaching these fights in mid. They're giving Shady so many different 1v1 opportunities, and he's winning those fights the majority of the time. And again, you see another solo player going into mid and just getting picked off with no value to be found.
Yeah, it does feel like 3BL are playing a little bit frustrated. We could see it after the first map as well as now. Again, I mean, we're just running into a guy who's just staring down the ladder, right? It's a bit of frustration. You can feel it in the way that they are playing. Alucard's over here alone looking at B. He's like, well, I guess my whole team's dead. What do I do from here? He's going to look to get some more pickoffs. He's not going to hit that flick. And that's another round very safely and securely into the hands of Karahouse, who are playing a pretty standard, you know, flash over the top, peek in the mid, get a kill. But it does feel like they are being gifted a lot of these ones, and yeah, I don't know. I could feel the frustration oozing over from the first map.
100%.
On their faces and in their play, and I feel like it's beginning to get away from them again.
Yep.
Kind of like it did on Ankara.
Yeah, it was a bit back and forth, but again, Karahouse is starting to look a little more threatening as we go deeper into the map, which I suppose they're going to need. They'll be moving on to the less favorable side after this round, and they would definitely want a 6-3 lead here. I think if you got 4 as 3BL, you could be pretty happy with that. But as far as this setup is concerned, the initial stages of the round have favored Karahouse for the moment. Lucas as well is able to clear out mid, does not see anything there, which is information of itself, and massive A stack here from Karahouse. They have almost completely given up B, just JRK over there to anchor. But 3BL haven't committed to one way or the other just yet.
Yeah, the positioning here, though, looks like they're going to be leaning towards that A connector push. However, the bomb is still working its way towards the B bomb side. I'm curious to see if they'll peel him off and send him back towards A, which seems to be happening now. So it is going to be an A push coming through from 3BL, but you still have 2 other players here from Karahouse to deal with, and there's no full commitment just yet. It's just a 2-2 setup, but they haven't had to be aggressive here in this map so far. Karahouse, though, doing like they do best here, starting to poke and prod. They've got JRK working his way into the B tunnels, just getting that information that they might be able to get away with an A stack here.
Yeah, well, this is definitely the time that you want to be pushing for info, and they do push and spot nothing over toward the B side of the map. There was a chance the bomb could have still rerouted there, but 3BL end up looking like they're going to walk right into the trap that Karahouse have set. More or less 4 players on A. A really good read from Karahouse, and now they just have to be patient and back themselves with that decision that they have made. And if they stay there, they will be proven correct. Rambo already for 1, JRK to help him out as well. And this time, Karahouse will be rewarded for their patience. Alucard does get himself a double kill, though. Maybe there's still another chapter yet to write in this story. What a shot from Alucard. And now Lucas in the 1v1 goes for the swing, finishes it off. It is A painful way to lose the final round in the half there for 3BL, because that could have really been something special. But just one too many members, unfortunately, to deal with.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing close to the half for 3BL, but Karahouse, they are now in a great position to try and close this one out in a 2-0 sweep. And I've got to hand it to them. The way they played this half is probably the most composed we've seen them all tournament long, especially on a GR side. Even though they were poking and prodding a lot in the middle of the map, it was working well because they were constantly getting these players singled out on the side of 3BL to work with. So now it's kind of do or die here for 3BL. They have to have a stellar half now on the GR side.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can. I mean, this is... I think this is a better sign for 3BL to kind of calm things down and feel the pressure, because it's going to be more difficult, I think, to just get free peeked in mid and get flashed and lose a couple of your members and lose rounds because of it. But I do think that as well from the Blacklist side, 3BL were suffering a little bit of just taking it a little bit too slow, as Karahouse were able to read it multiple times where the push is coming through with some great information gathering. And here they go once again, very aggressive on towards A. That shot not going to hit. Horus is going to get 1v1'd. Nice little spray from Penguin at least, but the top of this site has been taken for now by Karahouse as Penguin tries to make his way in, and Rambo's there in mid to end the round.
They were coming from all angles, weren't they, Karahouse? It just felt like any time you swapped to 3BL players' POV, they were getting shot in the side. Absolute pace brought in the first round of the second half by Karahouse. That scoreline starts to look pretty scary here for 3BL now.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems like it is pretty close to the end of the line with 3BL. Karahouse looking a lot more coordinated on this map than I expected, and honestly, they're still hitting the shots as well, so it's a really good position for them to be in if they can keep up this level of performance. But 3BL, it's kind of disappointing to see them struggling this much on their map pick, but at least Hunt starts things off right in this round. Gets a nice headshot spray there through the smoke onto Rambo.
Bit unlucky. So what's the response from Karahouse? You'd be expecting to see some sort of aggression out from them here. Maybe the perfect time for it. I think 3BL might also be aware of that possibility. It's a nice nade. JRK and Dola down to about half HP. Good shot from Alucard. Oh, another one. All right, hello. Alucard has arrived into the server. And that's a positive sign for 3BL, particularly on the defensive side of Port. You guys have kind of been highlighting him as someone that needs to step up for 3BL. And he hasn't really so far in this series, but a couple of really impressive rounds, good shooting. And I wonder if there's still something there for 3BL. Do they have something to say for themselves before they go down in this series?
You would hope so here, considering this is their map pick. And now they're stepping up on it. It's going to be Hunt with the double kill spray down. Totson finding another as well onto JRK. But again, the response is still almost there, but Horus holds on to keep the numbers advantage in their favor now. 3-on-2, Shady left alone in a 1v3 situation. He hasn't spotted the player on the opposite side of B tunnels, but Horus, he is prepared to hit that headshot. And now 3BL, they're starting to come to life in this second half.
Yep, a couple quick rounds go in their favor, and that could be what gets to frustrate the side of Karahouse. 3BL finally gaining some confidence, you know, peeking into Karahouse with the team and taking a lot of victories in that manner is definitely going to build some good morale, at least at this point in time. And Penguin's trying to do what Shady was doing to them. He's getting some information to mid, not seeing much, and that allows his team to sweep in through B tunnels and set up a defense there. But yeah, I feel like Karahouse kind of struggling to find better executions, and 3BL immediately ready to pounce on that, so that's a good look from them.
You can see here Karahouse pretty spread out, going for that early mid control in the hands of Lucas, who now works his way into the lower B tunnels. 3BL, they thought about taking that fight outside of B, but instead they're going to back off here and play extremely safe on the round. The only downside in playing the B bomb site this way is if you
do not hit that first shot on the player coming out in front, it's very easy to take control of this B-bomb site quickly if there's no forward presence.
Doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot of that from 3BL, so this could actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back for them. Nades are getting tossed over the top, though they have actually early rotated across here, 3BL. They've got members on the side, and Totson doubles down. Shady and Dollar do drop. Now you need to see the same response from Kara House, and it's just not coming. Penguin, in the thick of things, will be brought down to his knees by JRK, and Rambo also chiming in with one, but the players have swapped places, and Rambo will fall. It's going to be a timeout here. You'd have to think from Kara House. Did see the pause notification come on in that round. Would be about the time for a little bit of a chat.
Yeah, I need to have a chat after those last 3 rounds. You're now getting bowled over by the team that you were just kind of pummeling in this one. So I think that Kara House need to slow things down and try to figure out what was going wrong after... You know, they took the first round so easily from the Blacklist side, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, we're getting rotated on, we're losing firefights, Alucard almost 4K'd us. Why are our pushes not working? What do we need to change? And try to go from there. 3BL looks like they're very excited now. Once again, they're beginning to believe, you know. And as a team, everything's going very well for them. Penguins taking aggressive angles, getting good information for the team. Saw a really nice wraparound from Horus as well in that round. Didn't end up mattering too much, but he was able to get in there and help out on the defensive B at the end. And yeah, everybody seems to be on the same page on the side of 3BL. Maybe this is their time to come back on their map.
Dangerous prospect for Kara House, that is for sure. Look, they've still got the lead, but only by a slim margin. Yeah, they've got a map in their back pocket, but how confident are they feeling about their Mexico? Minute and a half to talk about things. Kara House are hoping they can come up with the ingenious move that is going to net them this series victory and debatably at least put them into that wildcard position for their group. That's how important this series is. Like, this is a big one. It's only the second series for both of these two teams, but really need to win it. Great double from Totson. So what's the change up from Kara House here? Not extra pace.
3BL though, they're changing the pace on their end. Look at this nade stack onto Shady. He almost goes down to it. That is a huge amount of damage, down to 29 HP. I like the call here from 3BL as well. Knowing there's a player there, they just throw the nades, but they don't overcommit, knowing there could be some support nearby for Kara House. They just grab that HP advantage, and then they back off. But this is the fight that I worry about for 3BL. It's this mid-exchange. Throughout this map so far, 3BL has had a lot of struggles in controlling mid on either side of the map, and this is where Kara House could use this to start exploiting the way 3BL is playing, even in the second half.
Yeah, has been a bit of a sticking point for them. But Kara House, outside of the damage onto Shady, they've done a nice amount of chip damage onto the side of 3BL, and they are certainly targeting Alucard, although that grenade didn't do much. And I don't know if they have confidence to actually push into him anymore, although they are setting up 3 members here on the sideways connector. Could still go for it. I mean, that was just 1 flash and 1 nade. You've got nearly the whole team over there. Rambo on the opposite side, not holding on to an AWM at this point, just has the M4. Will they eventually go for this push? Maybe they're just trying to buy some time and you know, try to fool 3BL into potentially thinking they're going B, but as we can tell, with this big stack on A, should be coming in. 1 flash over the wall onto B from Rambo, who is playing point on the opposite side of the map, and it is working out. The rotation coming out early, but Alucard is holding on to the top. He's gonna get one. He does not get the second, though, as the rest of the rotation coming in, but it's not working out here for 3BL. Penguin does get one. But look at this, Rambo's in there very deep, maybe a little bit too far, as his teammate is going to plant this one on top of A.
Lucas with a big clutch ahead here, but he has been the standout for Kara House on this map, and actually even on the previous as well. So 2-on-1, if he could win this, it would be the nail in the coffin for 3BL. He'll spot out Totson, headshot there. Does he know about Hunt? Well, he does certainly now. Pops his head up, ducks back down. Hunt trying to hit the head as well, and Lucas clutches it out for his team. Kara House with a big win to go to 8. But my God, you have to see how much they're struggling to even get one round on this Blacklist side. And if that's what it's going to come down to, are they going to be able to find 2 more?
I mean, maybe if Lucas can hit the shots like that, though, I mean, that's a round they really didn't have any business winning, but just kind of the fearlessness he's been playing with in this matchup has actually worked quite well for him, especially in that 2v1. Most players would have just tucked away and waited for the push, but actually getting aggressive in that situation paid off very, very well. And now 3BL, they're going to be playing a little bit overly cautious, I think, at this point as well, because they know how close they are to letting this one slip. And a 3BL that's a little bit scared is a perfect opponent to be up against if you're Cara House right now.
Yeah, it's very true. It is very true. Cara House just trying to stumble across the finish line. 8-6. It is a good lead, but you still need 2 more rounds on Blacklist. Can they manage it? I think they have been the better team over the course of the 2 maps, but you still got to have that last step over into the 2-0. As they are setting up here for a little bit of a push into B tunnels, there is one member, Hunt, just trying to keep tabs on this. He is going to spot at least 2 or 3 guys, so immediately the warning should come in, but he's just going to back away. And they don't freak out. They don't rotate too many people over. They've still got Totson here holding the other angle, and he's going to poke out now and say, hey, they're not here. They rotated out. So that's good information to say, hey, we can start to move towards A.
Yeah, really good round here from 3BL. I mean, they did over-rotate a little bit in the last round. As soon as they saw some util over toward B, they kind of pulled everyone bar Alucard back over in that direction. But this time around, Cara House are going to go into the full setup of 3BL and Horus, a 1-for-1. That's okay. That's information still, and Alucard is going to be the big one that they have to try to take down here. Cara House trading relatively effectively so far, but still can make the call to go back to B. They don't need to take this fight. Rambo still, he's keen for it. But I like this decision, I really do. I think this is the percentage play every day of the week. Make the call to go back to B. Why fight Alucard when he's the eagle eye in the sky? And they are able to get into B pretty cleanly, though Alucard rotating across might be able to find a timing on the bomb plant. I've spoken too soon, though, because Rambo will swing him and pick up the 9th for Cara House. And just off the back of that tack timeout, things have really picked back up for Cara House. Now they're 1 round away from completing the 2-0.
It's a bit tough, though, if you're 3BL. I mean, they had the right call there. They had 4 players stacked on the A bomb site, and they still lose the firefight to hold on to it. And that's where the firepower difference of Cara House has really carried them through in this matchup. It's not even the strategies playing more favorably to them. They're not even playing that strategic at times. They're just kind of going in and taking the fights, knowing they're going to win those 1v1 aim duels. And now it's down to the wire here for 3BL. They've got a lot of attention on this mid positioning, and rightfully so. You can see Cara House, they kind of just want to push right on through here. Totson is going to eat that flash, still gets the double kill out of it, blinded on the edge of it, and now they've got a chance to win it after all.
Totson, the hero, holding down the little room here. Had he gone down, I mean, he got flashed. He was able to turn around, avoid most of it, and still get the effective spray down to give his team a chance in this round. And it's not over yet, as it does seem like there's only one guy on B here. It's Hunt, but rotation nearby. Horus as well, trying to hold down mid. Let's see if they do commit to this B site. They still have a little bit of time, but down a member. I'm not sure if they really want to run into A top at this point in time.
Rambo's having a fight in mid. Both players walking away from it in the end. I like the call from Cara House if they go B here. Hunt just a sole defender, and if he drops, we're back to a 3-on-3 post plant. Let's see what Hunt can do. Big moment here for him, but he's already allowed the players out onto the site. They've got the flanking angles. It's been covered off by Horus. Still, though, Hunt will drop. But a 1-for-1 is enough as far as 3BL is concerned, and Shady might well find it a bit more difficult to now get this plant down. He's pushing forward with the C4, hoping he's going to be able to find a 1v1, and there it was. The Penguin cleans it up. Horus to finish it off. And 3BL survive another round. But still need to put 2 more together to push this one through to the overtime.
Yeah, not a whole lot of room for error. Just taking another look, though, at this 1v2 for Totson. I mean, he just barely dodged the edge of that flash to get it done, and ultimately that initial pick gave his team a fighting chance in this one, but you can see, yeah, there's no hesitation this time around. If you're Cara House, they want to put that extra pressure onto 3BL, but they don't actually full send it onto the bomb site just yet. They're going their way into the lower B tunnels and maybe into a full mid execution here, which could be a little bit dicey since 3BL is playing so far back. Pushing out mid might not be the best call here.
I mind it as an idea, though, actually. It's not really something that we've seen Cara House doing, nor actually 3BL, but you've still got one more round to play with here. So if you maybe want to throw something a little bit different in, a little bit crazy, this would be the round to do it. I don't think you want to do it in the final round of the map, or the final round of regulation, I should say. But in the end, they do just back away from mid, and it looks to be something a little more standard to come through again from Cara House. Maybe they're going to try and toy with the rotation again, pull Cara House back over to B, and then hit the A site. They have had a lot of success ending A in this half, so that seems like it's where they'll want to default back to.
Yeah. Can take a while to set up these pushes. Everybody's got to get up the boxes, up the ladder, into sideways, not get grenaded. Can be a little bit of an issue, but they're just going to send it through mid, actually, as the shot will land here from Penguin at first. Alucard does go down early, Totson as well, and the defense is falling apart. Horus has to hold on to this. He does get the 1 kill, and he's holding on to A for dear life with 30 health. He's waiting for some teammates, but he gets shot down, but still a 1v2 for Lucas. Can he do it again? He finds Hunt. Not quite going to land those shots, but still got a chance in this one.
Yeah, the 1v2 now down to the wire, but he's already found the first. It's down to just Penguin here to hold on. The match on the line. Lucas, though, is he going to spot Penguin on this top corner? The timing could be crucial, and Penguin gets it done to keep 3BL in this fight a moment longer.
You can see Penguin, he's suffering. He's almost begging his teammates to get the job done. He's able to clutch it there barely at the end. And the pressure is on. One more round for 3BL on their map pick to give themselves even a chance at getting another map here.
Hanging in the balance, really, for both teams, isn't it? Surely 3BL wants it more. Cara House would know that this is more or less a confirmation that they will at least take a spot into the wildcard stage. So big opportunity for them to get it done 2-0 over 3BL. They've been tested, to be sure. Is it another A finish? I don't know, man. These A finishes feel so dicey. It really does feel like a 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to how Alucard's going to react initially. If he gets one right away, it becomes so much more winnable for 3BL on the round. But if they isolate him and take him down, Horus isn't really in a great position to respond quick enough here. You can see the utility over the top, but Cara House, they've already taken the ground here. Horus, he's down and out, and look at Alucard. He's all alone on the top of this site. He's going to manage one, but look at Totson in mid. He gets himself 3 kills, and now it's all over for Cara House in regulation. 3BL, they have done it and sent this one straight into overtime.
Yeah, I thought they had that. Cara House came in so quickly. They were swarming the A site, but some heroics from Alucard and Totson to just hold on just a bit more, even after that very aggressive play. And they get themselves into extra rounds. So now it's going to get really interesting as the momentum certainly in favor of 3BL. They're feeling comfortable. They're holding on. They're winning a lot of these firefights in clutch moments. And you can tell they desperately want to get onto a third map. It's going to come down to 6 rounds to decide, will we have Mexico or will it be done on port?
Maybe it'll come down to 7 rounds. The way this is shaping up at the moment does just feel so back and forth. Oh, and they're pumped. Love to see that. Love to see that. 3BL still fighting hard for sure, and Totson quick into mid.
Cara House, though, question now is what will they do on the GR side to try and bring this one back for themselves. They had a pretty good showing in the opening half here, but wasn't quite enough to get the job done. You can see this time around, not quite as keen on taking this B tunnels control. They're actually kind of giving it up here. Only one player sits on the B bomb site. The rest of the team kind of pushing up long to try and wrap around. However, the bomb is kind of alone on this bridge position. But look at this from JRK. The flank is set, and they have absolutely no idea. That's the bomb carrier down. Alucard is down and out. JRK can even call for a rotation to maybe get out, but Penguin at least puts a stop to the madness for a moment.
Spanner in the works for sure, but actually doesn't end up being such a difficult fix for 3BL. They are able to bring this back to 4-on-4, so starting to pull the defense apart a little bit. Going to be a bit more of a hole for them to try to exploit.
Yeah, it's I think 3BL are still in a pretty good spot here.
Yep.
Totson pretty low though, and he's kind of off to the side. So they're not really going to be able to utilize him here in the push, and there are two members, including Lucas holding an Alm, who are ready for this push. Let's see if he can hit the shot. No, he will not, but Dola is here. He gets the headshot. He's going to miss on the Penguin, though, as 3BL try to force their way onto this B site. It's working out for them. Totson does go down super low, and they just try to regroup in the back here and say, okay, we'll go for the retake. I kind of like this angle here from Karahouse.
No plant yet. Karahouse given a lot of time to try to find their post-plant positions. Rambo needs to win the 1v1, and will Hunt. He did what he needed to do. You need to pick the pace up there. Can't really force Penguin into, you know, these sort of 1v3s. But if Hunt gets a kill, I think that actually might end up being a round-winning kill from him. So don't mind it in the 2-on-3 deficit. But a painful one to lose for 3BL. And that fight on the A site was the one that felt like it really was the straw that broke the camel's back, because that gave the numbers advantage to Karahouse.
Yeah, now at this point, it's going to be up to 3BL to try and adapt here, because Karahouse, they're making a lot of strong decisions, even though they are playing a little bit aggressive here and there. It seems like it's a lot more well thought out on this second map, so we'll see what they can do to continue to push this lead in their favor. But again, it's going to come down to this midsection of the map. The shots continuously going in favor of Karahouse in this position. Still a 4v4, as Shady did go down in the fight as well, but now you've got to wonder where 3BL is going to make the move.
Yeah, really the onus on 3BL. That push on to B not really working out, even through the 4v4 into then a 3v3 situation. Will they try to challenge Rambo on A? Not a lot of pressure out from Karahouse this time around. They were able to get some decent information the last time with the big flank from JRK. But now it's just going to be up to Rambo kind of on top, and JRK for the secondary support from the backside of this map to stop this push, which will have a little bit less firepower with one less guy, and that grenade is going to make things even easier. Although Rambo on the sniper, still going to be looking to one-shot some guys. As Hunt, I don't think they spotted him. Okay, he's going to know it's coming in now.
Yeah, gets his flash out. Full aggression from 3BL. They're not slowing down. JRK on the sidelines, though, getting himself one, but Rambo needs help, and he'll get it. Dola and Lucas so fast on the rotate. Leaves just Alucard alone, hiding behind the smoke for the moment, but starting to make a bit of noise. There's a good shot, but it's not enough. A 1v3 this time. Again, going to be a bit too much from Alucard. And you'd be getting worried now as 3BL, because this is now starting to shape up as a clean sweep in the first half of the OT for Karahouse. And if they can achieve that, then they'll have 3 bites at the cherry to finish it off on Blacklist, which, look, Blacklist side for both these teams has been a little bit worse for wear, but 1 out of 3, you'd feel like Karahouse could get that. Shady, though, goes down early in that fight in mid, and this time it's not even a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, it's a really good start to the round. Totson does take a lot of damage, as well as Horus taking some in that fight, so they've got at least some value on the Karahouse side out of that exchange, but now they've got to be aware that an A push could be coming through. They know for sure that at least 2 players have worked their way up into the A connector, but they still have a lot of faith in Rambo on this angle, because their rotations have been on point to support him. Hunt still sitting on the edge of A long, but Rambo, this is the angle where he really has to pop off here. He's going to have that chance with Hunt initially taking this fight here. It's going to be a wide swing. Rambo gets the first somehow. I'm not sure how he hits that shot before going down. JRK going to be able to find one underneath the ammo stacks here, but it's going to actually be JRK who's still alive. Gets onto the top of site, but at least Hunt is there to secure the bomb site, but Dola on the flank. Good for two. Hunt is now all alone, and Dola gets him down low. Lucas finishes the job, and it's a perfect 3-0 half in overtime from the Cara House roster, now just needing one to get it done.
It's on a knife's edge again there, but what a flank. Dropping the C4 there. Dola, he just throws a fox among the hen house. Got to feel bad for Alucard. He's having a great map here.
Oh, man.
19 and 14 or something like that. Maybe it ended up being 20 and 15. Where's he at? Yeah, 19-15 from Alucard. I mean, look, everyone on 3BL is kind of contributing. That's the beauty of this map. It's like both teams, actually, everyone's kind of having a bit of a day. Just the difference is your guy that's popping off is 19 to 15 versus 24 to 15, and that might be where those extra couple of rounds are coming from. Cara House getting a little bit more out of Lucas.
Yeah. You ever just drop almost 50K in 2 maps? It's kind of incredible.
Couldn't be me.
The day, couldn't be me either, that Lucas is having. So shout outs to him. Also Shady having a big day. And they may have just had large enough days to get themselves barely across the line. 3BL have put up a good fight at this point, but yeah, these 3 in a row on, the first 3 rounds of extra rounds is really hard to stomach for the side of 3BL. But Cara House, they just need the one more.
I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch just yet. Cara House, I mean, essentially here they get 4 chances to win the map. They've got match point, 4 rounds in a row. Every single one of them is going to be on Blacklist side. Obviously, you'd like to get it done in the first 3 just to relieve a little bit of that pressure. Wonder if they can just go quick and clean 4-0 in the OT. They're making a pretty good call to go back toward the B site. Again, Hunt is just jump spotting there solo. You've got one member over toward A to try to cut off some rotations if that's where things ended up playing out. Cara House, though, I mean, they're keeping the bomb toward B, so I wonder if this is going to end up just being a B hit still with a bit of an A fake. Lots of util getting tossed in through mid. It's a mid to B by the looks of things, and it's not something we've seen before from Cara House. Ooh. Huge shots from Penguin, able to double down and keep it alive. That was looking very dangerous for a moment when that initial kill went the way of Cara House. But they don't get it done this time. So 2 more chances in the second half of OT, plus golden point.
Yeah, Penguin and Horus doing a great job of locking down that mid push, and now Cara House probably going to think twice before sending it out the middle. But they still have a lot of room to work with here as they go into their second round on the Blacklist side. I have a feeling they'll probably go A in this round. It seemed to be in regulation where they had the majority of their successful pushes. And you can see here, that's exactly what they're grouping up for. 3 in the A connector, 2 on A long. And a lot of times Horus has been downed very early on these pushes, so he has to be very careful to stay alive. But again, Horus not hitting the shots, finally follows it up with 1, but it's not going to be enough. It's a 4-on-2 now, Penguin and Hunt. What left is there to do for these guys? Hunt now alone. He's able to find 1, able to find 2, but it's not going to matter. Shady from the top of site gets it done, and Cara House take the 2-0 sweep. Well, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for 3BL as they go down yet again 0-2, meaning their only way out of the group stage now is going to be taking down Pacific Macta. Not an easy task ahead, but I at least have to hand it to them for putting up a much better fight here today in the second match.
Yeah, you got to hand it to them. It was a close port, but at the end of the day, Cara House, the better team on 2 maps in a row. Ankara was 10-5. That one looked a lot more like, okay, Cara House, their map, they're the better team. They're going to get it done. Second map, though, could have gone either way. I think that 3BL had a lot of nice spurts where they got like 3 rounds in a row. They really tied it up a couple times and gave Cara House a piece of their mind. But at the end of the day, just wasn't enough to get them across the line. And it's a tough pill to swallow as well because you need like other teams to do some certain stuff as well. If the other teams all go like 2-1 and you end up 0-3, obviously that's not good. But if you can get 1 win and like Pacific Macta loses both of their next matches, then you've got a chance. But yeah, it's going to be difficult. For Cara House, it's a big turnaround though because, you know, lose that first one against Pacific, maybe you thought you were going to beat them. At least you get this 2-0 win over 3BL to kind of secure at least 3rd place.
Yeah, I'm just sort of flipping back and forth between my notes here, kind of looking at where we're sitting in terms of like the head-to-heads and, you know, the round differential and stuff like that. And I think it is, even if 3BL were to win their next game against Pacific Macta, going to be very hard to actually make it through into the top 3 just because of how cleanly they lost to BaiSha. You'd be expecting maybe BaiSha to beat Pacific Macta, but I don't know if they'll do it as quickly as 3BL lost. But having a look at their match stats here, obviously, you know, Lucas was the standout. We sort of spoke about him a lot during that game, but good cameo in there from Shady as well. Has to be said, though, Lucas definitely deserves the MVP here. Massive, massive game from him. And the clutch potential coming out from Lucas as well, I think, is actually what kind of gets Cara House into that OT. If not for him, they might have lost that map 10-8.
And it honestly surprised me as well, considering he didn't even reach double digits in either of the first maps he played in this event, and it's just a complete turnaround for him coming into today. And now they've got a fighting chance to at least get into that wild card spot and, you know, maybe do something crazy in their final match to do even more in this group than we expected from them after that loss at the beginning of the tournament. So now it's going to be up to them moving forward to kind of potentially decide their fate. But of course, 3BL now backs against the wall for the remainder of this one, but they still at least have one more fighting chance to prove themselves.
Yeah.
But I mean, after the Pacific Macta we saw previously, it's going to be a tough opponent ahead.
Exactly. I mean, the difficulty is obviously they lost super hard to BaiSha, so they would probably have to beat Pacific Macta almost as hard as BaiSha beat them, because Pacific Macta also already have a pretty clean win over Cara House. Yeah, one of the maps was 10-8, but next map was 10-2, so overall pretty good round differential there from Pacific Macta, and even under the assumption they also get wrecked by BaiSha, let's say it's a 10-1, 10-2. Pacific Macta, I mean, at that point, still just looking way, way better. So, yeah, tough one. Tough one indeed for 3BL. Uphill battle for sure. But at least, you know, we should talk a bit about Cara House because they are the ones that have walked away with the dub here. And I know that there's obviously implications for 3BL. I think we've explained what they need to do. For Cara House, you kind of get the sentiment that they probably are going to be safe here. They probably are going to be safe with that win to at least make it through to the wild card. I'm still not 100% sold, though, on Cara House. Like, again, it's the same thing that we've kind of been talking about this entire group stage for Cara House. They play that sort of weirder style that, when it works, looks fantastic, but when it doesn't work, you really do sit there scratching your head. So, overall, I mean, congratulations, obviously, to Cara House getting the dub on the board, but I think they can still hit another level going into the wildcard or potentially into the playoffs. And if they do that, again, they will be a really fearsome team to play against. But it's all about fixing up that macro, in my mind.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for them against BaiSha, I would assume. I think BaiSha is just a well-oiled machine. And any moment that Cara House is like, hey, we're going to like send this. No, you're probably done. And then they're just going to like 5-man push you on A and you're going to get wrecked. So I would expect BaiSha probably 3-0 in this group, as we've talked about many times. So Cara House, if they're sitting at 1-2, is there any way if like every other team goes 1-2, if that's even possible to like, well, maybe? I'm not 100% sure.
Then you would need 3BL to win their next game.
Yeah.
Which would be against Pacific Macta. Pacific Macta then to lose to BaiSha, and that would be them 1-2 as well, because they've already lost.
And then all three teams are 1-2.
Sorry, 1-1 game. Yeah, so it could be a 3-way 1-2 between Cara House, Pacific Macta, and 3BL. If 3BL wins their next game, and obviously Pacific Macta were to lose that game against 3BL, and we're assuming they lose to BaiSha. Also, that would be, Kara House having to lose to BaiSha as well, which seems like it's definitely possible. So look,
it's possible.
It's possible.
But
But
you're saying there's a chance.
there's a chance, but this is the thing I was trying to explain before, is that like even in that world, 3BL would have to like dominate their final game here to make up the round differential to actually make it a viable way into the top 3. But I suppose at the end of the day, like, you reap what you sow, okay? You lost your first 2 games. One of them you got absolutely wrecked in. What do you want me to say? Like, oh yeah, congrats, you can go through to the wildcard anyway? Like, no, that's not how it works, right? This is a competition. You have to be at the top of your game. You have to be better than the team in front of you, and at the moment they're not. So they find themselves in an awkward spot. Maybe there's still a chance. But if there is going to be a chance, they're going to have to really pick the pace up and do something special. But what a great storyline that would be if we did find ourselves with 3BL through the wildcard off of a fairy tale finish to the group stage.
And they'd have to have a really banger last match too. So that would be cool, right? If they do that, then it's like, oh wow, they really earned their way, kind of like punching up at the very end when they needed it most, with their backs against the wall. And on the other side, all they really need is to, outside of doing well themselves, they just need BaiSha to win, which and win hard, which is probably going to happen. So we'll have to wait and see. I do think that with Kara House's play style, I think it can work against a lot of teams, and they are very strong, but I don't think it's going to work against BaiSha. I think that is one of the teams that that style is just kind of countered, I think, just by the very clean play of the Chinese team. So it'll be fun to watch to see if Kara House have a chance against them, or to see if they can maybe throw some weirdness in to really throw BaiSha for a loop, and maybe other teams can get some more information on how to potentially counter BaiSha. Otherwise, maybe we just follow the script, which is BaiSha just crush everybody, and the other 1-2 teams, or if it ends up that way, can battle it out for the other spots.
Yeah, I will give at least Kara House the benefit of the doubt here and how they performed in this last map. It was the first time I felt like the cohesion was starting to get there. You could tell they were moving in the right direction, and if they play more of the maps like they did on that port, even though it was actually a closer scoreline than the first map, I felt like in terms of team play, it's the best we've seen from this team so far.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's starting to get there. I guess the global risk side, I can give them that as a tick in the book, but, again, it's really only one map, maybe debatably even only one half there from Kara House that kind of started to trend in that direction. So still a bit of a ways to go as far as I'm concerned. Again, like we said, though, I think they will probably be okay to make it through to the wildcard. So they've bought themselves a little bit more time here in the CFS 2023 Grand Final, which is going to be good news. It'll sort them out to slowly pick things back up.
Well, we are going to throw it to the stage for an interview to wrap this one up. So we'll throw it and hear what these winners have to say.
Lucas, congratulations, GG. Kara House getting into the group stages now with a win to help them on their way to try and get out of the group stages. But Lucas, first, your first win now at CFS 2023. How does that feel?
Đây là trận thắng đầu tiên của đội em trong vòng bảng, thì em có cảm nghĩ như thế nào?
Xin chào mọi người, em là Lucas. Thì đây là trận thắng đầu tiên của team em trong vòng bảng. Nói chung là tụi em cũng rất là vui, nhưng mà cũng hơi buồn vì đã thua một trận.
Hello, I'm Lucas. So this is the first victory in the group stage, and we feel very happy, but at the same time, we also lose one match.
So on Ankara, started off quite close, quite careful, and then Kara House, you kind of ran away with it. How did you adjust?
Ở cái map đầu tiên là cái map Ankara thì nửa đầu thì bên mình là đánh có vẻ là không được thuận lợi lắm. Nhưng mà nửa sau thì bên mình đã đánh thì rất là kiểu dù là tấn công hay là phòng thủ thì bên mình đều rất là ok, thì bên mình đã trao đổi với nhau như thế nào?
Ở map Ankara thì lúc đầu tiên thì bên em có một thành viên bị lỗi kỹ thuật chuột nên là anh ta không bắn được nên là rất là khó khăn. Về sau thì sau khi bao và đã khắc phục được thì tụi em đã thuận lợi giành chiến thắng.
On the first map, one of the player suffered from the technical pause because of his mouse cannot move. So after we overcome this, so we can work out the game smoothly.
Okay, and when we went to port, the second map, the team made excellent decisions on when to go out and press the attack and when to stay and defend. How were they communicating and making those decisions?
Ở cái map thứ hai, map bến cảng thì bên mình lần này dù là bên phòng thủ hay bên tấn công thì đều rất là ok, rất là hoàn mỹ. Thì bên lúc đó thì đội mình đã trao đổi với nhau như thế nào?
Tụi em đã trao đổi là giờ thì cũng không còn gì để mất, thì gọi là đặt niềm tin vào cho cả team bắn thuận lợi.
So at the moment, there's nothing to lose, so we should work hard on the game, and then we got the victory smoothly.
Nothing to lose. I like it. It changed, though. Port went from a good lead into overtime, and 3BL nearly won it. Did the team start to panic when it went into overtime?
Ở cái map thứ hai là các em đã đánh cái vòng extra round, thì lúc mà đánh vòng extra round thì bên mình là có cảm thấy hoang mang hay là gì không ạ?
Khi vào extra round thì bên em cũng có một chút gọi là lo sợ. Nếu mà để thua map đó thì vào map 3 tụi em sẽ rất là khó khăn nên là hơi một chút hoang mang.
So in the overtime, some of the players feel very nervous because in this map is kind of difficult for our team. So we try our best in the overtime.
And it worked. You have one more game of the group against BaiSha Gaming, the reigning champions. What are you going to do against them?
Trận đấu tiếp theo của bọn em là sẽ đối đầu với quán quân thế giới lần trước là đội BaiSha, thì đội em có đối sách như thế nào?
Bọn em sẽ có đối sách là về em biết thực lực hiện tại của team Việt Nam thì sẽ không bằng Trung Quốc được, nhưng mà tụi em sẽ cố gắng chiến đấu hết mình.
Our strength is kind of less than the Chinese team, but we will try our best.
Another nothing to lose match perhaps coming up. Congratulations, GG Lucas. Congratulations to Kara House. We have our third best of 3 of the day coming up next. It's going to feature Imperial looking to get another big win for Brazil, and LCK looking to get their first win of CFS 2023. So don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. We are here getting ready for the third match of the day. It will be Imperial's LCK, as you just got to see there. I'm Valdez, with me, Selfish Guy, and ZZXQ, a.k.a. Kyle the Wonder. We're getting ready for this next one. Before I get into anything else, I do want to go ahead and thank our sponsors here. Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals devices, so the monitors and pretty much anything else, the accessories, they've got you covered.
I'll also give a quick shout out to Morphling for their generous support as the official gaming chair in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of intense competition or enjoying a prolonged gaming session, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne. And again, it's time to have that conversation around how things are going to shape up in this next game, because perhaps a team like Imperial might be an outside shot at the crown for this event.
Yeah, I'd love to see Imperial make a really good run in this tournament. I feel like so far they've been quite impressive, actually. I think moving forward, though, it's only going to get a little bit tougher for them. I feel like, obviously, having Kungarna to kick it off isn't necessarily the biggest challenge, and they did still let a map go in that series on Mexico, and now they come into LCK. I would say a somewhat similar opponent, but to be fair, LCK, they did take a map off of All Gamers, so no one to take lightly.
Thing is, though, do you kind of get the same vibe for that Imperial versus Kungarna match that you got from All Gamers LCK, where the first map goes to the underdog, and then the subsequent two maps are just like pretty clean. Like sub-base 10-5 for Imperial, it's not the most one-sided map, definitely, but especially when we got onto Ankara, it was like, all right, this is the Imperial that we know and love. So, bit of a question mark, I guess, still for both these two teams. LCK because they haven't picked up a win yet, and Imperial because their win against Kungarna didn't 100% convince us, but just having a look at it on paper, I think unless you see maybe someone like Zane kind of going back to his roots and having a solid performance similar to that game against All Games, I think this will definitely be a tough one for LCK.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how they come out here. If they come out strong and kind of catch Imperial off guards and get to play Mexico, it could be a couple of things that could work out against Imperial, who were caught off guard on that map against Kungarna, and I think that Imperial definitely the favorites coming into this one. I would love to get right into the ban pick if we could, but that will take a little bit longer. But I would expect Mexico to go away, and maybe sub-base is going to be an interesting topic to get into because that is the one map that LCK did win. But still very strong for the side of Imperial, as these teams have not faced off yet in the last couple of years. But today is the beginning of something new.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a real interesting one once we get into those ban picks, because these teams do share their same best map being sub-base, so it's hard to say it's left off the table in this one. But when we look at the top players here to compare Gokun and Dane, kind of the snipers of these two teams, obviously Gokun a little bit more prowess as a sniper for this team. He's going to be really difficult to challenge, but I'm actually really excited to see Zane take the stage again for me, like him coming in as that first CFS moment and just shining through completely was quite impressive.
It's a lot of Imperial votes, even with LCK getting the win, still giving Imperial the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like I don't ever feel like we've been this one-sided as far as predictions are concerned in any of the CFS events in the past. It's like almost every single time that prediction graphic comes up, it's like everyone's predicting the same team, but maybe one person going for an underdog. Like, for example, the Pacific Macta pick from 7, you picked LCK on day 1 over AG. But look, I think even you knew at the end of the day, All Gamers is probably the favorite in that matchup. And it just seems like, yeah, I mean, maybe the lines are being drawn a little bit more consistently in this day and age of CFS in comparison to some of the previous years. Because I remember it being a little bit harder to predict back in the day, but now it really feels like those top regions are solidifying themselves as top regions, and the developing regions maybe still have a bit of a ways to go before they can challenge towards that top end. And it kind of just says, well, if you've got a Chinese team, you pick them. Failing that, if you've got a Brazilian team, you pick them. Failing that, maybe it starts to get a bit more difficult actually to make that prediction at that point, but by and large, yeah, it seems like most of the predictions across the board, even including the Chinese casters, are in agreement. I mean, look, I don't think there's much to really argue in this case. I've obviously gone for Imperial. I think that they're definitely a team that, even coming into this event, I probably would have had pegged as maybe like in my power rankings up in the top 4, potentially. They didn't quite have the outing in Vietnam that they really wanted to, but even still, they showed us enough there, and definitely I think they're the kind of team that will step up at a CFS event. So I'll give them some credit. Obviously, I want to see how they go today against LCK, but in my ideal world, if Imperial's going to go deep in this tournament, I would actually like to see them kind of clean LCK up here really quite easily, because I think that would be a really good positive sign moving forward for them, and a good momentum builder off of a match yesterday that was still a little bit wishy-washy. Still quite good, but maybe they haven't quite hit their peak yet, and you want to be hitting your peak as you start to head into playoffs. So good opportunity here for Imperial to kind of ease their way in.
Yeah, I feel like this one is going to be still a pretty significant challenge for them, just knowing LCK in my eyes is kind of a almost stronger version of a Kungarna. They're a more well-rounded team. They're not necessarily relying on 1 or 2 players to kind of do that heavy lifting. Everyone on this team can perform at a strong level. They're also the #1 seed from the CFWL coming into this, so I'm expecting a decent fight out of this team, and knowing what they were able to do on Subbase in their first match, I think there is a lot of potential in this team. But when you talk best of 3, that's why I went with Imperial. If this was a best of 1, I would have chosen LCK to win it. I think they have that one-off potential, as we've already seen from them. It's just the consistency is not quite there yet to push to that next level. But I feel like even getting a map here gives them a lot of comfort going into that final match they'll have later on against Kungarna.
Yeah, absolutely. I still do feel like even though LCK is a bigger or more well-rounded opponent than Kungarna, I think that Imperial yesterday kind of just caught off guard playing Mexico. They're like, oh, we can just send it, we're going to win. And then they're like, oh, crap, these guys are pretty good. You can never underestimate anybody in this tournament, but eventually once we got into Maps 2 and Maps 3, you kind of got to see, okay, Imperial, really strong team still, a lot of fundamentals, very momentum-based team, and I still put them in the top 4, maybe even 3rd. I saw X-Rock yesterday, and it was okay. But the fact that they even had a little bit of a struggle up against ranking Esports, who are quite honestly very much struggling in this tournament so far, leads me to believe that if there is going to be a 3rd place team, it's got to be like Imperial or maybe Pacific Macta at this point. I guess Vincent is still in the conversation, but in my head, I still have to put Imperial above them at this point in time, unless something else changes and we get to see like the intergroup playoffs and stuff like that, like the knockout stage and stuff like that. But guys, enough talk. We do have the stage ready to go. Let's go ahead and introduce our 2 teams for this matchup with Matt Andrews.
And our 3rd match of today and the 4th match of Group A is about to begin. To the stage, it's Imperial. LKK, Fefe, Gokun, Adrian, and Russo. It's Imperial. And now coming to the stage, representing EU MENA from Turkey, it's LCK. Dane, Dezane, Flex, Lionclaw, and Real together, LCK. Our 3rd matchup of the day is about to begin. Our teams head to their sides of the stage to compete to conquer.
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for introducing our teams and reminding them to go to their side of the stage. Mistakes were made there for just a moment, but fixed it before it got a little bit out of hand.
I mean, Imperial doesn't seem like a bad team to join, to be quite honest, if that's where you're going to go.
Maybe you just wanted to go and attack them early on, you know, just go and
knock a couple of
kind
fingers
of threaten
off.
it, you know, like go ahead, turn their monitor off and walk back over to your side, you know?
Yeah. I mean, look, at this point, let's hope not. Let's hope no tech issues coming into this game. But obviously, LCK and Imperial both looking pretty comfortable on the stage. They've both been there already. It's not as if this is their first game, and that's obviously something that we kind of have to remember as well. LCK played quite well in their first game, taking a map off of all gamers, which certainly doesn't seem like an easy task based on what we saw from Kungarna earlier on today. And then again, Imperial kind of looked a little bit shaky, so I can kind of understand why we're still a little bit like, well, you know, I think on paper, you'd probably look at this one and say, probably should be a 2-0 for Imperial, but with all that in mind, you know, you can definitely make an argument that there might be a map to be able to take away here for LCK. Obviously, that will depend on what maps we get onto, but certainly Mexico was a big talking point yesterday after Imperial allowed Kungarna to get that one through into the picks and bans. And I wonder if Imperial's going to allow that again, because we sort of spoke about that, and we sort of came to the agreement that maybe it's better if Imperial just completely perma-ban Mexico for the rest of this entire tournament and just completely forget about it, because it didn't look very good for them there yesterday.
Yeah, I think when I look at the picks and bans for this matchup, if I'm Imperial, I actually might leave Mexico on the table. I think these two teams actually have a pretty similar map pool, so LCK also kind of a weaker team on Mexico, but they did manage a pretty big win on sub-base. The question here is, are they going to want to tackle that head-on against LCK? Because for Imperial, it's also their strongest map, and arguably they are the better team here, but it's also the only map where LCK has looking like a threat, so it's I don't know if this is necessarily the best pick for Imperial here, just knowing that it's the only map we've seen LCK confident on so far.
Yeah, I mean, Imperial have other maps they could go into. They could bring out the Ankara and try to play that instead. But like you mentioned, if they have a very similar map pool, maybe you just kind of play to your strengths and say, well, you're good at this, we're good at this, but we're better than you. So we can still play sub-base, we can still play Ankara, we can play these maps that we like. It'll be very interesting to take a look at what their strategy is going to be going into the map ban pick, because certainly yesterday we were a little bit confused when Imperial was just like, yeah, sure, have Mexico, it's fine. and then it turned out to be not fine, as, you know, their read on the situation perhaps not the best, or, you know, maybe they thought they were just going to play better. It's hard for us to really dig in from the outside into exactly what the pro teams are thinking. We can just give our thoughts on what we think would be the best choice, which at this point, you know, maybe it is ban Mexico, maybe it is leave it available. So yeah, still just very excited to see what choice they're going to make and what maps we do get to see this time around.
Honestly, I wouldn't be super surprised to see Sub-Base and Ankara coming through. I mean, I guess in an ideal world, if you are Imperial, LCK picks Sub-Base, then you get the choice of maybe do we go toward Ankara. Port's kind of in the mix there a little bit for them as well. Every now and then they play a little bit of Black Widow here and there as well. But, you know, you can kind of angle to leave those two maps actually as the decider map and just go for the Ankara, which we've seen has been really good in this tournament. So sub-base plus Ankara, you get that. I think you're in a good spot for Imperial. Yeah, even though we have seen LCK look good on sub-base, I think you have to play to your own strengths as opposed to toward your opponent's weaknesses. And even as we then go through into the deeper parts of the map pool, I think definitely Imperial looks like they've got a little bit that they can play toward to there. So obviously that's a conversation when we do get into the picks and bans, which hopefully is not too far away, but
I think we have a lot of time actually to dig deep onto a lot of different iterations of the map ban pick. If you would really like to, I mean.
Oh, I mean, look, it's up to you guys. You know, like, I'm just chilling. I'm fine.
What do we think about compound between these two teams? Do you think we're going to be seeing that too much here?
Hard to call. We saw a little bit of Imperial playing compound in Vietnam, but I don't think it was really a map that they really like to angle towards. I think they'll leave it available potentially, but it's definitely not going to be something that they are going to pick. For LCK, I don't really have quite as much of a read. I haven't personally seen them playing at an international event, so kind of a bit of a harder one to call as far as I'm concerned.
I feel like from LCK's perspective, they actually got their best 3 maps in the pool against all gamers. That's the dream pool for them in the West League. Those are the maps they're dominant on, but they didn't look so good on Ankara or Eagle Eyes. So I feel like maybe they're going to try one of those again, but it's hard when you're kind of against a team that's a slight cut above you that has an identical map pool, because you want to play the maps you're comfortable on, but you also have to know your opponent's very strong on those maps as well. So if they have a wild card map prepared, I feel like now would be the time to bring it out. Maybe throw out something like a Black Widow, where Imperial have been a little bit shakier in the past. Maybe there's an opportunity there if they have something on it. I'm expecting Eagle Eye to probably be the ban from Imperial in this one. I don't think they really want to play it, even knowing it wasn't really a good time for the other side with LCK in their matchup. It was actually their most dominant loss against them. So I think for them, it's just going to be a matter of Imperial just have a deeper map pool and an identical one for their stronger maps. So I feel like Imperial can be happy with just about anything in this circumstance and kind of just run with it.
Yeah, definitely could be the option here. Still waiting to hop into this map ban pick, and you know, as much as I would like to see Eagle Eye once again, I think you might be right about that. You know, maybe just take it away and play something a little bit more standard. I don't think you really need to break the bank. Do you think there's any way or any world in which Imperial ban away Black Widow instead and say, hey, we can play Eagle Eye? I think they look pretty comfortable on that one.
In my mind, I would expect that they would be happy to keep Black Widow open, actually. I think, to be honest, I've seen a little bit from them on the map. Not a huge amount, but again, it's just one of those that's like a bit further towards the edge of the pool for Imperial. So we'll see, I guess. We don't have too much longer to wait. Apparently, it is time to jump into the map bans and picks. So let's go ahead and head over to the stage and see how this one is going to shape up. Enough talk. It's time for action. What are we going to get? What are you guessing? I'm guessing Subbase. I'm guessing Ankara. And then
as the picks,
yeah,
I think it's very likely. I'm expecting a guaranteed ban on Eagle Eye, and LCK banning Port here isn't a big surprise. It is in the West League, one of their weaker maps, so Port Eagle Eye would be a pretty on par expectation here, maybe into a Subbase Ankara pick. The second bans is where I'm most curious, but actually it is going to be Mexico taken off the table.
Good choice.
And this is where I think LCK has to make the bold statement of picking Subbase, even knowing it's also Imperial's strongest map, because I feel like Subbase is just a strong comfort pick for them. And if they want to win this series, it's a map I think they have to take down Imperial on.
Yeah, good choice, and I agree. And end of the day, the thing about that decision is, look, you can go toward a map that you think your opponent is a bit weaker on, but if you don't know how to play that map, then you can kind of end up being up the creek without a paddle if things start to go a little bit wrong. In the worst case, even though your opponent's good on Subbase, at least you know your way around that map. So you're never in the situation where you're just like, well, I'm completely out of ideas. Even if you're getting pummeled, you're still going to have something to fall back on. And I think that's good news for LCK as far as the pick is concerned. We'll see whether or not we are correct in our assumptions that Ankara will be the next map here. Decided, of course, by Imperial.
Yeah, it's a tough call, but it is going to be Ankara here for this one. Now is kind of the interesting part, I think, is the secondary bans. I would expect one of these two teams for sure to take Eagle Eye potentially off the table. I don't think Imperial specifically is going to want to play it here. And LCK, they didn't have the best time on it either in their first showing, but with how similar their pools are, I almost feel like both teams might prefer Black Widow as this map 3.
Yeah, might just come down to that. See a little Eagle Eye compound ban action is going to be up to Imperial at the end of the day. You know, they're going to be given the choice between either Black Widow and Eagle Eye after this compound ban. So we'll get a deeper look into, you know, how comfortable they're feeling with Black Widow, or if they want to attack LCK on a map that they've already looked a little bit weak on. Let's see what they decide. No, they're going to go over to Black Widow. They say, no, Eagle Eye, you're still comfortable on that. We'll play Black Widow. That's just fine with us.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think both teams kind of got what they wanted out of this map pool, considering it's a similar map pool for both of them. It's just going to come down to, if it goes to map 3, who's a little bit more prepared on that Black Widow, but it is going to be a tough road to get there. LCK, they're starting on the GR side this time around, and the reason they were so dominant when they played against All Gamers was because of that strong BL start they got. Yeah. So I think it is going to be a bit of a different challenge this time around.
Yeah, Black Widow was, again, like one of those maps that we kind of expected, right? I think we've done a pretty good job, actually, as far as the predictions for the
good job,
concerned.
us.
Yeah, Subbase, Ankara, and Black Widow. Everyone give yourselves a pat on the back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's about time we copped a dub, you know? So we'll take it.
First one of the tournament.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Actually, no, I will say all day we've kind of been on the money, to be honest, with the picks. I think maybe the port from 3BL wasn't exactly what we 100% called, but like the Kungarna game,
we called for that.
Did we?
Actually, yeah.
I mean, the Kungarna game we picked, like Mexico, Ankara, definitely we said that was likely to be the case, and yeah. So well done, everybody. I'm just proud of you all. That's all that matters.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is very interesting. I think we're going to know very quickly how the series is going to go because it's sub-base blacklist for Imperial. Map 1. Like, if they come out here strong and they begin to pummel LCK and really take over this map, it might just be over. Like, it's definitely, it feels like comfort, but also a risk. Like we've talked about many different times, going back and forth between the sub-base selection for LCK. They're also very comfortable on it. But slight advantage here with the blacklist side over to Imperial. If they start off strong, they get that momentum going. This is like a freight train team. Like they just feed off of the tiers of their opponents.
Well, one of the things that we haven't talked about too much today is Gokun. Obviously, he's a big factor in this series for Imperial, and I don't know that he really hit his peak yesterday. So I'm wondering if maybe we're going to see a better look from him going into this series in particular. Subbase, of course, going to be map 1. Take a look back at the stats on that one. Again, a little bit blacklist-sided, generally speaking. And so that'll be good news for Imperial getting to kick things off on that map. My eye's definitely going to be peeled towards Gokun. And we need to get into that team huddle. ADRF as well was a big standout yesterday. 2 back-to-back MVPs in the maps that Imperial won. So see how he goes today as well. But look, across the board, they generally do tend to frag pretty well. I thought Feifei was a little bit slow in Vietnam. The other 4 were performing quite well, but Feifei was getting exploited a little bit as the A-side anchor, in particular on the Global Risk side of Subbase. But actually at this event, I don't think I've really noticed quite as much of him, which is a good sign generally as the in-game leader. If you're going unnoticed, probably means you're doing your job. You're going, you know, 1 for 1, doing what you need to. You're not setting the scoreboard in light because someone else is leading from the front. Oh, don't want to get a sweaty mouse.
Yeah. It's almost like he was polishing it, you know?
Yeah.
He's got like, it looks like one of those glasses cleaner kind of cloths. We see a lot of players with towels and stuff like that just to keep everything dry and ready to go, as this is a very long huddle. A lot to say about this one.
Yeah, I think it's important for them to maybe discuss before going into this one to take their first map a lot more seriously than what we saw against Kungarna, and you can tell they are fired up and ready to go to kick off this series, and I hope LCK is equally ready on the other side of it.
Do you guys know what the haka is?
Yes.
From the New Zealanders, Kiwis, the Maoris?
Yes.
It's like a almost like the same kind of mentality. I feel like they're for Imperial. They're kind of trying to get in the heads of their opponent a little bit by making a lot of noise.
Yeah. It almost sounded like they screamed across, "You lose."
Yeah.
I don't know if I was mishearing it. Probably was as an English speaker, but either way, it's definitely going to try to send a message, I would say, over to their opponents and get themselves pumped up. Like I said, they really feed off of a certain type of energy, which is pretty aggressive in nature, right? It's hype. It's saying we're the better team. We're going to defeat you. And the more they win, the better they get, it feels like. And that's why I'm saying, you know, sub-base blacklist, if they start rolling, it's going to be hard to stop them. They're a very strong team.
Yeah, they really are. But on the other side, they at least have a veteran on this LCK lineup. Flex has actually been a top 4 player at CFS before. To be fair, that was 2015, I believe. So it's been a few years since he's made it to this stage, but they've looked pretty solid, I would say, overall. I think for Flex, it's just going to be a matter of what he can do now, not necessarily being in his prime and kind of being the captain of this next generation of players when you look at people like Dezane or Dane on this lineup who have come in as kind of those young, fresh entry fraggers that they needed. Was
that on Penta Sports?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Pretty good event from them, and I think one of the best performances from a European sort of mixed team at Crossfire Stars events. Obviously, Flipside went a little better in the following year. But since then, it's kind of fallen off a little bit. And now, we are just patiently waiting for Subbase to kick off. Oh.
Yeah, I figured after the chance, he's okay, readjusting.
Locked in.
See, you got to make it a little bit tighter there when you put it behind the head.
I'm not going to lie. I have actually tried wearing my headset like this sometimes because, like, I don't know if you guys spend a lot of time on your computer at home, but I do.
Yes.
And my head starts to get a little bit sore if I wear the headset for too long. So I've tried changing it up, but every time I do that, it just slips off my head. And I don't know if that's just because I've got a very skinny head or am I doing it wrong? Because these guys seem to have no problem. They wear it like that the whole game.
Probably doing it wrong.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Yeah. These guys are professionals. They know how to angle the headset perfectly. And we're just not quite on their level, feels like.
Gokun, he's gone for the hair plus headset combo. You know, he's got the frosted tips, but he's also got the white microphone on the black headset. So he's got the white hair on the black hair, but the white mic on the black headset. I like it. He's really thinking about things there.
It's very important. I do agree. Guys, we are ready to jump into the game as it looks like game start has been called. Will be Subbase for the first map of this best of 3. And I hope that we can get a very competitive back and forth series and match between these two teams. But it will be up to LCK to stop the tide early on and keep things even. Let's see how it does go as we hop onto Subbase for map number 1.
You can see here Imperial not wasting a lot of time to kick off this opening round, taking control over that B control room early on, but LCK playing pretty safe in this opening round. A very passive setup across the board, putting a little bit of early pressure onto A long, but nothing too aggressive on their end. But they are kind of set up favoring a B execution on this round, and may actually be the right call here. You can see Imperial giving a lot of attention towards this Locker's position.
Well, Lionclaw will potentially be the first to receive that offensive. He's going to drop himself down the smoke to provide a little bit more space. He's got a lot of members actually filtering back toward the B site. Imperial might want to reconsider. It really doesn't look like they're committed to anything at this point in time either. It's a very default setup from Imperial. Standard stuff. Get a bit of a feel for what your opponents are playing on the global risk side, where they're setting up. Are they looking to play a little bit aggressive? You know, have they got one player toward A only? These are all kind of pieces of information in the puzzle that you need to sort of think about as the Blacklist team in maybe the first 3 to 4 rounds of the half. What are their tendencies looking like? And that's what the default setup is intended to do. It gives you information across the map. If any push comes, someone's there to receive it. Inevitably, obviously, you will have to make your move, which is going to occur now.
Yeah, it seems like they want to challenge here towards the A bomb site. Dane, he's got the angle to challenge, gets the leg shot onto Ryuzao, but he can't get the follow-up. It's already 2 picks on the table, but Lionclaw from the Lockers is only going to be 1 and done as well, and just like that, Imperial steamroll their way into the B bomb site. Dezane now left alone in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, gonna be rough for him. Through smoke, pushing into B. Of all places, definitely a lot of different angles you have to cover. And to even begin to breach into that coverage is going to be difficult. As the push straight on through, they challenge Dane. They take him out early. Gokun got that kill over in Lockers. And from there, it kind of just collapsed in onto B. And LCK were not able to stop that onslaught. So nicely done from Imperial to get them started here with the big round win.
And it seems Imperial want to really place quite a heavy premium on the control room. 2 rounds in a row, we've seen them send the vast majority of their forces in that direction at the start of the round. A bit of util getting tossed in both occasions as well. It has netted them control of the control room very early on in the round. And from there, they start to explore elsewhere. Feifei having a bit of a push in through mid. Will be smoked off. It's set up nicely close by the double doors.
Yeah, we can see here, though, another slow round on our hands. I'm surprised we haven't seen too much aggression yet from LCK. Kind of just hoping they can bait them in again, but last round, when they played a little bit safe, it didn't actually work out too well for them. Imperial was just able to take so much map control over towards A long that they just waltzed right into the back of the B bomb side. So I'm hoping they can at least change things up a little bit on the LCK side this time around. Dane still looking for that opening pick, but this time we are going to see even more attention towards that B control room.
Yeah, definitely want to get a push going there, although Imperial, in their own right, taking things a bit slow. Gokun has maneuvered in to the other side of those doors, it looks like, as a little bit of a push coming in through the hallway as well. Adrian could begin to push in through there with the help of his teammates, although maybe some play in through the vents. Just trying to drop in and take out Dane. They just keep isolating him, and he has not been able to hold on to it. As now LCK are just scattered and not able to stop this push from coming in onto the B site. That should be the plant on this one. Zane does come in from behind. He's got Flex to group up with them. There's still a chance to retake this 3v3.
Yeah, it's quite a nice setup actually for LCK, with Lion Claw coming in from the locker room being a bit of a thorn in the side, and that is why Feifei's having to dedicate his resources in that direction. We'll go down in the meanwhile. Good trade though from ADRF on the off angle, and it's important for Ryuzao to at least get one there. Well done from him. Leaves it on the shoulders of ADRF. He was the MVP in the last map for Imperial, the last two, in fact. He'll draw out the peak from Flex, but now the sit is on. It's a full stick, but ADRF, he doesn't get there. He just misses the shots. He got there, but he missed the shots.
It's pretty unfortunate there. I thought he was going to hit that shot at the end of the day, but it's just a tough position to give yourself to play off of that bomb. There's really not a whole lot of time to get in there and stop the diffuser. Looking at the replay, you can see the struggles in holding on to the rafter position, but at the end of the day, it felt like Imperial, that's a round they should have won. They just kind of misplayed the bomb positioning.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit of a fail when it came to holding on to the bomb, and now Flex is holding his own, although Rizal and Lucam do trade one back. Gokun trying to push in through the lockers, but Lion Claw makes it very difficult to push through, making this a 2-on-2. Gokun just trying to push forward with the Alm, and this is, you know, this is Gokun play. This is what he does. He's got the angle on Dane. I don't think Dane saw him at all, and eventually, okay, well, sees him, and his life flashes before his eyes before he goes down.
Oh, it's going to rotate though for ADRF, but not if Gokun's going to hit things like that. Okay. Well, we spoke a lot about Gokun yesterday. Didn't really live up to expectations. Wasn't a bad game from him, but wasn't Gokun level good. Then coming into today, I wonder, has Gokun arrived? That was a very good round from him. Two pretty crisp shots, that one especially onto Zane. 2-1 scoreline for Imperial. Already looking pretty good in this series so far. LCK, their one round coming from a one-on-one victory. Could just as easily have been 3-0 for Imperial. Probably should have been 3-0 for Imperial.
Yeah, at this point, I'm kind of hoping they change things up a little bit more. They're kind of running the same default over and over again on the side of LCK, putting that early attention onto the B bomb side. To be fair, it has been where Imperial has attacked from the majority of the rounds, but they just don't have the trade setups to make sure they can kind of pincer these players as they come into sight. It's proved to be quite the challenge for pretty much everyone across the board, except for maybe Lion Claw, who has been at least consistent from his angle on lockers in getting at least one every single round. But this time, we do see Imperial playing a bit more spread out as well. You can see Feifei wants to take the challenge onto Zane, actually takes him down to 10 HP, and this is the kind of poking and prodding that works really well against this team, and kind of the mistake that All Gamers made was playing a little bit too fast into such a passive team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Imperial had the information from that matchup to kind of decide how they were going to take it, and I think this style, as you mentioned, is working out really well for them. Gokun going to get that shot onto Real, but Lion Claw consistent as ever. Dane really struggling to find his place in this map, and he just keeps getting hounded down, and there's just no support for him. Zane, the last one left. But again, over and over, they just keep getting these nice pushes in and isolating Dane, and there's just not enough defense to stop the onslaught of Imperial.
Definitely a tough spot to be in as a sniper. It's a fairly inflexible weapon. You want to be focusing on one angle rather than having to flick back and forth. You'd probably prefer the rifle. It gives you a little bit more peripheral vision if that's what you're required to do. You could see the pressure that Dane was put under, and certainly a lot of pressure actually now as he's 0-4 for the map so far alongside Real. Only one really stepping up at the moment is Lionclaw for LCK, and that is a pretty bad sign, especially when you got the stars of Imperial looking pretty solid. Gokun 5-2 right now, ADRF 4-1. Not to mention Ryu Zhao as well. Not someone that we always speak about when we're talking about the top fraggers on Imperial, but he's quietly putting together a good game as well. So scary prospects for LCK.
You can see the nades coming down. Lionclaw still holding on to this quad box position and playing it very patiently, not peeking out too early. Ryuzao on the other side might potentially give him an opportunity. Lionclaw goes for the swing, can't fully connect on the shots, and Ryuzao able to get out of there without losing too much health in the process. Now you can see Imperial starting to rotate their way back towards this A-bomb site hit, where it's still pretty much Dezane left alone, but you do at least have a couple players on the upper bomb side as well, kind of prepared for this vent lurk. Ryuzao on the other side of it, but Dane, he still has to connect on this shot, and this kind of half smoke in his way might prove to make it a little bit more challenging. Ryuzao gets the first, and here comes the onslaught onto the A-bomb site, and already it's again Lionclaw left alone in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, really rough. I mean, he's been doing well to hold that angle on B, and maybe even Imperial were like, well, it seems like they've got a pretty nice setup on B over and over, so let's just poke and prod it into A, and it works out with flying colors, right? Like, Dane's got that vent, and he just is not able to hit the shot once again. Once he falls, the push down the stairs gets the value, and yes, they lose, I think, one person, but it's pretty easy going for Imperial. I mean, they're taking their time. The executions are very clean and crisp, and LCK have not really been able to challenge that at all. Again, the one-round win they got was a very close, clutch kind of ninja defuse, right? Like, that's not a normal round to win, and they have not been able to answer the call of Imperial.
Oh, Dane, you'd think he should be winning these duels, but it almost feels like he's the one playing with fire right now because he's struggling for frags, and he's finally gotten one. Hopefully that can get the ball rolling. Flex in the meanwhile also able to chime in. Momentum has stalled for Imperial. Ryu Zhao trying to bring the numbers back, also dropping. Bit of a faster play from Imperial. Doesn't work out this time. We may see them go back to their default setup in the next round, slow things down, because that's where they've been finding a lot of their success.
Yeah, Gokun here trying to find any opportunity to get back into this round, but it doesn't seem too likely. Lukum as well, working his way up through the double doors. He is going to drop the bomb while he goes for a bit of a riskier play. Dezane, though, not fully prepared. Here comes the sneak attack. Lukum able to find himself a first. Here comes the response very quickly behind him. It's going to be Dezane to take him down. Gokun, we've seen some crazy plays before, but a 1v4 with the C4 down would be pretty spectacular.
He's got a minute, you know, but I think that LCK have been good about sticking together. You know, like the double peeks out of the computer room there have been pretty good. Gokun is going to try to push down the stairs, maybe get the long angle onto the window here and try to get a pick off and hold from there, although he is checking all his flanks, maybe waiting until the exact last moment. He knows that LCK doesn't really have a lot of information on where he could be and that they're probably just holding on to some passive angles for now, so he's just going to get this one down. Nobody peeks him until perhaps this exact moment where Gokun is going to pick off the first. He needs 3 more.
I think it's Gokun time. Let's have a look and see. He's usually very solid in the clutch. He's been watching those stairs patiently. Nothing peeking from there. He's got to turn around now. LCK going to make their way in. I think they've given... I mean, yeah, look, unfortunately, he's given them a little bit too much space. He just gambled on the wrong angle, and sometimes that happens. It was a crisp first shot onto the player in the window, though. And I dare say if he would have setup looking in the opposite direction, he probably would have taken another 1 or 2 with him. Still, a nice round for LCK to get back in the conversation, though. Still down 4-2.
Yeah, it's not too bad of a spot, though, I'd say, for them to be in. I believe they only got 3 rounds on this side of the map against all gamers. It was really more about what they did on the Blacklist side here. So 3 or 4 for them in this first half wouldn't be the worst case scenario if they can make sure to get at least that. The big wild card right now is Real and Dane not having the best of times in this one, especially Dane when you compare the on the other side, Gokun 7-3 to his 1-6. It's been really tough trying to win these battles for him in control of A long, and Zane as well in their match against all gamers. Almost 25 kills from him, and he's only 2-6 as well, so it's been a bit of a tough go, but we'll see if they can bounce back. It was a solid round in the previous one, especially with Flex stepping up, who we actually didn't see too much from in his opening match.
Yeah, definitely good to have at least a couple of guys who are putting stuff together. 2 rounds on the Global Risk so far, and the going has been pretty slow. It hasn't been like a freight train that Imperial generally is like. It hasn't been a lot of fast rounds, as Real's got to be careful hopping around there. There's no utility here at all. They're just slowly creeping in. Real is going to be spotted. That's first kill here for Fefe, and Flex did not expect Kungarna to be there, and down he will go. Now, I mean, they could pretty much go any direction they want. There's a lot of coverage on A here from LCK. That's going to be a hit from Dezane. Second kill over to defend the A bomb site.
Hanging in the balance, really, isn't it? But Dane, he hasn't been having a great game so far, so putting him under pressure is not a bad shout from Imperial, especially when you got that flank coming in from Ryu Zhao. Dane will be now between a rock and a hard place, and he's not even aware of Ryu Zhao coming up from above. He's actually played this quite nicely, though, Dane. Been able to survive. Unfortunately, not long enough, though, because Gokun will catch him, and Dezane now tasked with the 1-on-1. C4 plant still waiting in the wings here. Gokun's searching for information. They're going to try to take a couple of 1v1s here by the looks of things for Imperial. And remember what Dezane was able to do in the first map against all gamers. Let's not count him out just yet. Gokun goes down. I don't know about that position from him. Has put Ryu's out in the 1-on-1. Ryu Zhao hasn't been spotted yet. Dezane, though, does a lot of damage on that initial swing. And it's anybody's chance now. Ryu Zhao wants to swing himself. Dezane, with the Pika's advantage, won't make it work. And Imperial get their clutch, their 1v1 clutch. So all's fair.
Yeah, the rounds are getting a little bit closer, but LCK, they are running out of time to make it happen for themselves. It's already 5-2, and they really need to find at least one of these last 2 rounds to have a fighting chance going into that second half. But you can tell Imperial, they've made a lot of improvements coming into today, and I definitely recognize what Seven was saying about these guys. I mean, you can tell they study a lot more than other teams would have in this circumstance, because they're not playing the way they normally would here, but they're playing perfectly countered to what LCK did in their first match.
Yeah, it's a better looking Imperial today, for sure. And I was sort of theorizing that that would be the case. All gamers got their wake-up call on day 1. I think Imperial kind of got their wake-up call here on day 2. But both coming into day 3 have looked a much better version of themselves.
Yeah, I think it's a very healthy point of view to come in and say, hey, LCK are a good team. We're going to play them slow, and we're going to play our style and really make sure that we're not messing anything up. And it has been mostly good, although Fefe, you know, a little bit annoyed. Maybe just deep discussion right now of exactly how they want to play it out from here, as this timeout was called by LCK, of course. But yeah, can use this time to discuss stuff on your end as well. And I think Imperial don't really have to change much at all. I think you can just kind of continue with what you're doing. There was that one time they tried to charge in onto Dane, and there was a nice defense from the side of LCK. But other than that, every round has mostly been yours.
What a shot.
That was kind of crazy.
Is out. Generally pretty clutch. Someone that we highlighted a lot in Vietnam for his clutch potential. ADRF is going to be able to break open the A site. Did miss the opening kill of this round again because of those replays, but all good. 4-on-4. LCK have some retaking to do. Look, at least they've got a lot of map control, so they can rotate quickly back through the BL spawn. That's already been taken by Flex. Doesn't give Imperial a great post-plant setup.
Yeah, it's not necessarily ideal here for Imperial the way they're playing, but they still have to deal with this three-man push coming through. It's going to be Flex who finds the first with Real. Together they find two. Dane gets a third, and now Gokun is left alone. 1 versus 3. He's already found himself one, but it doesn't matter. Real with the nade takes the round for LCK with just barely, I think, enough time to get this defuse. You could tell even he was shocked he got it done.
Sigh of relief. Blistering pace actually on the retake in the end from LCK. And I think Imperial might have even been able to play the time a little bit more so. If they could have just tucked for another half a second, that could have been their round as well. Best case scenario now though for Imperial is going to be a 6-3 half. 5-4 would be kind of par for both teams. But 6-3 and with a nice start from Gokun would mean Imperial just slightly favored going into the second half.
Yeah, I think the benefit I can see here for LCK was they did only get 3 rounds, I believe, on the GR side against All Gamers as well, and they still were able to take that win in overtime just because they had such a good BL side on that map. So I don't think 3 here is necessarily the worst place for them to be, but it does make it a bit more of an uphill battle having the harsher half at the start of the match rather than in the second half. So we'll see if they have what it takes to do it on the BL side. Again, it's still winnable in this round as well. They've got a 4-on-5, and they've been playing that way for many of these rounds because I feel like Dane hasn't really had any moments to shine here with Gokun playing this well.
Yeah, Dane has been a little bit of struggle street. He's been holding the same angle every time. That's going to be Flex picking up an Alm himself and looking down those sights. Takes out Gokun. It says, I'm going to defend my my little teammates here and take the trade. So very nicely done. Does look like Imperial still wants to push this angle, though. There are at least 2 members from the side of LCK that are still on A, including Flex. With this Alm, I still believe he's got that. But let's see where exactly they are going to push. They still got 50 seconds.
Yeah, it is going to be probably right into Dezane here. Dezane, he's got the angle to challenge. He has to hold the line, gets the first kill, gets the second kill. Dezane with a huge triple kill. And Ryuzao, he's the only hope left now in the round, drops out of the vents to kill Real. But it could be too late at this point. It's already a 3-on-1.
It's looking like a 5-4 situation. Ryuzao just doesn't have enough health, time, or space as he's getting shot from every different angle. And LCK, they show up big time on that last round to give themselves a fantastic chance going into the second half. I was a little worried about them going into Imperial from the Blacklist side of Subbase, but they have met the call, and they have answered it very, very well. Love this from Flex, just to challenge once again, knowing Gokun's going to be there, and then, of course, Dezane. Not going to miss with this one, spraying down 3 of them. The transfer's perfect. And now LCK, 4 rounds. They've got a decent...
Yeah, most definitely. Dane's been able to cross to the right side as well. I think Gokun has spotted him out definitely now. Shot will go through. Next shot will be on to. And he's going to change his position up as a result of giving away the information. Is it into the vent for Gokun?
Seems like it could be a possibility here, but it's going to be LCK creeping their way in towards this B bomb site, leaving just Lion Claw on the lurk in mid, but they really want to try and find a pick before they full commit here. You can see a lot of pressure being rotated towards that B bomb site from Imperial. They've got basically 4 players ready to go if that hit comes through, but Flex, he's also going to start throwing a fake now towards the A bomb site, throws a flash, a little bit of pre-fire there, and then the B hit's going to come to life now. Dezane leading the charge into the rafters. Ryuzao down below. They've got to take him down early on, and they will here, but Real gets a little bit too overzealous on the follow-through. Flex able to at least trade it out. Lukum, he's stuck here on the back of site, but Dane having trouble hitting the shots, finally gets it done, but it's still an even 2v2, but Flex, the Colts are coming to life for LCK, but it's all up to this 1v1 between Dane and Feifei.
And where is that C4? Dane is
it on the rafter?
Yeah, it is. He's just like, where is this thing? I don't know where it is. Now he obviously does, but yeah, we have figured it out. And you see that it is going to be Fefe who's just going to wait it out. Doesn't need to rush to get in there by any means. Doesn't want to get sniped. And he's got a good idea that this is probably staying B at this point, but it's going to stick right in the middle. And just wait for the plants. Dane, though, looking for that pick. And he is going out here early. Fefe considering it, but not going to peek just yet. Still waits for the plant. Fefe trying to rotate in. He's getting in behind Dane, and Dane is going to get a huge flick to hold on and win the round, the first one after the half.
I thought that was Fefe every day of the week. He played it almost perfectly. He'd gotten around behind. He'd managed to cut off the rotation back into the site, so he more or less knew exactly where Dane was, but still unable to win the clutch, and so we're at 5 apiece. Imperial starting to show some cracks again.
Yeah, now it's going to be a little bit more of a challenge here. LCK really getting into this fight. It's going to be a change of setup, though. Imperial going for the late push into the B control room. It's not going to work out, though. It's completely shut down. Dezane and Real finding one apiece. You could see Fefe wanted to support there from the backside of mid, but it's just not going to happen. These guys are getting lit up across the board, and LCK, they've got a real shot at taking the lead here now.
I wonder if they can take this map off Imperial. That was something that I hadn't really considered as a possibility. Like, of course, it's crossed the mind, but never did I really think it was going to happen. Now, though, I'm starting to wonder, what would that do to the mental of Imperial?
Yeah, this is a very rough round for Imperial so far. I mean, the over-aggression into the control room, that was just watched the entire time. Gokun dead for free. Just no coverage on his backside. Dezane going to pick up a kill now onto Fefe. Rizal is in the middle of the map as this gets planted. And yeah, Imperial just getting picked apart on this one. It feels like LCK keeping that composure, whereas Imperial not necessarily doing so themselves. As now Rizal, he's got a big ask. It's not going to happen. LCK 2 in a row to take the lead.
What a way to pull it off, too. I mean, at the start of this game, it didn't look like they were going to have as strong of a fight here in map 1 of this series, but right now they are leading it, and this is the side they prefer to be on, so it is a really good position now for LCK to potentially grab this first map with. And you can see here as well, some of these players who are kind of lackluster performers in the first half have really come to life, but this time Imperial, they're ready to answer back. It's a 4-for-2 exchange here, not quite what they were looking for on LCK's side, but Dane at least going to finalize the kill onto Gokun, and he has to reclaim this C4 now with a player in the way, but can he hit some flicks again? Not this time around. It is going to be a nice response from Imperial to keep themselves well within the fight.
I'm almost surprised that Imperial doesn't fire up a little bit there and kind of sling some noise back in the direction of LCK, because I do feel like LCK, you know, they were really getting in on Imperial in that previous round when they picked up the dub. But Imperial are keeping quiet for the moment. 6 apiece. Maybe their minds are a little more focused on the game. Tighter than they might have anticipated after that first half, but now starting to come into their own a little.
Gokun with the sneaky little headshot there, catching Flex unawares. And a good start here for Imperial on this round, especially after that little bit of damage that did go down. Well, I say a little bit. It was actually quite a chunk into Lion Claw. So certainly Imperial feeling pretty good about their chances now. Gokun holding down lockers. Rest of the team able to set their sights on this computer hallway that has been a big contesting point of this map so far. Lion Claw hanging out in the vents. We'll see if Adrian spots him out. As now he will. He's going to back away, but Real and Lion Claw still able to get one apiece as Rizal will shut down the push for now.
They don't expect a second player in the vents, though, and so that'll be a free kill for Dezane. Imperial have their backs against the wall. Gokun's going to try to get the timing right into the vent. Dezane is watching. Oh, but he turns around. So we're back to a 2-on-2. And I'd say these are probably the two most clutch players on the Imperial squad. 14-9 right now for Gokhan, 12-8 for Ryuza. They've both been having a good map. You'd really not want to have anyone but these two in the 2-on-2 clutch. Doesn't start well though. Dane loses his head, but Gokhan is running out of time. He's going to have to sit the defuse. Tries to draw out the peak from Real, but even though he hits the shot, there's no time and he knows it.
Yeah, he's not saying that to his team.
Definitely not.
Standing up and screaming across the stage. And it was quite the big round. I love that first pick off from Dane with the composer just being ran at by Ryuzao, still able to pick it off. Nice first kill from Gokhan, but LCK just controlling that A site really nicely in many different angles. Gokhan did get the one, but then runs out of time. And it's 7-6 LCK. This was the read from Kyle as well, saying that, hey, LCK are really good on this map. They're not going to be scared to play Imperial on this one, and we're seeing part of the reason why, I believe, here.
Yeah, I'm glad they picked it. Play to your strengths. And they're proving to us that they deserve to be at CFS Grand Finals 2023.
You can see a bit of a sneak attack, though, here from Adrian on the corner. I'm not sure if Dane, in the chaos of trying to fight Gokhan early on, actually spotted this player. No, he was not ready for that one, but at least Lion Claw is right there to secure the trade and keep things well within reach for LCK. Ryuzao playing the jump spot here on the top of lockers, but they're going to spot him out as well and back off back towards this A bomb site and really reapply that pressure. And one of the things LCK is so good at on this map is their ability to control the vents at the opportune moments here. You can see Flex sneaking in. He's going to have that support in place, and because of this rush onto A bottom, they have to put all of their attention here. And it's going to be Flex who finds one on the lurk already as well. Dezane putting that pressure on, but Gokhan, he's still alive here, gets the double kill, and this has been completely turned around thanks to Gokhan just staying alive and getting those kills. Real, he is very low on HP, and now he's in a 1-on-2.
Yeah, going in the wrong direction though as well, LCK for Real here. He should run into two members of Imperial if he goes up the stairs. It's actually been smoked off. Wise move to go back down into the site. Should allow the plant. He's going to go for it. Another clutch attempt for these two from Imperial. Gokhan and Ryuzao walking right onto the stairs. That's a hard one to win for Real. Low HP. And Imperial get one more.
Yeah, gonna even things up. Makes it very even situation. And you see Real, he's like, okay, it's all right. And I believe it is fine from here on out as they do get the defuse, of course. You guys don't get to see that part, but taking a look at this. I mean, this is really the clutch moment. Gokhan, I don't know if anyone else can really do this, to swing back. He's getting pressure from both sides, using an AWM behind just the one box on A. Swings to the stairs, hits that shot, hits the headshot with a pistol right after. Pretty incredible stuff. And without that, I think probably Imperial just gets swarmed and lose that round.
Yeah, it's a really tough round to lose for LCK because they just didn't push into site deep enough to clear out Gokhan's position, and he's perfect at punishing those mistakes. I mean, he's 19-9, really leading that charge for the Imperial team in this matchup. But now it's still an even round situation, very winnable for either team. So you've got to have the rest of these guys stepping up around Gokhan if they really want these start of round plays to be a bit more favorable for them. You can see Flex interested in going for the vent control, but I like the play from Imperial. They've got Adrian a lot further forward, knowing that LCK's go-to strat in the late round is to take that vent.
LCK I'm going to get Locker's control for free. Bit of a push out from Gokhan here in response, though. He knows that he needs to take a bit of map control. He needs to be the difference maker right now for Imperial. So he's going to put himself in the point man position. Especially if a rotation comes back from LCK. If they decide that they want to go toward A, then Gokhan's in a really good spot to cause trouble. Won't quite hit the quick scope. That's a big loss for Imperial.
Yeah, and real, he's not putting up huge numbers, but he's getting really hype, and he's getting really important kills like that one. Now, Adrian is going to be able to trade it back. If it gets one, Lion Claw and the crew are coming down the stairs right now, though. Will Imperial be able to handle this? That is a big grenade to really weaken this push from coming in. Adrian not cleared out either, as LCK might be able to limp onto the site right now, but Imperial have an opportunity to retake this one.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the utility they can use to keep a hold of this one. All they've got to do is stall the clock here. They're really good at doing that, though. They've already done it once to Imperial on this same retake, but now they don't have the HP to hold on near as long. Dane has to hit this first shot. He's going to miss it, though, but Dezane on the cross, able to find one, and now they just have to keep Lion Claw alive here, but there is not a whole lot of time. Imperial, they've got to move quickly, but they have just enough time to get it done, and that is a massive round, and you can hear it from them.
Yeah, there's some noise now coming from the Brazilian camp, and it's only going to get louder if they pick up another 1 or 2 rounds. They've been biding their time, maybe, right? LCK have been kind of shouting about anything, but Imperial, they don't want to. You know what the worst thing is? It's like when you get pumped up and you start, you know, kind of smack talking a little bit, and then you still go on to lose.
Yeah,
that's the worst. And I feel like maybe that could happen to LCK right now. And that would be the sweetest of victories for Imperial. Gokun, though, 2 chances, 2 misses. Ryu's out, though. He's got the huge spray down onto Lion Claw to Zane, and then whips out the pistol for a kill onto Real. It's just Ryu Zhao.
I mean, yeah, let's just give him a trophy for that round. That was all his, basically, because Gokun is out there. He's firing shots. He's missing them all. The one thing that he did do, though, was get a lot of focus on him. And then I think LCK were not expecting Ruzao in the rafters here. He gets the perfect spray, hits the pistol shots as well for the 3K. And, LCK were trying to come on hard and fast. And I think that Gokun did a nice job of distracting, if nothing else.
Yeah, quick switch to the AK on the floor as well instead of having a reload. So fantastic stuff from Ryuzao. Good shot, though, from Flex as ADRF goes creeping through the vent. Not sure what necessarily prompted that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it did work for him really well in the last round, but this is just LCK adapting quickly. They know he was going to try and take that forward angle again. They put Flex in that position early on, and now we'll see what they can do. But Gokun on the other side of it, trying to get the counter boost. A bit of a struggle here, though. It is a difficult one to hit perfectly on the first try, but they will post him up now on the other side of this event. Looking at the round, though, as a whole, I feel like LCK, they're playing a little bit too safe here, and now Imperial, they are putting a lot of the numbers onto this A bomb site, which is a bit of a peculiar call. I feel like one player on B is a really dangerous game to play here.
Gonna have to take a risk, though, when you're down 4 on 5. Maybe the call is going to be correct, though. LCK moving the bomb back over toward the A side of the map. They did get kind of wrecked over on B in the previous round, so that is potentially factoring into this decision.
It's going to be an interesting push. Imperial very ready for this one, but Lion Claw and LCK have been good at pushing down these stairs. They do clean it up. It's 3v2. Gokun still looking at the vent, and so there's a good reason why, as we do a flex up in there. But Dane, again, he's getting position behind the missile. They should be able to plant this one down. Grenade into the vent of all places. Once again, just continuing to feel this pressure. Can Imperial clear this one out? Maybe Ruzao just has to clutch it big time once again.
We are going to see Flex as well, scooping up another AK. Dane hits the shot as well, and it's all on to Gokun. 1 versus 3. Flex, though, drops down at the perfect moment, and now they are one step away from taking it into overtime.
Another close map. LCK. Overtime win on subbase against All Gamers, 13-12. Golden point. Could they do it again? This time to Imperial.
They absolutely could. I mean, it's really impressive to see their round-by-round little
adaptations?
Yeah, adaptations, their mix-ups, what they're going for, all that vent pressure, and, you know, Imperial kind of just trying to hold it down and not get overwhelmed, but LCK are really challenging them here in this series. This is pretty much anybody's game from here. LCK, obviously, the onus is on them to force overtime. But from the Blacklist side, they've got a good chance. Gokun in a very unique position here on the stairs, trying to get a little bit aggressive onto anyone who might pressure here. Ryuzao, once again, just so reliable up there in the rafters. Gokun, he's got some great information. And the kill as they come in fast, but Gokun gets 2, and that should be good enough. Dezane and Dane trying to come in here, but look at Imperial, they're right on position. That's going to be the double kill, coming in one apiece, and that will be Imperial, 10-8. Congratulations on the win. (10-8) is the scoreline in favor of Imperial as they take down LCK. A very close match. LCK were right on the cusp of challenging Imperial, even taking the lead late on in that map. Rather, it was 7-6 for them. But Imperial, they claw it bit by bit from the GR side, prove they are the better team on this map, and they barely skirt away with the win. So 1-0 now to Imperial after that sub-base.
Yeah, I mean, the big difference there was really the Gokun difference. I mean, comparing him to Dane on the other side, Dane just couldn't win those fights. And when you look at how close the rest of that match was, he was really that key difference maker, getting more than 10 kills more than the enemy sniper.
Yeah, end of the day, obviously Ryuzao as well, chiming in with a couple of really big rounds. The clutch as well that he wins probably is what's going to net him the MVP here. Felt like a three-man army, Ryuzao, Gokun, ADRF. And no one really falling too far behind on Imperial is also potentially going to be a bit of a difference maker. But yeah, MVP well-deserved there for Ryuzao.
Yeah, just it was going to be Ryuzao or Gokun. The two of them did really well in their own rights. Ryuzao having a couple of huge rounds to clutch for the team. Gokun very consistent across the board. Definitely had that really big clutch round. I think it was like round 15 or something where they were charging into A and he was able to get multiple angles. Just crazy stuff. Imperial, very clutch when they needed it most. But guys, we're going to take a break before we do head on to Ankara for the second map. Don't go anywhere.
Down Snake, good for two. Baba, good for a jump. 哦哟，知道你在这变完成
价位是不是能好一点？是，另外一边，但是 Bird through the door finds a...
Hello and welcome back. We are here after Imperial take the 10-8 victory on Subbase, which after all was LCK's map pick. They decided to challenge Imperial on that one as one of LCK's also best maps, and they got close. They got close. Props to them. They didn't get to overtime this time around, but 10-8, not bad. But still, Imperial in the driver's seat now, and you got to like their chances going on to Ankara.
Yeah, I feel like they have a real fighting chance here, but I do think back to their first series where Subbase looked a lot better than everything else they brought to the table, and I think this is really a good chance for LCK to prove that they have a lot more to offer than just their performance on Subbase.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the way that these two teams sort of played out their series in their previous matches, and obviously both featured Subbase. Imperial were able to win their Subbase, but they actually even looked a little bit more decisive on Ankara. And sure, LCK won Subbase. They did get a 13-12 there, but they just went absolutely missing in Ankara against all gamers. So you kind of put those sort of two pieces of information together, and it seems like maybe we're going to get a net positive here for Imperial and a net negative actually for LCK, which the scales are a little bit off here at this point. And my gut feeling is that now we're kind of headed towards a 2-0 scoreline. Obviously, that may be not the case if LCK have been able to sort of switch things on Ankara, but obviously can't have too much faith in that map for them if things are going well for Imperial on it and poorly for them on it. So, yeah, definitely staring down the barrel of a 2-0 defeat, which puts them in an awkward spot for obviously their chances of making it out of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's going to take a lot to overcome Imperial in this one. And we have had a lot of 2-0s so far, but it is a group stage where I feel like it's more common than not. Once we do get to the knockouts and the playoffs, we're going to have some best of fives. And I think we're going to have a lot closer matches. But LCK, they've got a chance here to bring us one of our only 2-1s in the group stage, potentially. They've proven against two strong teams that they can at least challenge them. One of those they did win, of course. Maybe this is their moment to really take off and prove that they are a team that is going to make a splash here in the CFS where maybe some people did not expect it.
Yeah, it's still going to be tough, though. I feel like they really needed that first map to take this series. I feel like out of the 3 maps we have in the pool, this is probably their weakest one. You combine that with Gokun kind of just keeping Dane at bay the entire first map. If he can do that again, I think that's the key to success here for Imperial, continuously shutting down Dane. even with all the other players kind of stepping up, because you saw shining moments from Dezane and Lionclaw and even Flex in that first map, but it didn't matter because Gokun was always there.
Dane had a couple of okay moments, but generally speaking, you're right. I think end of the day, Gokun had a far more dominant display. He was one of the standouts alongside Ryu Zhao, ADRF as well, sort of chiming in a good little cohort of 3 members for Imperial having a good performance, and then the other 2 weren't really too far behind either. So it's obviously, you know, the recipe for success, really, you're looking at a couple of your star players popping off, everyone else having a middling or sort of average, decent kind of a game, and it looks pretty good there for Imperial. So I have no doubt about them going into Ankara. I think they're going to be feeling comfortable and confident. And the best news as well for Imperial is that they were able to silence LCK. And all that screaming and shouting kind of blew up in LCK's face. You know, I understand it. You want to hype the boys up. You want to get in the mind of your opponent. But sometimes you're going to let loose a little bit too much. And I think Imperial played a little bit of a smarter mind game there where they stayed quiet until they kind of knew it had tipped over the edge and that they were going to win. And that's the most satisfying time to start the Smack Talk.
Yeah, I guess they really didn't feel like there was any need to do it ahead of time. Like they do it at the beginning, which is always what they do against anyone. And then they were like, okay, well, we're probably going to win anyway. We're not really unaffected by your smack talk and your shouting. So 10-8, pretty close. Now we move to Ankara. This one, Imperial's map pick, and we've seen it a lot so far at this tournament, and generally has really favored the teams that get very aggressive and make some nice rotations. So definitely looking forward to Imperial potentially doing that even from the GR side.
Well, here we go. On to map number 2 between LCK and Imperial. Feels like a must-win for LCK if they want to stay alive in the CFS Grand Finals for 2023, but certainly for this series. Jury's out as to whether or not they're going to be able to do it. Imperial looking to hunt down a 2-0 for the group and the series as well as we head into the second map.
The second map. Yes, coming in, and it is Ankara. Looking for Dane to have a bigger performance to match Gokun. Definitely one of the big things here for LCK. Feels like everybody else had their moments. Real, a little bit sparingly, but in important times in the game at least.
Starting this one off, though, it is going to be a pretty passive approach, a bit of a spread across the board here. You can see Real looking for that pick towards the B bridge. Meanwhile, you've got Dane looking for that sniper duel in mid, but this is the big difference you're going to see in Gokun on this map. Dane, he's going to be more focused on taking those mid and A fights early, but Gokun, he kind of likes to float around the map a little bit more. You can see right now he's playing that anchor role on the B bomb site, but they do have another player pushing up as well. But it's still a 3-man stack on this A bomb site LCK is going to be running straight into.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Utility over the top, pretty common play in onto the A side. They get in there very fast, and those entry kills are clean. Dezane picks up 2. Lionclaw gets the first, and immediately a pause is requested, as we'll have to wait and see what that is about. But Imperial now trying to rotate over to V4. This is looking pretty good for LCK to start us off.
I have to guess that's probably something tech-related if it's going to come out that early on in the piece, because there's no reason to call a timeout after the first round. Gokun waiting for the smoke to fade here. He's actually going to bait LKK a little bit. Gets the first pick. It's important that it goes that way for Imperial, but they're really running down low on the timer. I think it's too much to ask for now. And the headshot will come through from Dezane to secure it. LCK happy with the start to Ankara. It looks like we indeed will be going into a pause. So what's the haps on stage? Tech pause. Unfortunate.
It's nice to see at least LCK there right back in it. I wasn't sure how they'd be feeling going in the second map after a shaky finish there to close out the first, but I'm already feeling a lot better than what they showed us in their previous showing on this map after seeing what they did in that first round. It seems like they're not going to be hesitating quite as much here, and I really like that out of them. Very clean entries from Dezane in that opening round, and that was another one of the missing components, I think, in that first map. Even though Dezane finished well, I believe he had a 0-5 start on the first map, so I'm curious to see if they can continue that kind of momentum forward a little bit more so, but we're taking a look now at those entry frags from Dezane, and he actually grabbed all 3 of those big kills on the round, so if they can keep this up, it is going to be Imperial not taking them too lightly here if they want to win moving forward.
So that tech pause, technically a pause, but it didn't really last that long, so we're right back into the action. LCK gripping up outside of A once again. Wouldn't be surprised if they just try to run it back a couple times and test their luck and really force Imperial to try to respond to this, because those entry kills were quite clean, and I think that it could be the strategy they look for. Just go with what works, and it's a pretty common and great strategy we've seen many times on this map, so wouldn't be surprised to see it again.
Yeah, they've got the full setup ready to go for it. Counter smokes are coming down to make it a little bit more challenging, but they've got the flashes to push around it anyways, and it looks like they're going to do just that here, storming out of the vents, but the third player of Gokun is already on the way, so they've got to move quickly. But again, Dezane gets the opener, but look at the response this time around. Gokun and Feifei come in for 3, but Flex and Dane, they're still here and kicking. It's down to the 2-on-2 now. Adrian trying to hold on to the back of site. The bomb has been dropped, but there's one player ready to play spoiler in this round. It's Lukum on the flank, and Flex, he seems pretty aware that it could be coming, gets the shot as well, and now it's all on to Adrian.
Big clutch potential for LCK here once again. But I actually don't mind this as a choice from ADRF. See if it tap away at the head of Flex. Doesn't quite land the shots. It was looking okay. But now he's going to take a different route toward the A site. Might be able to find that timing to challenge Flex here. Oh, spots him out, but won't land the shot either. Rotating back through the GR spawn is going to cost him a lot of time. I don't know about this one as a decision. I think he almost had to go, but see how he's going to make it happen here. A huge crossfire to break. Dane, though, kind of gives him the 1v1. Oh, no. LCK, you got to have a good hard look at yourself there and wonder, how did that happen?
Well, it happens first with the very fast rotation that we weren't so happy with. We're all shaking our heads. We're like, I don't know if that's going to work. But if you get in there that quickly and you can fool them into essentially being in a position to have to take 1v1s and sprint at them with a pistol, and hit the shots, it is going to work out. The defense initially pretty good.
I just don't think that's a good position to be in for Dane. Like, he's just in no man's land right there. Untradeable as well. Not ideal. Imperial probably should be down 0-2 with all the pressure on their shoulders, but now they're feeling confident and they're pushing forward, and the tables are about to turn. It's a different story now for LCK.
Yeah, not a good one, unfortunately, but Real and Dane, we'll see if they can find their way out of this one. 2 versus 5. Not going to be easy, especially with that bomb down on A long. You can see Dane, he wants to find a way to peek through here, but the smoke blocking that bomb makes it that much more difficult. Real kind of stuck here in the B connector, trying to maybe sneak around, but even then, you've got Lukum here posted in the window to take him down, and now this round is essentially over at this point. I mean, Dane is going to have to do something short of a miracle to make it happen, but it won't. Adrian gets it done, and now Imperial, they're out in front.
A flawless round at the end of it all 5 members staying alive on the side of Imperial. And this is kind of what I expected. Maybe waiting to see how LCK were going to play those first couple of rounds, and it was very aggressive pushes onto A. And this time they get proactive. They push out of A and look to get in the face of their opponents. And once again, trying to just throw flashes, open up these angles for Gokun. This is going to work, although Feifei is extremely far forward. He is going to get taken out, although Gokun, I suppose, gets some extra room to pick off another one.
LCK not really going to force it just yet, but there's already 2 players kind of holding the rotation out of here. so they may not have a choice but to take an aggressive play to try and make this one happen. You can see Adrian just patiently holding the flank. You've got Lukum as well, holding the A connector. And there is no way out of this pinch without a fight. Flex, he may be the one to take it first here. You can see him working out of the A connector, but I don't think he's going to necessarily expect Lukum in this position. Meanwhile, you've got Dane trying to poke in from the vents, but all three of these players are probably going to end up taking individual fights, which is not the position you want to be in. If you're LCK, and that nade as well onto Flex is kind of maybe just the nail in the coffin at this point, but Dezane, he's still here to try an entry frag for LCK, gets the first onto ADRF, but now you've got Flex still kind of stuck in this A connector position, and even though they have a kill, they haven't really taken any control over this map.
The question is going to be, are they going to expect a second player behind them, right? You've already taken one guy down. I don't think you're necessarily watching behind you too hard. Dane's having a bit of a cursory glance, but I'd be highly surprised if this round doesn't come down to LKK maybe making a big individual play if they decide to rotate back off to B, which might well be the point here for Flex, because he's starting to have a bit of a look. But time's going to really be a factor now for LCK. If they're going to do it, they have to make that decision. In the end, it's going to be back toward A, which I think is the better of the two options for LCK, but Gokun aware and will take down Flex, and this is going to be the time to move for LKK. There's no doubt that they're heading toward the A site after seeing that rotation. Freebie onto Dane, and Dezane now in the 1v2, which Gokun wisely will not give him the 1v1. I love that from him. Now it's really on to Dezane to try to find the 1v1s. Yeah. And the longer it takes him to do that, the harder it's going to be to achieve. What a shot, though. So, Gokun, clutch master again for Imperial. Can he pick this one up? Scope in hand, and he doesn't quite land the shot, but now he knows Dezane is stuck on the site. Still missing shots. The pistols are out, but Gokun, he never loses in the clutch. 3-on-1 is the scoreline now, and Imperial. Another nail in the coffin being driven into LCK.
The rounds are close, though. I mean, a lot of these situations coming down to just a 1v1. Imperial a little bit better under that pressure, but I mean, look at Gokun at the start of these rounds. He's still that difference maker. I believe he had at least 4 in this round, so honestly for him, if he keeps this up, he's going to continue to push his team across the line and make it that much harder on the other side. But again, Dane, I mean, he starts off 0-4 as well, having another tough match-off against Gokun. So we'll see if they can find a way to maybe crank it up another notch for LCK, because you can see these big picks coming in on their side, but maybe not this time around. It's going to be Adrian who finds the first.
Yeah, you can see Imperial putting a lot of work into control outside of A and just make sure they don't get easy setups into A. And the last couple of rounds have just been LCK waiting and seeing and wandering around to see if they can get a good push in towards A. You know, this has kind of been the one target for them. And again, they've got 4 members lining up to go for this push. And perhaps as Imperial, you don't quite expect it to come this fast if they go right now, but again, you've already lost a guy. They have 2 members on this. They're keeping it smoked. They even throw a flash through. So it seems they are aware enough. As Fefe in the great corner, he does pick off one. Ryuzao has to hold it. Nice crouch here, but it doesn't matter. The spray control is perfect. And now it's just Dane. And I don't think his scoreline is getting any better. There it is. Nice flick from Gokun to put an end to that one.
What a sick spray, though, from Ryuzao. Holding it down. Balls of steel. And Imperial are starting to fire up a little bit here on Ankara. You can see the shake of the head coming through for LCK. They are concerned, and they have right to be. It was close at the start of the map. They felt like they were in the contest. But a couple of clutches going the way of Imperial, and now they're starting to look really on top. 4-1. It is slipping away from LCK. And soon it might not just be slipping, but it might be really sliding away. Pace is really picking up, it feels like, for Imperial.
Yeah, a bit of a change, though, coming out from LCK. Flex also going to be picking up the in this round. He's been a little bit better on it, I would say, so far against Gokun in the duels, so maybe he can help find those openings that LCK definitely needs at this point. You can see him playing a little bit more aggressive with it as well, sneaking into the front of the A connector, trying to peek out into this mid-window position, but not going to find anything yet. Gokun, he's kind of just hanging out on the back of B. You can see Imperial going for that forward play towards B, but really LCK kind of just funnel out towards this mid and A side of the map.
Let's see where we go from here. Flex, will they pressure anywhere else? Still looking, didn't quite see Adrian there, but he might go on a little bit of a lone wolf journey here with the seeing what he can see, maybe trying to get a little bit of information for the team, but generally, you know, even if this area is empty doesn't mean that you can just waltz on in on a map like this. So again, just trying to opening things up. He says, well, there's not a lot of pressure through front yard, so maybe we can look for a play at least. Let's see where they decide to go from here, as it is quite open.
Yeah, the mid to A or the mid to B. Not something you see all that often. It kind of puts you in a bit of a sandwich, and it does allow the rotators to come through and get engaged in the fight a little bit quicker. Okay, dropping those. So Imperial down to just the 2 defenders over toward the B side of the map. But then again, you've got Gokun over here, and he's always going to be good for 1 or 2. Great start from him. 15 seconds, time of the essence for LCK, but Plant has gone down. ADRF will push the issue. Doesn't quite manage to land his spray. Bit of a whiff even from him. But Gokun still alive on that site, and he is not missing anything. He is certainly not whiffing. Down to the 1-on-2 for Dane. Colts out. Gokun wisely, again, doesn't take the 1v1. And this is the difference that I'm talking about. Imperial are just a bit more of a well-drilled team than some of the others in this competition. You think about the way that maybe Kara House would try to play out that 2v1. Everyone would be trying to peek 1v1, try and be the hero, but multiple times now we've seen Gokun actually make the percentage play, and it has paid off in dividends for Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, really solid team play on these retakes. They're probably one of the better teams, I would say, at retaking on the GR side of this map, so see if they can keep it up. But I mean, a 5-1 start, already looking miles ahead of what they were able to do on map number 1, and it just goes to show you they've got the firepower on their map pick to make it even more of an advantage for themselves. And on the other side, you still have Dane continuing to struggle at 1-6. Lion Claw also not quite as impactful here in map number 2, so it has been a real tough time for them. But as we can see here, Imperial continuing to play pretty far forward. This time, though, it is going to be in mid. I don't think they're going to expect Ryuzao to be this far pushed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, we have LCK moving in towards office now, and this is going to be Imperial saying, hey, they do know how to use this part of the map, and they do get control over that part of the map with 4 members. There's still Flex over outside of A, trying to make some noise, trying to play point over there as the IGL. And now it looks like LCK are going to back out mostly. We do have Lion Claw sticking around. He actually likes to play that same position from the GR side. So maybe we'll see that in a little bit. But the rest of the team coming in here towards mid, and Imperial have not moved at all. That is a very nice entry, though. He's going to take out Ryuzao on the angle. Will they expect Adrian, though? Ooh. Yes, they will. Dane picking up his 2nd kill in a big way, and now they might just open up this B site.
Yeah, pace being picked up. It's a good move. Gokun, though, drops down to take the challenge. That was a bold play. I suppose you have to back yourself when you're hitting the shots that he is, but might have been a little wiser to step back toward the side. Feifei, you'd think, should not have any chance of winning this round, particularly with Flex coming around from behind. Though he's jumped up onto the sniper's nest, done a bit more damage to Lion Claw. He's keeping the pressure on LCK to an extent.
Who's flanking who here?
That is the question. Feifei maybe, I think at this point, just going to try and take the opportunity to slow things down a little bit here and maybe allow Imperial a bit of a chat. Inevitably, we'll lose this life. And that is another one on the board for LCK. It feels like too few and too far between at the moment, though.
Yeah, nice start around Flash there, though. I like the perspective to see what they're doing with that utility early on to grab that map control, but it's going to be up to LCK to see what more they can do on this side of the map. It is a blacklist-sided map as well, so 2 rounds definitely not going to cut it here. But Imperial they've made it pretty challenging to take any sort of forward presence across the board. Now you are going to see Real looking for that pick with Dane towards the B bridge, but it's just Lucum kind of stalling it out with that utility and adding that pressure onto the shoulders of LCK. So I like the call here from Imperial. They're not really doing anything too gambly, like going in for an A-long aggressive take. They're just kind of sitting back and waiting to see what LCK is going to do here. And so far, it's worked out quite well for them.
Now let's see if they do manage to challenge this push through mid, though. There's a lot of firing going on. Some utility lined up to potentially smoke off the guys from B. And they do not check through the window. Adrian, the spray not really landing, though, as he is going to get the information. Gokin is sitting on B. He's not smoked off. He's just taking pot shots at the guys that are coming in, but LCK taking the spawn here and taking control as they do move in towards the B site. Nice try from Gokin as he is going to push them back off of this B, and they're stuck in the spawn. Real coming in from the office. They're not going to have any idea about this lurk. That's a free kill onto Lucam. And now coming in from behind looking for Gokin. Can he find him is the question. But Fefe, huge in the spawn. Perfect timing to even things up.
Gokin's wrapped around the back as well. They've got no idea where he's gone. Where else could he really be? And maybe it's not even going to come down to that. Fefe, what a bloody round.
And LCK, that's a bit of a misplay to say the least here. They allow Fefe to open it back up, and Gokin is actually going to sneak behind either way. So it's not a winnable round in any situation for them, just because they didn't completely check that site the way they needed to. Imperial in a really good position to move forward with 6-2, looking at a potential 7-2 half. But it just comes down to the little details here that LCK is overlooking.
Yeah, has been really the focal point for all of us here from what we're seeing in this match. LCK, they're like so close to being a real competitor against one of the best teams we have in this tournament. But, you know, so close isn't close enough, and it'll get you into positions like this where, you know, you have to claw your way back from a pretty devastating scoreline from the side they're playing. And now, Flex, IGL goes down. Just a nice little poke out from Adrian out of the vent. Gets a free kill. And now it's Lucam to play a little bit more forward here, just to say, okay, if you're going to do this again, I'm hoping to at least get the drop on one of you and maybe hold a spray and pick off even more. And you can see that LCK, they're going to send it through mid again.
Lucam, though, he's got the position to stall it out, playing on the backside of the pillars. He should have a chance to take them on if they're not ready, but Lion Claw as well. He's snuck up, but here comes the fight into mid. It is only going to be a one and done on that angle for Lucam, but now you see Adrian here. He's kind of snuck into this corner pocket, but Lion Claw knows exactly what to expect here. Now it's a 3-on-3. They have control of B, and it's going to force a full retake.
Retakes have been good, though, from Imperial so far. No reason to doubt them at the moment. Gokin going to give himself some high ground. Don't see anything on the site just yet. Calm before the storm for Imperial. Surely it's got to be Ryu's out to take the first contact. Dane now has been spotted behind the boxes, but Feifei and Ryu's out both go down, so it's on to Gokin, and surely this time LCK can secure a round 3 for them in the first half. It's not really enough to trouble the scorers on Ankara, but at least it's something to play with.
Yeah, at least they get that last round. You know, it's like a little bit of a push into the next half, and perhaps LCK have got something big for this GR side, because Imperial, definitely a big advantage for them. This is that round a couple rounds ago where Fefe picked up the 4K and absolutely turned it up, really taking advantage of LCK kind of getting caught in a rough spot. So now I want to see what Imperial have prepared for the Blacklist side. Their GR side was quite strong. And for now, maybe just a straight-up push on to A, at least lining up for that with the smoke on to B, just for a little bit of a distraction. Here they come. Ryuzao is all the way in, and the spray going to push Lion Claw back. The first kill is going to go towards Flex as they do move up topper. They're considering it. Oh, the angle from Adrian. They weren't covering those stairs. That is a couple of kills over to Adrian. That makes it 3v3.
Now we see Real trying to poke back into this bomb site first from the GR spawn, but now you've got all of LCK here as well. But Imperial, they still haven't planted the bomb. They want to take this fight first to feel extra safe, but now Lukum decides to try and stick it here to bait them in, but Ryuzao, he misses all of those shots, and now LCK, they have everything they need to swing in for the full retake. Gokun, he's left alone, and everybody left from LCK just takes him down right away, but I'm honestly surprised there Ryuzao couldn't connect.
We will not be defeated yet. And they have a chance. I mean, it's still close. If you ignore the map, you know, 6-4, it's all right. You got yourself a chance to come back. Imperial had a strong GR side. Why can't LCK? It's a good start, but let's see where it goes from here. Imperial definitely a little bit apprehensive on that push. It definitely wasn't a, okay, we're going to send flashbangs and send it up the stairs kind of thing. So definitely showing a little bit of pause on that one. But now all 5 members in position to do it again. And at this point, let's see how it works the second time. I saw 40 do it and reach it on finals. Not in this event.
Yeah, just really solid performance coming out from Imperial to try and get themselves that 2-0. LCK, they're still keeping it close here and there, but it just seems like when you get into these later portions of the rounds where it's a post-plan or a retake situation, Imperial, they just have the strategy and team play to keep themselves a cut above, and now it's going to be up to LCK to try and find a way to adjust and maybe put a stop to it, but the double setup is going to net them that opening kill onto Feifei.
They're not wasting any time from here. The rest of the team pretty quickly looking to push through mid. Not sure if they want to actually push into B from here, but Gokun is holding this site for now. Gokun 11-5, above 2 KD for the moment. Dezane is going to, oh, he's not going to hit it, and Dezane will pick up a sitting Gokun.
Yeah, now Imperial, they've got to decide what they want to do, and it looks like they will be going back to the A bomb site. Seems to be the right call, though. There is actually nobody there, even though there's 5 players up from LCK. I am not a huge fan of gamble stacking when you don't necessarily need to make this decision. Yes, it gives you a really strong chance if it does come from mid or B, but now you have to play potentially a full retake here on this A bomb site, and from what we've seen, Imperial, they're pretty good at locking this one down.
Yeah, eventually. Certainly taking their time. You know, flash up top, Ryuzao's like, ooh, that one kind of caught me. Adrian in mid.
Exactly what you were saying, Kyle. Huge blunder from LCK, and that might be a map-losing round.
I think it definitely is. I mean, there's no need to play that kind of a stack when you've got the advantage. They could have just as easily played a 3-2 split and had the same type of advantage on their coverage without giving up that site completely. And now they're in a really difficult position, only 2 away from Imperial taking the win. You can see Flex playing a little bit more aggressively towards A, but he misses the shot there. Not the shot you needed to start off this round, and now you've got a lot of map control coming behind it for Imperial as they take pretty much full control up into mid now.
This is a interesting angle. Real in the corner box, and he is flashed. He is rooted out, and that is going to be Imperial taking control. Dezane, nice angle here from the office, is going to get that back shot. We do have Rizal on the long lurk, trying to come in behind a couple of members of LCK who are here trying to hold on to the B site. Still a couple of members of LCK over on A, looking to slowly rotate here. That's the one. Pepe trying to get the spray in from behind. Rizal can't hit the shots. The timing was perfect. Dane? Okay, well, gets the kill in the end. That's a 2 for 1, I suppose, at the end. But either way, they're going to get in onto the site. And are you going to plant this bomb? What's going to happen here? This is a little confusing. Sure.
Imperial have tried to give LCK as many opportunities as they can, but even still, they haven't been able to find a way to close this round out. Ryu's out, I dare say, will not be checked at this point in time. Lion Claw will go for the stick, and that's not the play. 9-4, Imperial 1 round away from securing their 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems all but over at this point. There's been so many bizarre situations, but I mean, Ryu's out after the shots he's hit all day. What a way for that one to go down. I think I'm almost more surprised, though, that Dane didn't turn around there. I feel like he had to have known what was happening.
Yeah, that, definitely, you know, it's a high-pressure situation, maybe trying to catch the flank of the flank. Not sure. Either way, nice little pick off there onto Gokun. Actually pushing out of A. Here comes Flex going pretty far to check and get a lot of information for the team. You should say, okay, well, they're not over here at A at all. They're probably either in mid or office, but they have a guy in mid. Lion Claw here covering this angle. Going to throw out a flash just to delay even more time. And this push is very well read. I mean, Imperial are going to have a lot to do if they want to make this one work.
Now we are going to see Flex as well, working here to try and make it happen. Right now, from what we can see here, it is going to be Flex just playing patiently. But look at, they don't check the positioning here. 3 players just walk right past him. And now, in this position, it is going to be Flex moving in to grab one. But he's still looking for more here. Adrian going to be the player to spot him out. And now you've got Lukum and ADRF left to try and make something happen. Here we go, though. It's down to the 4-on-2. Lukum and Adrian. They've got the full site control, and again, LCK making the decision to give up that A bomb site, but now it is going to be Adrian who finds himself a kill, and Lukum, he can help hold on here as well, but here come the rotations back in, surely not again. Adrian takes it down to the 1v1. Real has no health to work with, but he has the ability to secure this round just barely, though. That got a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, should not have worked out that way. LCK basically crawling across the line, just being pulled apart from many different angles. Real barely able to hold on to that one. Adrian not willing to reload. You know, he could have charged in and gotten the defuse. So he had to kind of push up there with a pistol, not able to land the first shot. And Real, thankfully, just barely for his sake, was able to stop that one and prevent yet another, you know, odd man loss in a round. So LCK, they get there. But Imperial still lots of chances to get across the line and to get this one down, especially with Fefe on the arm to get a nice little pick right down the middle and take out Flex.
Yeah, LCK might not be long for this world, unfortunately. Push out of the vents. Lionclaw may have spotted Gokun out there, but doesn't manage to land any shots or even fire any. Really hanging in the balance. Ryu's out, pushing solo. Wins the duel against Real as well. It's going from bad to worse for LCK. Could be all over right here. 10-5, another 10-5 win for Imperial, if that were to be the case.
Gokun looking for the shot. He's going to miss the follow-through. Dezane getting out of that, though, with just 1 HP. Not much more he'll be able to do in this round. You could see they wanted to try and follow it up with the grenade kill, but it's just not quite able to connect. So still a 3-on-4 situation, but Imperial, they've got the ability to sneak in here. Ryuzao, though, we've seen him have some trouble from this position before, but
against this guy.
It is going to be the kill going his way again this time around, and now it's really all onto Dezane. But hey, with 1 HP, he still gets at least 1 before going down, but it's all of the weight on this match going to Lionclaw for the remainder.
Yeah, the 10-5 curse feels real. It's not really a curse, but it has been a recurring theme, you could say, here so far at CFS Grand Finals. For 2023, Lionclaw trying his best, 12 HP, but that's going to do it. Imperial take the 2-0 today. Imperial once again coming in here with the victory, this time 2-0 in maps over, of course, LCK. And it is a big win, setting themselves up 2-0 in the group. And yeah, you know, pretty much what we expected. Sub-base ended up going their way just barely, but then 10-5 more dominant on Ankara.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that kind of comes down to LCK's comfort level on sub-base being a little bit higher than it was on Ankara. And yeah, look, Imperial, we'd probably say, are definitely a solid sub-base team as well. But the fact that it's a closer map, more so I think down to the fact that LCK is a bit better there. But yeah, we kind of thought, obviously, going on to Ankara was going to be a tough one for LCK, and turned out to be true. They had a couple of good moments, but generally speaking, Imperial definitely looking like the better team in this matchup. And that is a very good, solid performance overall from Imperial in the group stage so far. Couple of dubs in the books, and they've got a big game still yet to play against All Gamers. Both those teams 2-0, so that will be the battle for first place in their group. Set things up nicely. Good storyline heading into the final couple of days of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, now it also sets the stage for that wild card match in the group as well. LCK and Kungarna have to fight for that last spot. And honestly, I think that could actually be the most interesting match of this group, because I felt like both played a pretty similar game against Imperial in their head-to-heads.
Yeah, it absolutely could, and that's going to be very interesting once it does come down to it. We will have an interview in just a moment with one of the guys from Imperial. Excited to hear what they have to say. First, of course, we are going to take a look at the data that we do have here. Everybody pulling their weight on the side of Imperial, and on the side of LCK, I mean, they tried their best. It was, you know, not the greatest day for some of the players, but you send it, you try your best. And Adrian, again, MVP. I think this is his third one so far.
Yep, 3 out of 5.
Tournament.
3 out of 5 maps that they've played. 3 out of the 4 maps that they've won. He's definitely having a good tournament, and there's the overall results. 2-0 today for Imperial. Can't be too disappointed with that one from them, even though Subbase was pretty close. Again, having a look at the Group A standings, and as we've reiterated, it is the battle for first between All Gamers and Imperial, and then the battle for third between LCK and Kungarna. One of those two teams are going to be getting sent home after their next matchup. It's pretty nice how this group has played out. It's kind of gone the way that we expected it to, but also those decider matches kind of being the last ones of the group stage is always a nice way to see things playing out.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little bit more interesting. I feel like Imperial, they've made a lot of improvements throughout as well. I felt like they looked a little bit shakier in their opening match against Kungarna, but I felt like today they really stepped up to a new level, and I feel like for them it's kind of a good progression to lead into that All Gamers matchup with, and I think they may actually have a good chance there, especially if All Gamers starts off another series a little bit shakier.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Imperial are a team that will kind of jump down your throats if you are a little bit too passive or if you're not making the right calls, and they will thrive off of that momentum. And it was kind of cool to see at least LCK challenging them here today and getting 13 rounds total over the 2 maps. Not so bad. And showing off maybe for the side of All Gamers, maybe some of the angles that All Gamers could take advantage of. Certainly, you know, there was Gokhan popping off in a big way. Ruzao had a big map, but other than that, you know, ended up not, you know, if they weren't being the big guys on the map, other guys had to step up, and perhaps you could take advantage of that when it does come down to it.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how that matchup between Imperial and All Gamers is going to end up playing out. In my mind, I still think All Gamers looked a little bit more dominant in their good maps. Imperial, even though they've more or less kind of had the same result, like both teams have won a three mapper, and both teams have won a 2-0, like a clean 2-0 and a bit of a cleaner 3 mapper, it has to be said. I think just generally speaking, in my mind, All Gamers have looked a little bit better in their wins. And the other good news I would say for All Gamers is that ZQ and ZY really felt like they showed up today, and those have been the kind of driving force between a few of the wins for All Gamers that I've seen lately. So I'll say, I think for me, All Gamers just looking a little bit better going into that game. But then again, I still think there's definitely another level that Imperial can hit. We saw good stuff from them in the game today, but not necessarily world-beating stuff. And so I do think that they can dig deep and maybe find a little bit more, which is obviously what we'll need to see from them if they want to topple All Gamers in their next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of other teams that could be in that conversation for a top 4 contender, we've got Pacific on the way in our final match of the day. Do you guys have any faith in them in that matchup, just knowing it is going to be a tough opponent to be up against? I mean, BaiSha have looked pretty unstoppable.
I'll say it nicely. I don't think so. I do think BaiSha is just too good. Like, Pacific Macta is a really strong team. They have a lot of ways to win. I do think that they looked even better when they did go up against what's the name of the Vietnamese team?
Ranking. Ranking or Car House?
Car House, right. Yeah. I think that Car House didn't have their best match, and Pacific did look good, and it was a little bit of a counter in terms of styles, but I think that BaiSha come in, they see that match, and I think they're going to have ways to kind of just get in their face and shut it down before they can kind of set up their web of defense. So definitely favoring BaiSha in that one. in a pretty big manner, especially, again, not because Pacific isn't a good team, it's just because BaiSha are so strong. But who knows, maybe Pacific come in big time, and I would love to see that kind of performance if it does come true.
My 2 cents is that I think BaiSha's probably going to steamroll them. BaiSha, to me, are, I guess the farmers of the group stage, if we want to go with that analogy. They tend to just roll through teams. Nine, in particular, someone that I really enjoy watching. Xiao as well. Those 2 guys, if they just start hitting their stride, it's going to be curtains, I think, for Pacific Macta. But look, Pacific Macta had a bit of a better day in their previous match than what I anticipated that they would. So I do hope that they can pull through and make this one a competitive total. Obviously, Pacific Macta is one of those teams that has been around for a very, very long time. And if they could find a resurgence here in 2023, I think that would be a great story. But I am just wondering whether or not that will come against the Chinese teams or not. My gut feeling is probably toward the latter. But Pacific Macta, they did look good yesterday, so I'll cross my fingers for them. But yeah, to me, 2-0 BaiSha, very similar to the scoreline that they faced in that earlier match that BaiSha played on day 1. I think they're going to be a dominant force.
I actually think there is a strong potential for a 2-1. Even though I did predict BaiSha to win, I actually think Pacific, if they get a chance to play one of their stronger maps like a Black Widow, they could take one there. And BaiSha, even though they've had some strong performances in the past, clearly they actually had a lot of maps lost on their road to winning CFS last year in the group stages. So I feel like Pacific, this is a good opportunity to not only show us what they can do, but maybe even pull off an upset. But at the very least, showing they can get a map here, I think puts them, in my mind, comfortably into that top 4. Yeah,
absolutely. It is going to be interesting to see what the result will be. We've talked about the ending of Imperial versus LCK. We've talked about the next match as well. Not too much else to say, but are still waiting on the interview here that is going to happen in a moment with one of the members of Imperial. So that'll be fun to listen in and kind of get their thoughts on, I'd love to hear about where they see themselves in the whole hierarchy. We can talk so much about like different power rankings, but yeah, it's just to get their thoughts on it. And we do have it now in 5 seconds or so. So let's hop to the stage right now for the interview.
Imperial, the Brazilian #1 seed. Another win. Gokun, congratulations. MVP, 2 wins. That's got to feel good.
Fiquei muito feliz de ser MVP e poder ajudar a minha equipe.
赢得 MVP 我非常开心，因为这可以帮助我的团队。
and I can contribute to my team.
Yes, you did contribute to your team. On sub base, the team played aggressively, but it seemed hard to finish and win the map. Why was that?
Sub-base a gente tem pouco de dificuldade, mas a real mesmo é que a gente dá pouquinho de emoção pro público.
在潜艇这张图中，我们刚开始有一点点困难，是因为我们对对手有一点点情绪。
Because we underestimated our enemy.
Okay, so on the second map, Global Risk side was very good for you. What had changed?
Dessa vez a gente foi muito bem no GR da Ankara e conseguimos da melhor maneira escutar o Fefe.
在安卡拉这张地图中，我们打得特别好。
We play very well.
当然，最主要的贡献是
And the main thing is that we team cooperate very well.
Okay, and tomorrow you play All Gamers. How are you going to beat All Gamers?
Nós vamos conversar entre a gente, vamos assistir bastante jogos deles e eu espero fazer uma revanche que eu ganhe.
So when facing with CHENGDU all gamers, we will strengthen our team communication and to make our strategies and to do our best in the performance.
And you will beat them?
Com certeza.
明天我们肯定会赢的。And I think we will win.
Of course, of course. Obrigado, Gokun. Congratulations again to Imperial. 2 wins from 2. Big match for them tomorrow. Another big match coming up today. Don't go anywhere. Our last best of 3 features the reigning world champions. So don't go anywhere. We'll see them next.
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
Barbecue there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and Epson still alive. That's a problem, don't you?
我现在呢，就负责东西比较多，自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路。 然后干的工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的一个进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。 参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。 我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Welcome to the CFS 2023 Grand Finals, the world's top competitive crossfire esports world championship tournament. The year of 2023 marks the 10th anniversary of CFS. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is returning with further developed rules and schedule, providing new challenges to all participating players. Now, let's take a closer look at the format. In this year, we have teams from 6 regions: Brazil, China, EU MENA, North America, Philippines, the Vietnam. The tournament consists of 4 stages: group stage, wildcard stage, knockout stage, and lastly, the playoffs. The group stage will be played under the single round-robin format in a BO3, where 12 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 4 through the group stage draw. The top 2 teams from each group will directly advance to the knockout stage, while the third place from each group will enter the wildcard stage. The last place teams from each group will be eliminated from the tournament. The group stage standings rule will prioritize the teams' higher match wins. If teams' match wins end up in a tie, such as teams' set differential points, will be secondly prioritized. If still tied, the round differential points will be thirdly prioritized, and attack points will be checked. As for the last comparison, the wildcard stage will also play under the single round-robin format. BO3 series, where the top 2 teams out of the 3 teams will earn the last 2 tickets to the knockout stage. The 8 teams of the knockout stage will compete under the single elimination format in a BO5 series, where the brackets will be determined through the teams' overall standings from the group stage. Knockout Stage 4 winners will advance to the playoffs that will be played throughout the double elimination format in a BO5 series. The playoffs consist of 6 matches to claim the champion. The total prize money of the CFS 2023 Grand Finals is set to $1,420,000 US, and the world champion will take home $500,000 US. Compete to conquer. CFS 2023 Grand Finals is awaiting its warriors. Let's witness how this epic tournament will roll out.
Goes down, Snake. Good for 2. Beba, good for a dump. 哦哟！知道你们的2键完成参
价位是不是能好一点？是，另外一边，但是 Top。
Finds a third through the door, finds a...
Hello and welcome back to the desk. We're here for the final match of the night. It is going to be BaiSha Gaming up against Pacific Macta. And this one, definitely an exciting matchup that we have on the way. BaiSha definitely one of the big favorites in this one as the former champions of CFS Grand Finals. And of course, Pacific Macta coming back onto the scene, trying to make a big splash here after getting a win a couple of days ago. Before we go any farther, I do want to go ahead and thank our great sponsors here, Open Mind Alienware. Alienware is supporting CFS 2023 Grand Finals with their awesome devices. You see those monitors are looking great. Everything's looking great. Thank you for your support.
Yeah, and of course, Morphling as well. Their generous support as our official gaming chair sponsor in the CFS 2023 Grand Finals. Whether you're in the midst of an intense gaming competition or just enjoying a prolonged gaming session at home, Morphling has you covered. Morphling, reach your throne.
Yeah, reach your throne. You guys may have noticed that we have Seven back here on the desk. He is here to help us with this big matchup. Any initial expectations coming into this one? I mean, what are you thinking about BaiSha versus Pacific Macta?
I mean, I already made this bold call, right, that Macta will win one map today in case BaiSha will let them play Black Widow. Because I feel like Macta is pretty strong on Black Widow, and I feel like that their coach Tanks could be a difference maker, because last year I was also watching a lot of games from Macta, and I felt like their team play and also their cohesion was not on point at all. But it improved a lot, and they also have like new setups. Especially this 3-1-1 setup on Blacklist I really liked. They always send Revenge long A, they have CYK in mid, and they played this actually every round. For me, the interesting part is, will BaiSha counter the setup?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how BaiSha decides to approach playing against Pacific, especially because they didn't give us a lot of room for error on how they played that Black Widow, so maybe they even ban it out against them just knowing how well they played in that first showing. But on the other side of things, Seven, I was curious to get your thoughts on kind of the newcomer into BaiSha. What do you think of CZY so far?
I mean, CZY was doing a decent job. I think nothing too special, but it seems like he's feeling comfortable. I mean, he's not a star player on this team, right? We have Xiao and Nine. These two guys are the shining stars in the squad, and as long as they feel comfortable, I feel like also the backup players feel comfortable. So yeah, so far, BaiSha looking pretty strong, I would say.
Yeah, with that addition to their team, pretty good. You could see the historical record over the last couple of years is something like 6-0 between these. So N9 up against Revenge. Definitely going to be a couple of the key players in this one. I say a couple because there's definitely more than just these two for both teams, I would say. Although I do think that Revenge kind of holds down the fort as the main guy on the side of Pacific Macta.
Yeah, I think the other player I'm really looking at on the Pacific side of things is going to be Aldrin. I feel like he's really key to a lot of their success, but as we can see here, the caster's not feeling quite so confident in what Pacific's going to do. Yeah. No faith this time around, Seven. You're not going to go ahead and pick them, but I know you said at least a map, so you're at least giving them some credit here.
Yeah, I'm sorry to all my Filipino supporters out there watching the stream right now. I mean, like, Macta will still make it to top 8, I'm pretty sure, even maybe top 4. I also feel like the key player this year might be not even Aldrin and Revenge, because these two guys are always stepping up to the plate. It might be even Matsara. I remember like playing against Matsara, also known as MVA. In 2019, he was more like kind of this backup player in the squad. But this year, it seems like he's also one of their star players. He was really strong in the first match, right?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of key players for this one. But guys, we're ready to hop to the stage and introduce our teams with Matt Andrews.
Our final matchup for today. Two teams coming off the back of good wins on the first day. One named after the sea, one is the shark. The pride of the Philippines, the best team in the CFPH Masters. They are Pacific Macta. MVA, Justin, ZYK, Aldrin and Revenge. Pacific Macta! We welcome the reigning world champions from CFS 2022, BaiSha Gaming! Xiao, Baby, CZY, N9, and 577 are BaiSha Gaming! Our final match of the group stage, day 3, is about to begin. Two teams ready to compete to conquer.
Thank you, Matt Andrews, for that wonderful introduction to both of these teams. The reigning world champs from the grand finals last year, BaiSha Gaming up against Pacific Macta, the best team from the PH Masters. This one is definitely going to come down. I love that we have a best of 3 for a matchup like this because, as you guys have been mentioning, Pacific Macta, they've got a chance at least taking one map, and if you can get one, maybe you can get a second one. It's not super likely. Obviously, we do have to set the stage as BaiSha as the big favorites in this one, but I'm excited to see what could happen and if Pacific is really going to kind of ride the waves here.
Yeah, I think they definitely have some strong potential. I think a lot could be decided in the bans and picks if Pacific's able to get what they want and what they're comfortable on, because if BaiSha comes out, maybe gets rid of Black Widow, I think that takes them down a little bit in their potential on the side of Pacific, takes their probably best map we've seen so far off the table, and then it becomes, I think, more of a toss-up to if they even get that map in this series. But if they get a strong start here, I think there is some upset potential after all.
I also feel like, Macta, in terms of the maps, they should ban Compound because usually BaiSha is pretty strong in Compound, it's the main map. I also feel like Macta could go for Mexico pick, even though it's unlikely. This would just be my suggestion because Macta was pretty strong back then on Mexico. I remember like some insane games against Carbon, for example, in the CFG Grand Final. And I also practiced a lot with Revenge and also with Justin on this map. So I think these two guys are pretty strong on Mexico, and I would love to see Mexico today because, yeah, it's one of my favorite maps.
Yeah, I think that Mexico is not a bad shout. It was able to get the better of Imperial as well. Like Kungarna did that to kind of catch them off guard and won with, I think it was like a 10-5 score on that map. So definitely could be one where you try to throw a spanner into the works and see what happens. And, we'll see if they have what it takes here in a best of 3. If this were a best of 1, what percentage would you guys give to Pacific Macta to win?
It would really depend on the map. I feel like if they got like a Black Widow in it, I would give them maybe 65% odds to win that. But if it's a map, like Compound, for example, it's a much different story. BaiSha, very, very strong on that map. So a lot of it comes down to the map selection here, I think. But another element of this matchup I'm really curious to see is how is Revenge going to match up against Xiao? Because for me, these are two of the best snipers at this event. But Revenge, I think, still has his work cut out for him because I feel like Xiao just has such an insane reaction time to go up against.
I agree. I think Black Widow's 65% sounds reasonable. Rest of the maps maybe 30% max actually. I think one advantage could be that Macta usually always practices with Chinese teams, also with Vietnamese teams, because they're kind of from the same region, right? It's they can play actually on the Chinese client, which is a big advantage actually because European, Egyptian teams can't do that. I think one key moment for Macta was last year because the original IGL CDD, they replaced him with Justin. Justin, one of the young guns. He's just 19 years old, I think, but it's actually quite experienced. Justin was playing CFPL in China when he was just 13 years old with Execration. It was an interesting move, and actually in the Filipino community, they kind of blamed Macta for like replacing CDD because when they lost against SGJ, they were saying, okay, you're playing without an IGL. Of course, you have no structure now, no cohesion. Your executes don't work out at all. But it seems like I said, since this year when they started working with tanks, they really improved a lot, and they showed it up in the first match against Kara House.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they put on a really good show against Kara House, and we've been kind of kind of saying that the Vietnamese teams aren't really reaching their potential, but maybe Pacific Macta are just that good that they made a really strong team kind of look pretty weak in that matchup. So definitely excited to see, you know, what Pacific Macta have been cooking. I think that you do have to cook up something special for this kind of matchup against BaiSha. That's not a secret anymore. You know, BaiSha, they're here to win the whole thing, I think, right? When you consider their viewpoint, yes, even in the group stage last year, you know, they dropped some maps here and there, but eventually they go on to win it. So I'm sure their eyes are on the prize right now, and maybe this is the perfect moment for Pacific Macta to say, hey, you didn't expect this coming, did you? And what a cool story it would be if they could kind of like sneak away the first place or at least a series. That would be awesome.
Yeah, and I feel like for Pacific, this is their best time to maybe make a power move in this event, because if you can sneak away this best of 3, you now get a #1 seed and then don't have to play a Chinese team likely in the first round of the playoffs in those even harder best of 5 environments.
Also, I think I have one interesting tendency. I feel like all the top teams are pretty strong on Ankara. Like AG is playing Ankara, then BaiSha is playing Ankara as well as Macta, Imperial. So I think on Ankara you basically need like good communication, good rotations. So I think Ankara could be also a key map in today's matchup actually.
Yeah, it definitely has been played quite a lot. It does feel like that has been our most played, and a lot of the top teams are playing it and essentially throwing it out as, well, you had to ban our compound or you had to ban our you know, sub base, so we get to play on Kara pretty comfortably. And you know, it's one of those maps like you mentioned. It kind of just benefits the team that has a lot of really seriously good fundamentals. So would be crazy if we do get into that one and Pacific Macta gets a big upset on Kara. That would be pretty huge. But yeah, still waiting to get this one underway and get into the map ban pick. So we're expecting Black Widow to be banned away from Pacific by BaiSha, I would imagine, right? And then Compound to be banned away by Pacific. What do you guys think they're going to be picking then with that map pool up?
Most likely BaiSha would pick Ankara, I feel like. And Macta, I mean, I would suggest them to pick Mexico, but it's unlikely to happen. I feel like we could see Port maybe, or even Subbase, these 2 maps.
Yeah, could be potentially the picks here, and we do have the map ban pick on the way, so we're gonna get to see in just a moment if they follow kind of our expectations, because we've mostly gotten them right, especially today. Black Widow immediately banned, like that didn't take any time at all.
Yeah, no hesitation there, and honestly, it's not too surprising. I mean, when you have a 10-2 win against a team like Kara House, everyone's going to take notice to that and really just kind of avoid that territory for Pacific. And now it's going to be up to Pacific to put their ban on the table here. Compound would make a lot of sense unless they're trying to maybe bait it out later on and just hoping they can get something better out of these first 2 picks. But I am curious to see if maybe they do go for a Mexico in this first set of maps. Pacific, though, gets Eagle Eye out of the mix, so maybe they are willing to take this one to Compound.
I mean, they have to be willing, right? If you leave it up, BaiSha, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't just slam it down here as the first pick. I mean, you're so confident, unless you like really wanted to hide some strats, but I don't think you can really do that against Pacific. So they pick the compounds, and that's not a surprise to anyone.
At least Macta can start on GR side, which is more comfortable, but still, I think beating BaiSha on compound, then pretty good shape. It's really unlikely to happen, I feel like.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think BaiSha, they're going to be feeling really good about Compound being left on the table. I feel like Eagle Eye might have been a bit of a better chance for Pacific, but maybe they just don't have the strategy or the preparation quite as much on that map, and feel like Compound, you know, maybe could go either way, and they have a confident second pick here to go home with. But I think going into this one, you know, Mexico's probably their strongest choice, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised with a sub-base pick either.
Yeah, definitely crunch time for them, because you got to play compounds. That could go a lot of different ways, and you got to be ready to bounce back as well as you possibly can. So,
some of my Chinese supporters told me that BaiSha is not really strong on the blacklist side in Mexico, so I would suggest Macta to pick Mexico. But I feel like they feel more comfortable on Port, maybe even Subbase. Oh, they pick Ankara.
Ankara.
Wow. I feel like that's a bold pick. Yeah. I feel like that's This is kind of playing into BaiSha's hand. Like when you look at these two maps, I kind of assume a 2-0 now because these are really, really strong maps for BaiSha. They have looked a little bit shakier maybe against someone like All Gamers on Ankara, but I feel like Pacific, they've got to have something pretty big planned on that map to go ahead and pick it over a Mexico or a sub-base in this situation, or even a port, really. I mean, the rest of the map pool, I would have said, is probably a little bit stronger for them, but now it's going to come down to these secondary picks. Seven, do you have a map you think is going to be maybe left on the table here for that final one?
I mean, could be port probably. But still, when it comes to Ankara, I mean, I understand Macta as well. I mean, they played pretty close against AG at CFS in Vietnam. But again, I think it's the best map from Xiao. So most likely we're gonna see 2-0. I don't want to disappoint my Filipino supporters, but Compot Ankara. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it does feel like Pacific definitely challenging themselves with this one, let's say. Port is going to be banned away, which means that we do get Mexico as the third map. So if somewhere along the way, whether it's Compound or Ankara, Pacific Macta figure out a way to take a map, they will have Mexico in their pocket for the last map, and they do select it amongst that and Port.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad call leaving Mexico. I would have liked to see it maybe as their first pick in the series, but it is going to be BaiSha who gets GR if it comes to that, which makes it a bit of a challenge either way. So we'll see how it plays out, but BaiSha, I definitely think, getting the best possible outcome out of those bans and picks.
I feel like the big issue in Compound against BaiSha is you can't basically stack any side because Xiao is always going for info plays. Like I already told you, like on the first day, because FreeBL tried to stack long A, it doesn't make any sense. Xiao will just go for info play, figured, okay, two players are there, we won't commit, we just go towards B side. And also the rotations are always on point, so it's really difficult to counter BaiSha. I also tried it in Vietnam, and yeah, it didn't work out against them. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. They are very well known on this map for many of the reasons that you've mentioned, and just a lot of experience, a lot of comfort on this one. So yeah, I am excited to see either BaiSha once again kind of playing to the script that is, okay, they're the best team in the tournament, they're going to crush anyone, especially on this map, or if Pacific Macta's got some really insane play to show us in this first map, or some kind of specific strategies to really throw them for a loop. But BaiSha have been just very solid in terms of their fundamentals. They haven't really had to show too much just yet, of course, with their wins. So let's see what they have to show today.
Yeah, I feel like, at least for Pacific, they don't really have anything to lose here at the very least. I mean, even going down here, they have a pretty good chance of still taking that second place position in the group. So I feel like having that extra comfort can allow you to play maybe a little bit riskier than you would have if they came into this match with a loss already under their belt.
I also feel like BaiSha, you know, that they doesn't care too much about like revealing any strategies, because they know if they are playing their A game, even the AG can't beat them. I feel like in the qualifiers we also saw it. When BaiSha is feeling it, it's over even for AG.
Yeah. And just to have that insane amount of confidence is pretty devastating for any team that comes into their path. So exciting if you are a BaiSha fan to see them making waves with their shark tail.
Yeah, it's also remarkable. Yeah, it's also remarkable. Like when I was playing CFL in 2017, I remember like BaiSha was just like an average Chinese team, like maybe like top 6, top 7, and nowadays they're like, yeah, known as the best Chinese team, even the best in the world. So they did some great work in the organization for sure.
Yeah, now it's going to be up to Pacific to see what they can do here. They've got some of the core veterans ready to go here, so I definitely have some faith they can, at the very least, make this quite a close matchup on our hands. I mean, we talked a little bit about MVA. I think he's been kind of a rising star for them in recent history, combining that with, you've got Aldrin and Revenge, who looked really solid in their opening match, and you know, maybe this is their time to do something big, because honestly, so far in this tournament, we haven't really seen any major upsets just yet.
Yeah, not really. Outside of, you know, a couple of maps here and there. As we take a look at some of the stats here from Compound, didn't really get banned that often in 2022. Saw it quite a lot. And
you can see it's slightly GR sided.
Yeah. And as you mentioned, Pacific Macta at least get to have that side to be at least a little bit more comfortable to start us off with. Set 1 should be getting underway in just a moment. Looks like the game start has begun here at the CFS 2023 Grand Finals for the final match of today. It's been kind of a quick day, a lot of 2-0s. Will these teams mix it up and make this a close head-to-head match? Or will BaiSha continue their reign of dominance here at CFS? Let's hop on to Compound for map number 1.
All right, here we go. Right into the action. It is going to be a GR side for Pacific to start us off here on this map. You can see already BaiSha moving quickly into the B tunnels, going for that pillar position, but Pacific, they are already there on the other side of it, taking that full control of connector as well. I like this forward aggression that we're seeing from Pacific, and I don't think BaiSha is going to be fully prepared for this. MVA gets the opener onto 577. They get a secondary kill as well, taking down Baby, and look at the remaining health on N9 and Xiao out of that. It's going to be a pretty overwhelming start for Pacific.
I mean, that's what you like to see, right? You leave the compound open. You're on the TR side. You get a nice setup. Fantastic crossfire in there at the pillars, and you just stop their aggression right from the get-go. Great read. And now Revenge. Big shot on CZY. And that pretty much dooms this push from the side of BaiSha. They're just going to have to try to run on in. They're not going to expect N9 to do that, especially low on health, but Aldrin's here with an M4. It's looking pretty good, although that spray not quite there. He's still got a flash over the top. N9 trying to hold the angle, but very quick from Aldrin. And the one tap onto the weakened N9.
Now Xiao here, 1v4. Not a whole lot he's going to be able to do. The bomb is down on side as well. It didn't even get planted yet, so he can't even use that to kind of bait them out. So it is going to be Xiao, though, who finds a first, and this is where you've got to be a little bit cautious if you're Pacific. You can't give up those 1v1s without a guaranteed trade on the table. But now they've got that C4 pretty well locked down, and they've got a flank on the way potentially here as well in ZYK, who's kind of just posted up on the backside of mid in case Xiao tries to rotate out of position.
Xiao is going to try to do this. You got to go eventually. 30 seconds as they have all the angles. They just need to double peek them at the same time. I'll be calling 3, 2, 1. Nope, just going to back all the way into Justin, who collects the free kill. And that's the first round going the way of Pacific Macta in very dominant fashion.
Yeah, great run from Macta here. I also like the approach at the end, playing kind of reserved, not overcommitting here. Because usually Macta was a team that were kind of greedy sometimes and always over-peaking. So yeah, they improved a lot in terms of team play, like I already mentioned before.
Now we can see an aggressive mid-control play coming out of Pacific at the start of the round. MVA sneaks into the top of mid, and they have no idea what's coming their direction as he takes down Baby. Make it a double kill here. A great headshot onto 577. Finally, the trade will go their way, but the damage has been dealt. Early 3-on-3 now, but Pacific, they are very spread apart for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, definitely a very nice play. I think that Pacific Macta came into this one with a pretty specific strategy early on to get in their face, to put on the aggression from the GR side, not allow them to set up these crazy rotations and these crazy set plays that this team does have. And it's been working out. This one, though, a bit closer than the first round, 3-on-3. Take a look at the position, though, of Revenge. He's all the way past the pillars, getting a nice amount of information, although this is a pretty big map, so not covering everything, but at least knows that they're not near the pillars for this moment in time.
The only downside here, though, is they have the middle of the map quite exposed, and now BaiSha can sneak into either side. And you can see there, Aldrin just barely able to react in time to take down CZY. The trade quickly comes through, but are they aware that CYK is in this position? I'm not sure why he isn't checking his back there. ZYK taken down, but Revenge has a shot to take this one into his own hands. Gets the kill onto Xiao. And now it's down to the 1v1. N9, though, knows Revenge could very well be in the tower, but Revenge is already sneaking in down low. But is he going to check this corner? No, he's not. N9 gets it done, and BaiSha find the round.
Yeah, although they lost this run, I still like the aggressive approach from Macta, because this is how you can avoid basically the info plays from Xiao. And I feel like they should just like keep up with this approach. But yeah, also nice clutch on 9. You can tell this guy quite experienced. Also feel like when I watch Filipino players playing this game, it just feels like I'm watching like Chinese players actually competing here, because the mechanics are really on point. Also their movement as well. You can tell they're really practicing with the other Chinese teams.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of practice they put in general has to be pretty competitive with these Chinese players on the opposite side as well to even have a chance to compete with them. So definitely like what we're seeing so far at Pacific Macta, keeping it close. BaiSha now looks like they do want to take control of this pillars area a little bit slower instead of just charging in 3 people from the front. And they're going to control a large portion of this map this time, as Pacific Macta will not push up too far. There's the one guy that's in the A room, but besides that, does look like BaiSha setting up some plays in the middle of the map.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if this year we kind of see what happened last year come back over and over again. I think we did the math at the end of last year, and like 70% of rounds or something, teams just executed out of mid on this map. It was like really excessive, and I feel like BaiSha might play into that a little bit here as well, but unfortunately, they don't have N9 to work with in this round, which could prove to be a bit of a gift now over to Pacific for the potential to win this one.
CYK shouldn't overcommit, but at least he gets the frag onto Baby. Still a good trade. So the up numbers for this free situation.
Yeah, decent amount of utilities being thrown into the face of Revenge, who is not going to hit it. 577 gets that entry kill, and they know where Revenge is. So they're able to just get the wraparound in here. I assume they know he's in the smoke. Maybe not, as Revenge is going to get the pistol kill in there. Meanwhile, jumping out of the window, not expecting CZY to be that far in. As that's the headshot. Make it one more. No, Revenge is going to hold on to this, as this guy, he's here on a mission. There's only 20 seconds left. Got to pick up that bomb and plant it now. Smoke is going to help out.
The fact Revenge is even still alive here is kind of insane, but there's going to have to be a B retake to make it happen. That's a great call from Xiao here. It's a much harder site for Revenge to try and retake. He can also get a little bit of comfort in where he's able to position off of this smoke grenade as well. But Revenge, he's been hitting the shots so far, actually a little bit more so in this head-to-head, but with the time working against him, he's going to have to move pretty quickly. He also doesn't really have any utility to work with to break back into this side as well. So with how much time is left, Xiao doesn't even need to play super aggressive here. He can kind of just dance around the bomb site and try and stall this one out. And that's exactly what Xiao is going to do here. He knows he doesn't have to peek too aggressively, but he still hits the flick onto him anyways with the Colts. And there you have it. BaiSha get it done.
Yeah, unfortunately, Revenge wasted a little bit too much time here, I felt like. But still, massive play on A-side. He was just chilling in the corner and hoping that 9 doesn't spot him, which perfectly worked out for him. Also, yeah, nice 2-piece from CZY stepping up to the plate for BaiSha.
Yeah, here comes Pacific Macta once again, right up the middle. Revenge is flashed. Somehow he's able to get out of there, actually doing more damage to the BaiSha members in that little scuffle. And it does mean that Pacific Macta just going to back away. But take a look at the right side of the mini-map. 3 members in the pillars. Total control here from Pacific Macta, just like round 1. Trying to go back to this sort of play.
It is a bit risky, but BaiSha, they're going to go right into this one. 577 gets the opening headshot onto MVA. Not the way they were hoping to get it started, but Justin right there to answer back with the kill onto Baby. But CYK, he's really the key if this push comes through into holding on. But actually, BaiSha may have the right call here. The middle of the map is wide open. They can kind of just push through quickly mid to B, and there's nobody in position yet to stop them. Aldrin, a little bit late on the peak, still manages to get one before going down. But Revenge on the rotation with ZYK. They find 1 kill apiece, and now it's all on to Xiao.
It's not looking too likely for Xiao to get this one done, although he has been left in this position many a time already. And the C4 in the spawn, so, you know, there's only one way to get into there. It's just to go straight on through. Let's see if Pacific Macta want to challenge on that bomb. It does look like Justin's got eyes on it for now. And yeah, just a great shutdown this time around from Pacific Macta. A very quick response. to stop the push that was coming in through the middle. He's going to pick up the bomb here and gets the smoke down. They're essentially just going to let this one happen.
This could be a crucial mistake from Macta here, because Xiao's one of the best players when it comes to post-plant positioning. I mean, it's one of 3 clutch situations still, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's still going to be a tough one, but just giving him the opportunity to set up here could definitely be a mistake, but he still has to deal with these players pinching at the same exact moment here. He gets the first kill. Xiao, though, unfortunately can't connect, but Pacific, it's going to be a great retake that gets it done for them, and it's still a pretty even game on our hands.
A close one. I mean, if he gets a flick onto 0K, we'll get this one for sure, because there wouldn't be much time left, right? To get the defuse, he could just play the time once again. So, great attempt from Xiao. I don't know why they let him pick him up the bomb. This was a crucial mistake for Macta, actually.
Yeah, it definitely was a little bit confusing, especially when you've got the bomb in such an awkward spot for Xiao to get and then plant. Kind of just let it happen and trusted in the post plant, I suppose. Either way, that is the round going the way of Pacific Macta, who are once again saying that the pillars are theirs. They don't really want to give this up to BaiSha. Oftentimes using 3 members to take over this area and saying, okay, you can have the middle of the map. Not towards A, but you can have the middle of the map if you want to go into B, and we will respond.
Not necessarily a bad call here, but Aldrin able to get 2 before going down. Not too bad at all. Revenge on the edge of the smoke takes down N9. And now again, Pacific hold on to the advantage. CYK, though, misses that one. Baby able to capitalize nicely and try and push this one back into an advantage. Xiao up close and personal takes down MVA as well. Justin stuck on the other side of this smoke, but hey, they're going to get it done anyways. Justin and Revenge finding those last 2 kills keeps Pacific out in front.
I felt like it was a perfect call out, actually, pushing mid towards GR base and then towards B probably, because there was no one from Macta coming, but here Aldrin getting a 2-piece with the decisive play in this round for Macta.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, Pacific Macta going to take the lead here in this one. This time, BaiSha say, okay, no, the pillars are actually ours. And 577 has been so crisp on these entries into this area of the map specifically. So he's going to pick up that kill onto MVA. And now they have pillars control, and they're up a member. So this is looking much better to start off this round from BaiSha.
Yeah, not bad at all. It's going to be up to the response from Pacific, who are playing pretty spread out here. Not a whole lot of direct support on this B player, though. It's going to be Justin playing a little bit further forward, but does actually decide to back off. BaiSha still putting a lot of that attention towards the midsection of the map. 577 trying to find a way to open it up. You can see ZYK there just throwing down some pre-fire through the double stack to try and make an early connection, but BaiSha, they're ready to start going towards the A bomb site. They still have Xiao on the lurk, but the rest of this team is ready to put Revenge on site to the test.
Interesting smoke lineup from CZY. Never seen the smoke before. So it seems like he smoked off this long A area in case Revenge would be close.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting one. Will they actually push on in through this? As 577's up on the box. Doesn't look like they're actually going to commit to this, although those 2 guys are still over there and we only have 40 seconds left. It's got to be mid and long into A, you would imagine. Revenge trying to hold this angle. He spots him but does not hit him. And now the push is coming in. Does not quite get the kill on that second one, and that is a clean entry in 5v4 onto the A site.
ZYK underneath, able to get at least the kill onto Xiao, but probably not too likely still in this 2-on-4 situation. They need a lot more to get it going, but ZYK already finds a second on the clutch, but it's down to the 2v2 just as well. Justin takes down N9, but surely not here. It's up to ZYK, the 1 versus 2. CZY spots them out, though, and takes them both down, but still a good attempt from Pacific there.
I agree. I felt like Revenge's position was kind of off. Even if he gets the frag there, he had no teammate who was basically covering him, so I didn't like his positioning in this kind of round. I felt like he should have maybe committed towards A main or even like pushed out long A or maybe like rotate off towards heaven area, but playing from quad with sniper rifle is always a tough position on compound.
577 charging through, still looking for those entry headshot kills. He's already got a couple, and not going to find them this time. Pacific Macta definitely feeling the pressure, responding in kind. Will back away, throw a smoke, and they will concede that area of the map for now. As once again, BaiSha, as you were mentioning before, Kyle, definitely loving to control this middle of the map and then make a move off of this. Pretty common as CYK seeing if he can go toe-to-toe with Xiao. Not going to hit him for now, but here comes BaiSha pretty quickly in through mid, trying to see what they can see. Not going to commit to one site just yet.
CYK, though, on the other side of that smoke, takes down 577. Aldrin finds another as well onto N9, and they're continuing to hold the line here. The rest of BaiSha trying to sneak behind enemy lines onto this A bomb site. But Justin, he's the key player that has to catch on to this quickly. He's going to spot one out. Doesn't matter, though. CZY gets the double. Now Xiao has a chance to help open things up from the opposite side of the map as well. Aldrin kind of pinched here if this push does come through, but Revenge has already swung into position, takes down Xiao, and CZY left to try and clutch this one out. Gets his third kill of the round. Surely not a fourth. Aldrin going to barely spot him on that corner peak, but it's all down to this 1v1. A huge round for either team, but that C4 is completely exposed here, and Aldrin, he's just kind of dancing around, going for the flank, but this is actually a huge wraparound. I don't think CZY is going to be fully prepared for this. He still hasn't even got the C4 completely in his control yet, but Aldrin, he's been spotted out. Only 20 seconds on the clock, though. This is so much pressure on the CZY, but he steps up to the plate and gets it done. What a huge 4K to pull it off.
Insane play from CZY. Actually, I felt like the rotation from Aldrin was perfect. Perfect flank, perfect timing, but for some reason CZY was aware of it, so great play from this guy.
Yeah, started off with him getting in through the spawn behind the two members on the right, and then sticks around, picks up the 4K, picks up the bomb as well, didn't even need to plan it, goes for the kill, and the clean victory. And yeah, I mean, that's a pretty clutch moment, but Pacific Macta are keeping these pretty close at least. BaiSha, though, in the lead here, 4-3 from the Blacklist side. Aldrin, some grenades being thrown out at him, but he is going to stick around and be okay for now.
It is a nice change of setup, though, from Pacific. Definitely noting that BaiSha has been going for a lot of mid-control plays. They've got the three-player stack here on this side of the map. Xiao trying to sneak one of them potentially from the mid-tower here, but ZYK as well. He's going to be holding down this long position on B, but Xiao already finds the kill onto Revenge all the way on the back of the A bomb site from the mid-tower. And now they know there's a potential opening here, but they still aren't aware of this three-player stack in the middle of the map. Xiao, he's just jump spotting, but he has no idea Aldrin is actually right below here, along with Justin. 577, though, gets the perfect timing along with N9 to clear this out almost perfectly. MVA good for one, but that's not going to be enough as it goes down to the 1v4 for ZYK.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue that the second they're beginning to push, Aldrin's taking a grenade out to throw at Xiao, who just kind of laughs it off as his teammates just charge in and easily clean that one up. But yeah, very clean entry there from BaiSha into the middle of the map. Take that down and essentially clear out the stack from the side of Pacific Macta.
Yeah, I felt like either Aldrin or Justin should have played anti-flash in this position, because they should know that Baby will always flash mid before BaiSha will take over mid control. So maybe there was a miscommunication from Macta's side.
This time, though, we see Justin playing a little bit more forward on this B pillar stack. 577, I'm not sure if he's going to be too prepared for this one. It's Justin to find one. MVA there for the trade as well. They get the 4-on-3 now. They're going to go ahead and try and fall back here and hold on to the numbers, and it is going to be a nice, successful start to the round here.
Yeah, that's a great shot from MVA. Just as he knows his teammate is going to be cleared out, he pulls out at the exact right time to trade it back and get the advantage for his team. Takes a bit of damage, gets out though, and now he can be here on time for this push. Let's see though. Baby does not check it, does not have any idea MVA gets a bonus kill, and Baby will eventually take it out. Now Xiao is just pushing into B. They did not expect this, the actual push to eventually come through mid as well, and that is going to be bombed down here on the B site.
Yeah, now it's going to be really hard to pull off this retake. At least Baby is pretty low on HP, so it is still a winnable situation if they can get in quickly. But as we've seen previously, they do have a lot of hesitation on retaking this B bomb site, and they're already down to halftime to make it happen. Here comes the flash over the top. Aldrin able to spot one in the backside of Pit, but Revenge, he gets it done with the two-piece. A huge round to go the way of Pacific to close out the half.
Xiao, I felt like should have sticked with the Coltian because Revenge was quite low HP, just 7 HP left. But still a great flank from Xiao here, dropping off from tower. It's a classic Xiao play, flanking CYK on B side. I felt like this was the key play actually in this round, but also credits to Revenge, getting the 1-2 here. Anyway, 4-5 score in favor of BaiSha. And again, it's GR side. It will be tough task here for Macta, starting a comeback.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough, but I do at least feel like over the course of 9 rounds, they've done a good job of competing with this team on their best map, right? It's not an easy task for any team, even though Pacific are quite a strong team in their own right. So let's see. I mean, do they have more in the tank here? What have they prepared for the Blacklist side of this map? It is going to be pretty interesting.
I mean, right now it's a very even scoreline here. Even looking at the kills and deaths across the board, Pacific playing a fairly well-rounded game themselves here. But it is going to be a very tough map to execute on against BaiSha, who does tend to play a little bit more forward on this A-long position than what we saw from Pacific. I doubt we'll see quite as many pillar control plays from their side of things, but 5-7-7, that is a big headshot to start off this half, and he's still looking for another one, maybe a little bit too greedy there. He goes down.
Yeah, didn't really have to do that, but he was going for those wide swings. It worked onto Revenge, and he's like, well, maybe I can get another one. They're probably not going to charge me here, and it turns out there were 2 people right there, and yeah, did not get the little bonus kill that he wanted. And so he gets taken out, traded back. That will be Pacific Macta now to calm things down afterwards and basically decide where they want to go from here. CZY was pushed up into mid just a bit, throws down some utility, trying to buy some time. Only 50 seconds left before Pacific have to make a push.
So for Pacific, it's really another 30 seconds to work with because these guys just run it down time after time. I think we saw 3 or 4 20-second on-the-clock pushes from them in their previous match. They are definitely not afraid to run it down here, but it does seem like they are favoring towards the speed bomb side. It's a pretty good call as well. It's really only onto this single-player hold from Baby, who hasn't really been too hot in this matchup, but Xiao gonna find ZYK peeking all alone there, maybe to try and be a lurk or distraction, but now there's only 15 seconds on the clock. You've got to go in eventually here if you're Pacific, but it's just not gonna matter. Baby gets the double kill, and now N9, he's here to try and get the job done. Oh. What is this triple kill? Unfortunately, it's all for naught because there's just no time to plant or find that final kill. A good attempt there to save it for Pacific, but this is where running down that clock can come back to bite you.
And I played a little bit too slow in this round, Macta. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Aldrin was still in T-base for some reason. But also perfect rotations here from BaiSha, having 3 players on this B side, right in time. But still a great attempt from Aldrin getting a 3-piece here, but in the end wasn't enough to close out the round.
Yeah, definitely was not. I feel like when you use that much time and your guys over on the A side are like, well, they're not here, it becomes a little bit more obvious, and N9's able to get into perfect position to buy enough time to stop that from going in. Nice clear out. I mean, the shots were pretty from the side of Pacific, but that's not what wins you the rounds in the end. You got to either clear them out or obviously plant the bomb, and was not enough. Here comes the rest of the team now into the A room. maybe trying to push into Xiao here, who has been playing the spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a matter of timing here because Xiao, he's going back and forth between checking mid, checking tower, and then checking A long. So he could have a good moment here to catch one off guard. It is going to be an early pick going the way of Xiao. He spots another as well. So a lot of information for BaiSha to work with on the hold. You can see they bolster an extra player towards this A side of the map. He moves to that more passive position on the vent as well. But Pacific, they still want to take this fight.
Well, they know where Xiao should be. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise. But Xiao actually going to drop down now here. He is looking to actually peek this one, and there it is, the flick and a headshot even. The rest of the team, though, is here. They didn't expect a huge push to come out from Pacific. But now 577 trying to hold it down. CZY as well. He's going to land those shots, but now it's Aldrin up against Baby. With still 40 seconds left, that's more than enough time here for Pacific. Macta, the flick is not there. And Baby just staring at that doorway. He's able to hit the easy headshot.
A bold play from Xiao here, getting the entry kill onto Justin and still overcommitting for the second kill, but insane quick scope from this guy. And also typical run from Baby. I feel like he's one of the best clutch players in China, especially on this specific map compound. Remember some insane clutches against AG in the grand final last year.
Yeah, I mean, really a solid performance from BaiSha, even though I would say all of these rounds seem very, very close. A lot of 1v1 finishes, but BaiSha, they just know how to get it done a little bit better in these late round situations. And now Pacific, they're starting to run into a very difficult task on this BL side of the map. They can't really get that ball rolling the way they were hoping, but a lot of that's due to Xiao here. He's been such a threat in the early portions of these rounds.
Yeah, he just does like at least 1.5 of his job. You know, he's always looking for like 1 or 2 kills around, which is kind of crazy. And he has been very clutch in these moments as well. A big push coming in from Pacific Macta already. A couple of guys up here in the front. A lot of utility thrown in the A door. As here comes Aldrin, half flash, looking for that pickoff. He's going to get it on the entry. And now they're into the back and in onto B, and Nine is back here. He will get this pick off onto Revenge, but the B site is held here, as well as a potential from Aldrin. He is going to trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, great hold there, going down from Aldrin, finding those 2 kills to stall the rotation. And now it's going to be on to MVA and ZYK holding off this retake door. It is going to be Xiao who gets spotted out, but doesn't matter. 577 and N9, they get the entries on the retake. Justin, can he do it? The 1 versus 2 gets the headshot onto 577. Surely not a smoke defuse to get this one done. Justin getting baited out there, but now that the smoke is bloomed, N9, he's just gonna stick it here. Surely not Justin. He checks it just in time. And there you have it. Pacific, they get the round after all.
Seven is speechless. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of crazy. Very nice angle held from Justin in the smoke. We thought that was diffused. I mean, he was so close, right? And Justin's just able to hop out there and get that last second pick onto that guy.
It was interesting that BaiSha basically left B side quite open, right? I mean, of course, N9 pushed up towards B connector, but still, you know, they totally forgot about GR base. Of course, also Macta can push towards GR base towards B. So I felt like this was quite unnecessary to stack A side in this situation. Because yeah, retaking B is very tough on compound.
It is pretty difficult to retake, but I feel like even with that, so many teams I see giving up this mid to B position pretty often. I feel like there's nobody really covering that cross except for maybe a floater player playing near the A doors. So I'm hoping maybe they adapt a little bit here. You can see CZY kind of moving into that position, expecting that late mid to B play to come through. So hopefully he can hold it off this time around, but it is going to be a lot of pressure over towards Pillars now as well, as the rest of Pacific moves over in that direction while they have MVA over here. But Revenge, he gets the opener onto Baby, and now there's no direct defenders on this bomb site. MVA can hear the rotation, though, going through from BaiSha, and this is a lot to work with now for Pacific.
Yeah, it's great information. It's a big lead in terms of manpower. And they could still just try to send it into B. Although we do see that BaiSha's got a couple of members pretty far up as well, looking to get in front of this push. 577 as well in mid, looking for Revenge. He's going to see that. And he says, well, looks like Revenge is pretty alone for now. Gonna reposition as we get a little firefight in here. 577, he should probably turn around. He does help out, and 9 as well. And now Revenge still up there. Justin gonna get that pick onto B as they are looking to plant into B. They need to root out Revenge first before they get onto the next part of this one. As Revenge is just gonna live, Xiao missing it, and Revenge holding onto the tower for so long. And now it's all up to 577, 1v2 on the B site.
I can't believe Revenge got the skill onto Xiao. This shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, actually insane, but 577, he's going to be spotted out as well. ZYK takes him down, and we're back to just a one-round game here, and we talk about, you know, best compound teams in the world. BaiSha's at the top of that list, and they're kind of struggling here to close out this match. Pacific, they're looking very solid here in their potential to bring this back in the second half and maybe find their way into a win after all. And, you know, we thought they were kind of crazy for leaving this map on the table, but now I can kind of see why they wanted to play it.
Yeah, I agree. It seems like B-side is weak point right now for BaiSha, and I feel like they should play maybe kind of more aggressive in this B machine room area, maybe like playing with a stack there, 2 or 3 players. Because Baby having a rough time there.
Yeah, it definitely is. It has been a bit of a sticking point for them. But it's also clear that Pacific Macta are a contender. If you can come into this map against BaiSha and keep it this close, that is pretty impressive in its own right. Not to mention that they could even win it from here. A couple of rounds in a row. It was looking like BaiSha were getting close to kind of running away with it when it was 7-4, but a clutch round and another one afterwards. And all of a sudden, Pacific Macta on the comeback here. BaiSha playing pretty far back. They got 3 guys all the way over on A. And the rest of them trying to cover B, just hanging around the sites for now, not really pushing out, not getting a lot of information.
577, he really has a difficult task in this round. He's going to have all 5 players from Pacific running right at him in just a few moments here. You can see he's got this corner angle ready to go, just kind of periodically spot checking it. But if he gets caught in the open, it's going to be a quick death in front of him. You can see he spotted the corner of Revenge's shoulder there, and now he has a chance to hold it. But no, the drop shot there from Aldrin, a quick little crouch gets it done. But Xiao, he's still holding on here, gets the double kill. What a secondary frag, and now Pacific, they're thinking twice about this one.
There's not much time left, 30 seconds left on the clock. And they're trying to go for the full rotation, it seems like. At least MVA is still in this A window area. 25 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be tough. All 4 players from BaiSha on this A bomb site. This seems to be impossible.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to have to try as they push on through the smoke with 3 people looking at the door. That was never really going to work with that much time. And that's why Xiao is known as one of the best players in this game. Just able to stop that push pretty much single-handedly. You know, some utility being thrown in, but him able to just quickly, I mean, this into the second one is even more impressive with that quick scope. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a small difference between these 2 teams right now, but Xiao is definitely a big factor in making that happen. That second shot, pretty much anyone else out here wouldn't hit most of the time. So it's going to be up to BaiSha to try and close it out. They're only 2 rounds away. Pacific, though, again, putting a lot of attention towards A long here. 577 still playing it alone. Spots 2 players on the push into him. Able to smoke and flash his way out of here for now, but he still needs to be careful.
Let's see if they will challenge this once again with that A-long push. 577 trying to do his job, as you're mentioning, and Pacific Macta just lost that last one. BaiSha are getting closer to closing the map out at this point. So this round is pretty critical. You don't want to get it to even into overtime against these guys. So what is going to be the choice? A lot of setup here in mid. They got one guy on the flanks. So they know that they're pretty set to go in through mid if they want, but CZY with the snipe here onto Revenge in Pillars is already a huge boon towards BaiSha.
Yeah, BaiSha, they've got pretty much all of the advantage now in this round to work with, especially now with Baby getting the cross pick onto MVA. Aldrin goes down to Xiao as well, and we're into a 5-on-2. ZYK has no idea N9's going to be here. He grabs the big double kill, and we are now on to map point.
Well, no timeouts have been called, and both these teams just playing as well as they possibly can. And it is pretty much round by round. And I have to say, Pacific Macta, they put on a really good performance so far, but that last round was pretty devastating. I was saying that's like the really important one where you got to keep it close within one round to give yourself a fighting chance. And they kind of got squashed. So now, Pacific Macta, they got to come in here quick. Let's see if they catch BaiSha off guard. N9, he is, speaking of quick, I mean, this guy, he will peek a corner. You just cannot win those fights against him. He's going to take down 2 already. Revenge, the only one to get a kill for his team as they make their way onto A, but it just does not matter. Pretty much clean from the rest of the players on BaiSha. Congratulations on winning that first match. We're back here on the desk after that BaiSha win on Compounds. That's a sentence we've said many a time. As Pacific Macta, they elected to give it a shot on this map that is so strong for BaiSha. It was pretty close for the majority of it, I would say. We ended up at 10-6, though, in favor of BaiSha.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was a 10-6 scoreline, it felt like, aside from those last 2 rounds, every round was very, very close between these two teams. I feel like Pacific just kind of lost steam at the end of it and kind of rolled over and let it happen. But at this point, it gives me a lot more faith now going into their map pick that they might actually have an ability to get a map out of this series.
Yeah, I agree. I felt like on Giasa they were doing a great job. Macta playing quite aggressive. But for some reason on Blacklist they played a little bit too reserved. They even lost 2 rounds because they just had no time to plant the bomb. But first, let's have a look at the scores. And 9, obviously the MVP with 21 kills on the board. Insane performance. I remember against my team in Vietnam, he had 25 kills on the specific map. So seems like Compound is really the best map for him. Seems like, yeah.
Feels pretty certain at this point for sure. Well, BaiSha, they end up with a big win here in the first map. We will be going on to Ankara for our second map, but we will take a quick break before we get to that. Don't go anywhere.
CFS 对于我来说，就是我心中最重要的一个比赛。
我觉得，这是一个对于青春的续写，很荣幸这里边能够有我的一些成分。
Eu não tenho palavras para agradecer a CFS por tudo que ela fez na minha vida, por tudo que esse programa de criadores de conteúdo.
Ang meaning ng CFS sa akin is, malaking bagay para sa akin kasi...
A CFS na minha vida é tudo, porque basicamente eu vivo para jogar a CFS, eu quero jogar a CFS.
代表着我的整个青春，
CFS 呢，我觉得是穿越火线最高的一个荣誉殿堂吧。
CFS significa para mim sonho e evento muito grandioso。
它是至高无上的荣誉。CFS 对于整个 CF 的发展也是有着巨大的贡献。
对我来说 ，CFS 是梦想中最高的舞台。
A CF Star para mim significa o maior campeonato de todos. Acho que é o grande sonho para todo mundo que joga profissionalmente Crossfire。
对我来说，穿越火线这个游戏对我来说的话，意味着就是我的青春。
穿越火线意味着我一个青春吧。
CFS với tôi có nghĩa là nơi thể hiện bản thân, niềm tự hào và ước mơ của tôi tại đó. Với em thì CFS nó là một nơi mà ai cũng muốn được thể hiện bản thân mình và cũng muốn được đi một lần trong đời và cái cơ hội đấy thì nó rất là quý giá.
Significa tudo na minha vida e eu não vou desistir até ganhar um。
不知不觉 CFS 已经10周年了。那么10呢，对于中国人来说有个叫做十全十美，但是我们想换一句话，叫做青春正当时。希望 CFS 这个越办越好。
CFS, feliz aniversário de 10 anos.
Parabéns CFS pelos seus 10 anos de aniversário.
CFS 10周年，我们一起成长，也希望 CFS 10周年快乐。
Rất cảm ơn nhà phát hành Smile đã gọi là xây dựng một con game phát triển đến bây giờ. Thì với kỷ niệm 10 năm này mình cũng xin.
希望 CFS 越来越好，争取再办到下个10年。
希望下一个10年，我能够站在赛场上和 CFS 一起走下去。
Eu queria parabenizar a CFS pelo seu 10º ano, por tudo que proporcionou。
祝 CFS 越办越好吧，希望大家一起加油。
We're back here on the desk in the midst of BaiSha Gaming up against Pacific Macta. That first map of compounds going 10-6 in favor of BaiSha Gaming. And now we will move on to Ankara for our second map of this best of 3. What are our thoughts, our expectations on this one? We were kind of surprised to see Pacific Macta choosing this map out of everything else they could have taken.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Mexico or something earlier on might have been a stronger move from them, but at the same time, I mean, they surprised me on that compound, so maybe they have something to surprise us here as well.
I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have much hope left for Macta and Ankara because I feel like it's quite similar to Compound. It's also the best map from Xiao usually, and I agree, Kyle, I would rather see Mexico as their map pick. But even if they lose this match today, I'm still convinced they'll beat 3BL and then claim the second spot here in this group, and then they can avoid the wildcard stage at least.
Yeah, does mean that they can potentially face off against like a Chinese team or like a Imperial or some really strong team right in the first round of playoffs. So definitely not going to be an easy road from there, but you know, they're giving it a good shot here. It was surprising to see the compound come through, but they were pretty obviously quite good at the map themselves as well. So we get to see kind of why they leave that one up. And now Ankara, you know, not too likely, but they did choose it, so there must be something behind all of that, right?
You would hope so. I feel like it's definitely a bold pick, but it's not necessarily a bad map for them. I think they have a lot of potential to come through and pull off a win on this map. It's just going to be so hard if BaiSha's still playing in the same way they were on Compound, especially when you look at Xiao. I mean, if he gets even better on this map, it's almost over at that point.
I feel like the issue playing against BaiSha is they're just so good at adapting, you know? Like when they realized, okay, Baby having a hard time on this B machine room area, they just sent CZY with the sniper rifle there, and yeah, like the last rounds he got, I think, both rounds a 2-piece, so again, against BaiSha it's really tough because even if you get like 2 rounds and you feel like you have the momentum, they will just adapt and counter you.
Yeah, they're just, the fundamentals are so strong and they know each other so well in all the maps, so it's like, we know that this guy isn't, we know his strengths, we know he's not having a great time here, let's move him away to a better place and then replace him with someone else that we know is going to succeed, and just mixing and matching and understanding what their opponents are doing as well. Just having that really strong fundamental base allows you to kind of look outwards and then respond in part really, really well. So good stuff from BaiSha as always, and Ankara, I think they also got to start on Blacklist, right? Because this was the pick from the side of Pacific Macta, so maybe we get to see some of those really aggressive executions from the side of BaiSha as well.
Yeah, I think we will. I feel like in their position, especially when you look at those last 2 rounds of the first map, how they played out, it felt like they were finally hitting their stride and getting more comfortable in feeling they were that #1 team in this matchup. So we'll see how it plays out, but they've got to be feeling pretty good now going into this one.
Yeah, I feel like it's a disadvantage he's starting off on Blacklist. I mean, on Glory Risk once again. I mean, once again, I would still choose an aggressive approach from Macta. This worked out pretty well on Compound. But on Blacklist, they should really change up the pace. They should play more aggressive, I feel like, because their reserve playstyle didn't work out at all. Anyway, we hop into the second map here, Ankara, BaiSha Gaming versus Pacific Macta from the Philippines.
Yeah, it's been a fun match already. Definitely very competitive, and maybe like a bit of a early look at what our playoffs might look like as well between these 2 teams. So really fun crossfire so far. Let's see if Ankara also delivers as we hop on to the second map here. BaiSha 1-0. Pacific Macta, their map choice. Let's see what we have in store for this one.
You can see early on Xiao setting up the utility to solo post up on this A-long position, just getting himself into that corner while the rest of his team throws some fake utility into mid, and now they're fully going to work their way towards the A bomb site. But Pacific, they've got a pretty good idea of what's coming their way. They've already got 3 players stacked on this site. They are going to send ZYK off to check on that mid positioning, maybe thinking there could be a potential mid pinch coming through here. But BaiSha, they're kind of just taking the approach we saw earlier from Karahouse on this map, kind of the roaming unit here, trying to find a pick together.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. It can be effective if your opponent is very spread out. You can at least trade 1-for-1, especially from the Blacklist side. But Revenge in position, he's going to get the early read. Very nice position to try to get the pick off and then run, but he is being kind of hounded down by the big group that it was, the Wolf Pack that was coming in here. And Nine's got a very nice position, though. He's kind of snuck in here while the rest of the team was distracting. Ender pushing in and getting entry kills. 577 and Baby a piece, and Nine's still here. He's going to get a free kill on the rotation as MVA is left alone wondering what happened to his team.
That's a classic, a 9 plays sneaking up towards GR base. And I think, like, yeah, Macta was not aware of at all.
Yeah, really tough opening round there. I mean, they only got 1 kill out of it, but this is where BaiSha is kind of hitting their stride here, and why we thought this could be a challenging map to go up against them on, because it does play out similarly. And when I was looking at those last 2 rounds of Compound, it felt like things were starting to get a little bit more one-sided, and it seems like that could be continuing here into this map. But just as I say that, Revenge goes aggressive on A connector, takes down Xiao right away, and he still has a chance to respond here to these players trying to sneak underneath, but there's actually nobody playing contact just yet. Aldrin, he's sneaking over into position, maybe a little bit too late. Doesn't matter! Gets the double kill anyways, and they hold on to the 4-on-2.
Yeah, pretty surprising. I think he would not have expected to have them all be right there, but his response and reaction time was perfect, able to transfer that spray over. But Baby in here, he expects it. He catches ZYK as well for the double. Justin coming on over, and nobody can beat Baby as he holds down the fort. And the angle where pretty much everybody was coming in on as MVA. I'm trying to skirt up here to the bomb, but BaiSha are not. They are not going to let that one go down. Baby with a 4K on the map.
A great 4-piece from Baby. I also feel kind of bad here for Aldrin. I felt like his timing was quite off, and he still managed to get a 2-piece here. Remarkable 2K from Aldrin. You can see it once again. Nice spray down. Anyway, 2-0 here in favor of BaiSha Gaming.
I mean, it's a tough round when one player can single-handedly dismantle your hopes for it, but Baby, he's already 6-1 2 rounds into this game, and it's going to be a tough one already for Pacific, and there's not really much hesitation in this round. You can see the full push coming underneath. ZYK only good for 1 from the lower B tunnels. Aldrin kind of stuck here trying to rotate his way back into sight, but the utility proving to be a little bit too strong to work through and whoa, Xiao and Baby already getting kills. Baby with 2 already in this round. This guy's 8-1 and it's only round 3.
And he's got an opportunity for more. Could actually find Justin here, and there it is, number 9 up on the board. And I'm not talking about the player, as in comes MVA, and 9 will pick up another one for himself. 9-1 is Baby, and 3-0 is BaiSha, and it happens so quickly. This is what we were talking about. These executes are just so devastating, and you can see that Pacific Macta, they put up a great fight on Compound, but this seems like a whole other beast.
Yeah, we basically just saw 3 tunnel executes in a row. I don't understand why Macta doesn't send Revenge there, because usually Revenge is always sniping this area. For some reason, CYK was carrying the last couple of rounds in tunnels, but okay, now they have Aldrin as well as Revenge carrying B tunnels.
Yeah, a bit of a different approach here from Pacific, putting a lot of attention on this A-long position. They've got 4 players on this side of the map. Only Revenge on the B-bomb site, and you can see BaiSha trying to get a sense of where these defenders might be playing. They do have a pretty good opportunity to catch Aldrin off guard if he's not ready to check this positioning. You can see at 9 here, he wants to sneak up. They're almost going to run into each other back to back here, but at
What's
9,
going on?
He's just executing the utility, not even checking that angle. Aldrin, finally, the first player to turn around and find him, but now he's going to have to do a lot more than that. Gets a second kill, finally goes down to 5-7-7, but he's already found 2.
Yeah, first one was free. That second one, very crispy, gets that quick headshot onto Baby. Finishes him off. Baby was the one guy who had taken a bit of damage, but yeah, kill's a kill. 4-on-3 in favor of Pacific Macta, now looking to get a round on the board. Big rotation coming out from BaiSha. They're going all the way around the back through the spawn, trying to avoid Pacific members and just push towards B. And we've seen what they can do even with a couple of guys, or even just one guy in the case of Baby. Let's see what they have going here with their push on to B.
It's a pretty slow pacing here on the rotation from Pacific. Revenge just kind of holding the cross onto sight, but Xiao gets him through the smoke there. And now they've got the numbers to hold onto this side with Justin, ZYK, and MVA working their way around for the flank on this retake. You can see Justin kind of leading that effort so far, but the smokes are going to make it so hard to get back into this site. And you can see here BaiSha
setting up for this push back in. ZYK goes down, Justin goes down as well, and they fall so quickly to BaiSha on the retake.
The timeout coming in here from Macta. Yeah, it feels kind of scary. Momentum on the side of BaiSha, obviously, winning all post-plant positions here. And especially Baby's doing a great job on this B side, as well as Xiao. Some insane quickscopes here through the smoke onto Revenge.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult. The rotation, I mean, what can you even say for the side of Pacific Macta? Like, the rotation was a little bit slow. They were kind of relying on Revenge to cover the site, but with the smoke coming in, they didn't immediately react, and then the second Revenge goes down, it's just like free sight for BaiSha. And then once they're set up and Xiao's in the nest, and it just felt like there was just no hope from there. It feels very smothering to play against this.
I mean, I understand why they leave B side open, because it's much easier to retake B side compared to A side. But still, it's scary, you know, when you see like Xiao and Baby on B side already. It's really tough to retake because Baby is one of the best M4 players, and he always goes for the wall banks. If you retake from Hotel, having a hard time, especially because he's carrying from the double stack box and Xiao from tower as well with the sniper rifle. It's really tough to retake B side against these two players.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a difficult map for them. I'm still wondering why this was their pick, though. I'd be curious to hear it from them afterwards, because it's just a really tough map to go up against any of the Chinese rosters on. They're always so consistently strong in their performances here, especially when you look at players like Xiao and Baby on this map. So they're going to have to do a lot to redeem this one, because it's not even looking as close as the first.
Yeah, I feel like in general you should avoid playing big maps against Chinese teams, because the rotations are always on point. And again, Ankara and Compound are quite similar. I feel like Mexico would have been a much smarter pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely a bit of a question mark for us. We'll have to get that information later on if they will offer it. But okay, that grenade was interesting. Still a good start here for Pacific Macta. As I say that, 577 with the headshot, as there was a little bit of a push through mid, it appears. BaiSha just trying to hold down outside of quarters here and just wait. See if they can get any pickoffs. Revenge looking right at that box. Is anyone going to come through? BaiSha have been pretty swift when they make their decision about where they're going to go. But for now, waiting until the call is made.
Yeah, right now they're kind of just setting things up here for this A push. You can see Revenge kind of waiting in that A connector to play the quick flank if this push does come through. But it is going to be a quick play from CZY that opens up the site. Not quite a double kill, but Justin finds one himself before going down. Now it's down to the 2v2 Revenge on the Lurkin A connector, able to find that kill to make it just a 1-on-2. But N9, not a player you want to be up against in this situation, because if anyone can pull off a clutch, it's this guy.
And he's even going for the full flank here, and I think Revenge will not expect it.
Aldrin, though, will he spot this? Will he be looking at the right place? Oh, he's not. And Revenge is going to get wrapped around on. It's free for him as he moves up as close as possible. And now 30 seconds left. Even with the C4 on the site, he says, I've got all the time in the world.
It is a good wraparound, though, coming in from Aldrin. He might be able to get the timing just right to stop him on the plant. You can see N9 didn't pick up the bomb yet either, so there could be some hesitation here, but the spot is there. N9 sees him, can't connect on the shots, but there's only 10 seconds, and he can't find the C4 on the ground, and he may have just stalled himself out. Now Aldrin knows the plant has to come through, and N9, he has no idea. Aldrin is already on the top of site, and finally, Pacific can breathe a sigh of relief as they get their first round.
A nice play from Aldrin here. I would select on the specific round, why was CYK pushing the blacklist space even though there were up numbers? I mean, against BaiSha, you shouldn't do that, especially if you got the entry kill. So that's a big question mark for me here, at least.
Yeah, definitely maybe a little bit antsy, thinking that he had kind of the drop on them and, you know, trying to just go for it and see what happens, but it was not the right strategical play. And he does get punished for it, especially against this team. As you were mentioning, this grenade is going to come in, do a little bit of damage, as this has been the main starting point for BaiSha. Not too surprising on this map, but start off here, maybe go for a push, maybe go for a little rotation, as we've seen a couple times towards B, but this time just a straight up push on in. 577 with the quick entry, spots Justin, and that's going to be the end of him. No more double kill for Justin, he says, as that'll be the end of that, and Xiao can now play point way back towards the entrance.
Yeah, now Revenge has to kind of unlock this round even sooner, but he's already spotted out and somehow gets the fadeaway kill onto Baby, but they still need these two GR players to push through quickly and make their impact known, but N9 already takes down Revenge. It's a 4-on-2, and they are running out of time to make this happen. Here comes the push. CYK only good for one on his way down there, and now it's already halfway to victory for BaiSha on map 2.
I would like to know if BaiSha already lost the post plant in this tournament. I don't think so, actually. I think when it comes to post plant positionings, BaiSha is the best team by far. So all teams should definitely check their replays and just copy their positioning.
It's funny too, though, because it's somewhat difficult to do exactly that, just because they always seem to have extra members and they're so quick, right? Like they always get in a position. Xiao's all the way back, ready for the crossfire outside of the site even, right? So they just have so many ways to cut you down. Nice little pick here from Aldrin, I believe, as they pushed in and picked a guy off in connector. But now really quick rotation already in through the office, and the B site left alone. Revenge is here and will be playing the similar position, although he's getting in. N9 is already on the site. Revenge gonna see him now, and now he knows he's a bit surrounded. Gonna go to the Colts, looking for that quick flick, but it's not gonna happen.
ZZY finds one underneath. C4 still down on this ledge, so they've got to be a little bit careful with MVA already on the flank. He's gonna find one, but N9, he still hasn't been able to grab this C4. Pacific, they've got the numbers advantage now as well. An additional player coming in for the support, but ZZY, he's got that arm in hand, gets it done with the kill onto MVA. N9 underneath, though, it's not gonna matter. CZY is getting the trades, but the pressure is onto Aldrin in this position. 1v1 for a round that Pacific desperately need here.
Yeah, you can see CZY. He's already done so much. He's just going to rotate out here. There's a lot of time. Aldrin, he's expecting it. Oh, the timing, though. He does not spot him. Now he knows, and that's going to do it. Shoots through the box. Very nicely done from Aldrin. This guy is really showing up when they need him most.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate for ZZY, but great attempt. Almost getting the 1-on-3 clutch, especially with the sniper rifle. I didn't know he's that strong with the sniper rifle, actually. Because, I mean, they have Xiao. So usually you don't need a second sniper rifle on the team, but yeah. Sometimes it helps, right?
I guess we don't know because we just never get to see it, right? And they don't need to use it with Xiao there, as you mentioned. So Revenge now trying to poke out here through the front of A, but it's all smoked up. Look at how quickly BaiSha are already in through connector. CZY trying to get the drop onto Aldrin. That he will. He's in to the spawn already.
Yeah, and now it's going to force Pacific to try and make a rotation here, but they really can't. It's just the full middle of the map handed over to BaiSha, but they still have Xiao on long, but not for long. Will he remain there? It's going to be Xiao going down to Revenge, and the retake starting to come to life potentially now for Pacific, but it's still a free plant on this B bomb site. But Revenge, he's found himself a second kill as well, taking down ZZY, and I think there's some real potential now for the retake.
Yeah, there definitely is. It's B site. They've got a big wraparound, but still control of the spawn here over to the side of BaiSha. Nice kill from Justin through the window, though, but that's 2 for 1 in favor of BaiSha, giving themselves a chance. Only 20 seconds or so left as they got to get in onto the bomb. They want to at least poke it and force the BaiSha members out, but N9 is playing this really well, but he gets headshot. Up top is 577. He's got the angle, but he can't. No, he gets it right at the end. The double kill as 577 will deny the defuse.
What a 4-piece from 577. Especially the second kill was insane. Insane flick shot, I think, onto Justin. Then a great clutch 1-on-2. I felt like N9 was a little bit too greedy here, overcommitting. But 577 closing out the round. Scoreline now is 6-2 in favor of BaiSha. Just need 4 more rounds here to secure the second win in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, very nice step up from him considering, I mean, we did have Baby start off 9-1 in the first 3 rounds, but he actually hasn't got a kill since those moments where he showed what he could do on those clutch plays. But with 577 stepping up as well as CZY, it's still a very strong performance here from BaiSha so far on their blacklist side, looking to try and make this a 7-2 half in this final round of it. It's going to be ZYK and Aldrin playing the 2-man stack on this bomb site, but 577 looking to lead in with N9. They get the first kill already. ZYK kind of stuck in the corner. He's good for 1, but that is not going to be enough. Here come the extra frags from CZY in mid as well. Still using that and it's already a 2-on-4.
It's kind of insane how much value he's getting with that. And now the firing squad is here. Everybody just staring right at that door, including Xiao and 577, who's the MVP so far on this map. MDA, nice little position for him, but 1v4, can he manage this? Gets the first kill, and Xiao, there it is. 1 shot, 1 kill, and it's 7-2 in favor of BaiSha in such a quick fashion. The rounds didn't take all that long because they got the bomb down so quickly that they forced Pacific to respond.
BaiSha basically went 5 times for the stun execute. I can't believe Macta never stacked this area. I think this is a crucial mistake because I feel like it's kind of obvious that BaiSha is always going for the same execute and works again and again. Yeah, let's see, maybe Macta can go for the comeback here. It's tough, just 2 rounds on the GR side.
Yeah, I mean, it is a BL-sided map, but not quite this much, so we do get the first kill of the half. Got the 5-on-4 early to work with, but they are sending a lot of numbers into mid. And we can see just that one solo player of MVA trying to lurk towards the A bomb site. There isn't too much presence here over towards B for BaiSha. It's really only on to Xiao, but definitely not a bad player to have solo holding on to one of these sites. But it's actually Baby who finds this first kill in mid. He's quickly traded out though, so Pacific still hold on to that numbers advantage.
Yeah, it's pretty critical to get in there and get the quick shot down before he can escape and reposition. 9 is trying to see what he could see. If he came out like 5 seconds earlier, may have gotten the drop on a Justin, who is now coming back actually. Looks like N9 might maybe just gonna wait here for the push. Will he oh, he pokes out, and that's not gonna be good for him. Quick headshot from MVA, who is now gonna push on in. There's only CZY in this position, and he gets the 1, gets the 2, and now he knows where number 3 is. Justin has to back away into the vent. Xiao is like, oh, where'd he go? There he is. Quick kill onto him, nearly takes out ZYK. And now it's just one more. 1-on-1 here, CZY up against ZYK.
Yeah, the C4 being down makes this a really difficult round now for ZYK. He is able to scoop it up, but CZY is just kind of toying with him here, gets the wide swing, and it's 8-2 now. Not looking like the greatest of second maps here for Pacific, but it also just seems like BaiSha is coming out on a new level in this second map as well.
Yeah, what a free PC from CZY. I feel like this guy is quite flexible, right? With Star Rifle, who was stepping up to the plate as well as getting some clutches, also entry frags in this mid area. This guy is feeling it today. I feel like he's much better than the first day.
Yeah, I'd agree as well. I mean, he's had a really impressive performance. Revenge, though, continuing to get these early round kills for Pacific. We'll see if they can capitalize on it this time around, but with BaiSha, the clutch potential of this team is so high. Not having a numbers advantage doesn't seem to phase them in the slightest. You can see CZY here. Oh, gets the lag shot. Unfortunately, not enough to make it happen. 577 running into a little bit of trouble here. MVA going to be taken down, but the trade right back at him from Justin as it narrows to a 2-on-4. But Baby and N9, 2 very strong clutch players, but maybe not this time around. Baby left in a 1v4.
Not looking likely for this one. It feels like, you know, the pick-off and then a much cleaner entry onto A is enough for Pacific Macta to break into the base of BaiSha. Baby is going to be taken out. ZYK, quick kill, and that gives them their 3rd round. you always got to start with one if you are going to start a big comeback. So better start now than going down 10-2, I suppose.
Yeah, at this point, it is going to be Pacific just kind of looking for anything they can get here to see if there is any potential for a comeback in this matchup. You can see Baby here wants to take that opening fight over towards the B bridge. Isn't going to find anyone yet, so he decides to back off and play a little bit safer on this bomb side. But Pacific, I'm not so sure what they're going to do here, putting a lot of early efforts towards the middle of the map. They've got 4 players grouped up here in it, only having MVA lurking towards this A connector position. But BaiSha, this is a pretty good call. I think a lot of their emphasis has been towards mid and B early on, but just as I say that, the rotation timing could be pretty bad for them, especially if Xiao goes down here without a pick. He's already taken down to 40, and the rest of Pacific are just steamrolling their way through the middle of this map. They've already got control of the GR spawn. Now they're starting to wrap and pinch onto this bomb site. But look, it's Baby in the middle trying to sneak through, but it's just not going to happen. Now it's a full retake in the making for BaiSha.
Yeah, definitely a very powerful push and really good stuff. BaiSha getting caught out in rotation as well. Feels like finally Pacific Macta beginning to understand how to take this team down. Still a 3-on-3 though, so even though some low health on the side of 577, same could be said for Revenge. 577 does go down. And 9 trying to get the drop here on Aldrin. That is a quick one. And now it seems they know that Revenge is up here. They're going to try to take him out as he pokes out to stop it. And there it is, and 9 going to defend it for his team, just barely, as they bait him out with the defuse.
Classic wall ledger from a 9 here. Even though the timing was quite off, BaiSha was rotating towards A side, so mid was completely open. Actually perfect timing for Macta here in this round, but still great retake from BaiSha. This should have been a round for Macta actually.
Yeah, I mean, it was until you have Fen9 hitting shots like that. It makes it almost impossible to feel like you've got a fighting chance. And now this could be it for Pacific. 9-3 match point on the table. They've got 6 opportunities to close this out, and they only need one more round to do it. And Pacific, they're going to full send it here into 577. They get the kill without much fuss, but here it is. CZY gets the double to hold things off for a little bit longer, but Pacific, they still get a 3-on-2 advantage.
Yeah, still advantage them. They get the smoke down in the back here. Baby is way behind them actually pretty quickly. Is able to get the rotation. Xiao as well might be able to draw a couple of eyes as at least. He's looking for that quick pick. He's not going to get it, but he has made his presence known here at the fence. Let's see if he can get anything going. He is going to get the one. Does not get the pistol kill. And now they know where Baby is. 1-on-2. It's going to be hard for him.
This nade didn't do any damage from Baby.
Ooh. Gets the one. Not a lot of time. He's going to try to hold it, which is okay. Kind of confusing as Aldrin gets in there. He nearly took him out, actually.
Yeah,
and I think he actually would have had time to defuse after.
Yeah, he gets that onto Aldrin, so just a 5 HP left. He can get the clutch. But yeah, 4 rounds on the board now for Macta. This will be still tough. Start a comeback that late. Probably it's too late.
Yeah, it does feel like just a matter of time at this point before BaiSha can secure the final round they need. You can see Baby still wanting to take this fight on the B bridge, not going to find anything out of it. And they go ahead and back off. Pacific working their way now towards A long. Only 2 players on it for the side of BaiSha. It's going to be 577 and N9 locking it down, who have been pretty good from this position, but Pacific, they need everything they can get at this point.
Yeah, they need everything. They need 5 rounds and then OT. Here they come once again, but nice angle taken from 577. He's got N9 right there as well. And that might just be the round that breaks the camel's back. At this point, it is ZYK and Revenge, who have both been quite strong in trying to make this comeback happen, but you're up against 3 members, N9 and Xiao and CZY, all having big maps here. And they are available trying to stop this one from happening.
ZYK and Revenge, they're going to have to make a play to try and reclaim this bomb, and that's the hardest part of this round. Dropping the bomb in vents makes it an almost unwinnable situation, especially when your number's down, and Xiao makes it that much harder. Able to find the kill onto Revenge. ZYK, the last hope now in this match. The clock is running down against him. He has to just go in swinging and try and find these players one at a time, but it doesn't matter. CZY gets it done, and it's BaiSha with a 2-0 victory to close it out.
Well, there you have it. BaiSha Gaming are pretty strong. We find out again with the 2-0 victory over Pacific Macta, who did challenge them on at least the first map. Second map was a little bit more one-sided towards BaiSha Gaming. But the 10-6 on Compound, definitely one thing to look at for the future for Pacific Macta. For BaiSha, it's just business as usual. You know, coming in, getting the win, eventually getting into a really comfortable state, even on Compound, to take the first and then the second.
Yeah, I feel like this still showed us, even though Pacific goes down here, they had a lot of really good moments in this matchup, and I feel like they are kind of solidifying themselves still as that number 2 in this group, and I would be surprised if they give up a map in their final series of this group, and they have a lot of potential, I think, if they can make some small changes going into that playoff environment to be a pretty strong contender here.
Yeah, congrats to BaiSha, and I feel like I have bad news here for all teams at CFS. BaiSha is in great shape, and I don't see any team, maybe except AG, having a chance to beat BaiSha. I mean, Macta, Feli, they did a great job against Karahouse, and Karahouse also usually a strong team, you know, and then BaiSha comes along and basically wins very convincingly against Macta. So yeah, like I said, Macta will claim the second slot in this group. I'm pretty sure they will beat 3BL in the match tomorrow. But yeah, BaiSha, it's gonna be tough, especially in the best of 5, you know, in the playoff stage. Beating BaiSha in the best of 5, it's almost impossible, I feel like.
Yeah. It does feel pretty improbable, I think, at this point. I mean, there's not many teams, as you mentioned, AG, maybe like Imperial on an amazing day or something like that, but it does feel like there is kind of a separate tier for these guys at this point. So I think also, you know, Pacific Macta, they had a pretty good showing in the beginning of Compound. They were definitely pretty comfortable on that map, but it just feels very tiring to like try to face these guys and continuously try to compete with them round by round, to the point where towards the end of Compound, it's like, oh, they just, you know, 4 rounds in a row or so, and then we get to Ankara, and it just feels like it's all over.
Yeah, and looking at the MVP here, 577, no surprise. He was just hitting every shot he needed to on this second map and really helped push this one to be an even more convincing second map for BaiSha. So they're going to be moving forward as a confident number 1 in this group. And for me, a confident number one, I would say, overall as well. They've looked a little bit cleaner compared to their counterparts of all gamers, and now it's just going to come down to these final games of this group to kind of decide who sits where behind them.
Yeah, right. I mean, actually, for me, the real MVP in this matchup was CZY. This guy seems to be so flexible. He's good with the sniper rifle. He can get clutches. He can get entry frags for his team. So this guy has the potential to become a new star player in China, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially when you have a bunch of guys that are already very solid across the board, but are also pretty specific, it's good to have a guy who's kind of good at everything. And especially I feel like if you're adding a new player to a team that just won the World Finals, the Grand Finals, he's got to be good. And it's pretty obvious that, you know, over time, he's just looking better and better. And it's kind of crazy to think that, what if they just get better as a team? They were already so good. They already won the Grand Finals. What if they just get even that step better? What does it mean?
I feel like at this point, it's just going to mean it's that much harder for everyone else around them, and maybe even including all gamers at this point. I feel like what I've seen from BaiSha maybe even puts them a little bit above where all gamers is performing, because yes, they've had some convincing games, but I feel like Pacific, this is close to the peak we've seen from them in a while, and BaiSha still made it look pretty easy for themselves.
Yeah, I feel like Macta will compete against Imperial for the third place. I feel like they're quite equal. But yeah, the interesting part for me is, like, you know, when BaiSha, when they replaced Xcolon, I felt like it's not a smart move because Xcolon one of the best lurk players in China. But it seems like CZY is even an upgrade, so this is pretty scary for all other teams here.
Yeah, and it seems like he works pretty well with the team as well, like really fits in quite nicely. So it didn't even take that long for him to just become one of the five. And yeah, definitely a very fearsome unit at this point in time. We can only say positive things about BaiSha. Do you feel like there's any look from like AG or any of these other top teams to say like, hey, Pacific Macta are actually able to keep it relatively close on compound. Maybe we can like try to take this out as kind of like a, I don't even know if you can take it out as a secret pick against this team, but like at least maybe find some angles against them in the future if they have to play on compound in a best of 5?
I think it's still a really strong pick for BaiSha. I feel like they maybe underestimated Pacific earlier on and gave them some extra rounds that they shouldn't have. But at the same time, it is a good map, I think, to study for a lot of teams, seeing as it did show they are beatable on that map as well, because there was a lot of rounds that came down to just 1v1 situations, and for the majority of that map, it felt like Pacific had a really strong fighting chance. So it's definitely a map I think BaiSha needs to improve if they want to keep themselves as that #1 pick on compound.
I mean, I don't think H will pick compound against BaiSha once again after losing this grand final last year, and especially Baby always getting these clutches. You know, in Crossfire it's really important to have a high win rate in clutch situations, and on BaiSha you have CZY getting clutches, and 9 especially, of course, then Baby as well. So this is pretty scary.
Yeah, definitely very scary. And in a moment we're going to have an interview with one of the players from BaiSha Gaming and kind of get their thoughts on this series, these two maps that we did see, and as well as their future match with Kara House. But guys, we do have the interview set up and ready to go. Let's hop over to the stage and watch that right now.
Welcome back. This is CFS 2023 Grand Finals Group Stage. And now, congratulations to BS of a landslide victory. Now we have a lot of questions for NI from BaiSha Gaming. Hello, I'm NI from BaiSha Gaming, and we have the landslide victory. So on the first half, on the compound, we have some kind of, it's not as smooth as it's going to be. So how do we find this breakthrough point? Yeah, we have changed some of the strategies, and our enemies also changed some of the strategies, so we are finding some strategies to cope with that. And we have got we win the first half of the game very difficult. So what kind of changes have we done? So take some, we do not pay attention to those targets, and we focus on the general condition. So on the first half of the game, CZY and Xiao has taken the position of the sniper. So is it very easy for us to do the defense? Yeah, on the A side and the B side, we have to be very careful to take care of the snipers. So after we are on the GR side and we got the victory with 10 versus 6, and on the second map Ankara, on the first half of the game we got 7 versus 2. So can you show us the strategy? Yeah, so we try to be very aggressive. So on the end game, we have a large percentage of winning.
但我感觉今天陈 Sir 应该算是除了 MVP 人物以外的关键人物，因为多次残局都是靠他拿下的。
because he has win many of the end game. So evaluate him. So CZY has a very good understanding of the end game, and we have made for several months, and we cooperate very well. And hope we can cooperate very well. Hope we can cooperate well in the future. So last question. So next, we will confront CRH, and that is the last match in the group stage. So, what do you want to express? Yeah, we will just work on it. So we hope that you can have a better performance in the next match. Congratulations again. And now I'll give the floor back to the casters.
Well, great to hear from N9 after the victory. Pretty happy after all, and yeah, why wouldn't he be? So BaiSha looking pretty strong at this point. Today, kind of a fast day overall, just because it was a lot of 2-0s, a lot of very dominant victories, but tomorrow, definitely not going to look like this.
Yeah, a lot of decider matches coming up for who's going to be in that wild card round, and I think there's still several ones I would say are up in the air. I'd say most notably in my mind is that LCK versus Kungarna matchup we still have on the way. I think that's going to be one of the more intense matches we still have left to see unfold, but ultimately, so far, I am a little bit bummed we haven't had any upsets yet. I would love to see at least one here in the group stage, but at this point, it's not seeming too likely to pan out that way.
Yeah, I agree. I also would love to see some upsets. Maybe in the playoff stage. I also feel like the match between Anubis and Ranking Gaming is quite similar to the Constellation Group A, right? When Kungarna will face LCK basically for the third slot and trying to claim the slot in the Wildcat stage. So this will be also very interesting because they also faced each other last year at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, that's going to be happening tomorrow, that matchup that you just mentioned. We also have All Gamers versus Imperial tomorrow. That's going to be a fun one. Vincent Gaming against X-Rock.
X-Rock, yeah.
There's a lot of like really close matches where we really get to see, I feel like everything's going to fall into place in terms of how strong is this team really, because a lot of the teams that we think are good are going to be challenged by really strong teams, and same can be said about teams trying to make it into that wildcard match.
I mean, would you say if Vincent Gaming beats X-Rock, it's an upset for you guys?
Yeah, I would say so, even though I feel like X-Rock out of the Chinese teams is definitely the most beatable, and Vincent has looked good. I would say I still think on paper it's like a 60-40, I would say, in favor of X-Rock, but if there is upset potential, I feel like that match, Vincent has the best shot of what we have left to pull off an upset.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like, you know, Vincent, they've been looking good, but they haven't truly been challenged yet, and I think that X-Rock, you know, they were kind of obviously not as strong as their other Chinese counterparts in their first match, but they're still really good. So in terms of the level that Vincent needs to reach for this next matchup tomorrow, it's going to be kind of a different feel. And if they do achieve it, that's great. I think that's really good news for the Brazilian teams and the region as a whole, and for Vincent as well, making it through.
Yeah, we'll see exactly.
I agree, yeah. I totally agree.
Because it was your question, yeah. I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect conclusion.
The host
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Vincent is. I think they might actually pull it off. I'm not sure if I'm going to predict it yet, but I feel like everything we've seen out of them is just really strong team play, and Yeah, X-Rock, they also had a lot of weird issues trying to close out their matches, I remember in their first as well. I think they had 8-3s on both, and both ended up as actually very close kind of scrape-by wins for them. So who knows what can happen. I'm ready for a little bit of a shake-up, though, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go for Vincent, actually. I don't know. I just have this feel that they're kind of on a roll, and I'm not 100% sure. Well,
I think Xbox will take this one, I'm pretty sure. It's still China.
Yeah.
It's still China.
Yeah.
It is still China, and I'm just glad we can have a discussion about it, and it's not, you know, another 2-0 to come through, hopefully. But, guys, we are done here for today. Hope you did enjoy the CFS Grand Finals for 2023 and Day 3 for today. But we are done. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of CFS.
See you.